All right. Give me half a minute. We'll get started. Start off with some Half-Life 2. And then, I don't know, it's a bunch of shit that could happen. We will see. Played a little bit of Overwatch lately. Or earlier, I should say. Not lately. Doesn't make sense. Learned that Funk Fiction came out with a new album, and it's pretty fucking good. I do like me some Funk Fiction. Well, is the game gonna launch? There it goes. It's weird. Oh, shut up. Orion! No! Let me get treats. Bad kitty. God damn it. I don't care. What? Just play the game, damn it. Okay. Play a little bit of this. I don't know how much I'm gonna play, but do a little bit, I guess. Why not? This is as far as I've ever played in this game. Still have a bit to go. Probably won't finish it tonight, but we'll see. I do have Phantasy Star as well as... Oh, fuck, I forgot. Whatever. A bunch of shit I can play. Okay, so we were like... I've been going at this for a while, and it's not been beneficial. Successful.
Here, there's a secret path along the cliffside, but no one's going anywhere until we fight off this attack.
And let me turn up the volume. I am gonna keep this up. Turn the music volume down. Game volume though, we can have it pretty high.
Hack. Having you here to fight alongside us is going to make a big difference for morale.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd say that right now.
Here come the dropships.
Where are they? Oh, they're yeah. I've tried this thing like 10 times. It's not been great. Pretty embarrassing, but I guess I'll eventually get it. So I need these rockets up here. Why do they have to be so fucking like way up here too? Okay. Did I get it? All right. And the issue, though, as well, is that I can't really stay up here because they blow my shit out of the sky. It's very hard to like get around them. So yeah, that's an issue. And I can only carry 3 at a time, I think? I thought I could do more. That's not. No, I'm trying to get him. Where are they? Oh, they're there. Damn, that's all I can really do. Unless something like that happens. So fucking high up here. Hey! Cat, trying to sneak and get treats. I'll knock all my shit over. Nuh-uh. While Ryan's trying to get treats. Med kit. It'll help.
Take this med kit.
Move out of my way, you moron. this fucking blows. Why are these all the way up here? Can I take them like downstairs? Like a thing? Wait, I'll come out of... And I'll come out of the air too quick. And I'm dead. Fantastic.
Along the cliffside, but no one's going anywhere until we fight off this attack.
Sorry, Freeman.
Oh, come on, man. We're like all dead. That's some bullshit. I think they come... Oh, there it is. Alright.
I'm hurt.
Probably heal up then.
Incoming dropship!
Get out of my... Oh my god, these people have to get out of my way. Ooh, I don't know if that hit him or not. That's alright though. Oh, fuck that like right there. Holy shit, okay. Oh, fuck. Isn't good.
Take this med kit.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, fuck. Shit, I'm gonna die. Dude, I need another med kit.
Gunship! You'll find the rockets for your launcher up in the lighthouse, damn it!
Thank you. Okay. Maybe it's only the gunship I need to take down. Right now. My buddy has a med pack. Dude, med pack. Med pack me.
Here, patch yourself up.
Thank you.
From here, there's a secret path.
Oh my
to the
God.
cliffside, but no one's going anywhere until we fight off this attack. Emmy, you're here to fight
Dude, this
alongside
fucking
us.
blows. This part's difficult.
Here come the dropships.
I guess it's whenever they bring out the gunships. Is, when I need to get to the lighthouse, it would seem. So I think I have to hold off like 3 or 4 waves, and then we head to the lighthouse. Oh my gosh. Go away.
Dropship! Coming out over the road!
Oh shit. Oh shit. My bad, dog. Not bad. I think there's help up here, maybe? Maybe not. Beds and shit. It's completely useless. That room is completely fucking useless. It's not great, but it's not awful.
Incoming! Dropship at the lighthouse!
It's fine. Oh shit, maybe that's not fine. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm so fucking dead. Yep. That was
From
stupid
here,
of me. I don't know
there's
why
a
I
secret
did that.
path along the cliffside, but no one's going anywhere
Dude, this
until we find
fucking
out
blows. Like, I kind of just want to stay at the fucking lighthouse. Easier to funnel them in through there. I don't really have a sniper or anything like that either. Oh, I got him. I'll take that, I guess.
Take this med kit.
Over the road!
Shit. Things were like very accurate. Like they did not fuck around.
Patch yourself up. Incoming dropship!
Oh, shit. Great. And I don't think any of these have anything like great for me, but okay. Not bad. Not too bad.
Coming! Dropship at the lighthouse!
Alright, that's totally fine. Like the lighthouse, and I think there's one more, and then the gunship comes in, and I think I have to kill the gunship. Which is fairly difficult. They're annoying as fuck.
Take this med kit.
Oh, is this another dropship? No, that's the gunship. Okay. So now And this is the bullshit part. Because it can shoot down the rockets. Like, what the fuck, man? That's annoying.
Patch yourself up.
Like, what the fuck is that? Like, they shoot down every fucking rocket. Like, 1 out of every 20 gets through. So stupid. And now I have to go down here. Hopefully that guy will heal me. This shit fucking blows.
Take this med kit.
Yeah, thank you. If I like go out, did I get it finally? God damn! Finally! What was that? So stupid. All right. Ah, thank you.
Come with me before another one comes.
Let's go.
Right along there, and watch your step.
Ah, thank you. Holy shit. No, I don't want to die. Oh. Just in case. I really don't want to do that part again. Part fucking stuck. Was not my favorite.
You there! Stop what? Walking on the sand brings the lion down.
Oops. My bad, dog.
Dear God! Poor Laszlo!
Yeah,
The finest mind of his generation! To come to such an end.
you got fucked up.
We're heading for the Vortigaunt camp, hoping to pick up some bug baits, and these damn things would leave us alone. Without Laszlo, what's the point? I know you tried to help. I'll stay with him a while. There's something I have to do. Go ahead. I hope you have better luck than we had.
My bad.
Remember to stay off the sand. The antlions are edgy right now.
Dude, fuck that. I don't give a shit. I have a shotgun. Guess we'll try and stay off the sand. He's fine. Uh-oh. Okay, let's see. Let's see. That is not what I wanted to do. Fuck me. Shit. Well, this isn't gonna be fun. There's a lot of them. Jesus. That was way more than needed to be. Ooh. I wonder, can I? Ooh, I can. Far away. Uh-oh. That's not good. That is not good at all. All right. Well, then clearly need to get over there. Right? Or do I? Yes, I do. A little bit more rudimentary than Zelda, but it is 2004 when this came out. Okay. I'm gonna fall through one of the slats on the wooden board. Mark my word. I think it seems like it'll be useful. Like, shit, I didn't want to do that. God damn it. Okay. Alright. Fine. Not a big deal. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. For sure. Oh. this up and do something like that, I guess. It worked. Oh, that's just a pistol weapon? What? What's that? I thought it was like the Magnum thing. Hmm. Yeah, well, that fucking fools. Oh, did they not come? Maybe you have to stand on it for like a longer amount of time. Yeah, it seems to be what the deal is. A lot more platforming in this game than I thought there would be. Please tell me someone's made like the floor is hot lava mod or something. Oh. I think I need to get over there. I'm about just like fucking going. Oh, it's a big one. Oh, I messed up. I fucked up. There's been a lot of fucking up that I've done. That would be it. It's a big one. Oh, that did not explode. That's not good. Oh no. Oh god, let me in! Jesus Christ, let me in! Oh my gosh. Okay, Mr. Vortigaunt.
Freemen will do wise to heed our extraction of the Myrmidon's aromatic pheropods. The process is not entirely hygienic, therefore stand aside.
Okay.
Freemen will have need of these pheropods on the paths ahead. Gather them now.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Must use immune by flux shifting in front of those whose vocal inputs are impaired. Yes, we'll vocalize in your auditory language as a matter of courtesy. Unless we wish to say unflattering things about you. Just so.
I mean, you gotta give respect. My mortal inputs are not functioning apparently. I don't know.
Get going, Dr. Freeman. Nova Prospect is just ahead. One man alone wouldn't stand much chance going in there. But a man with a pack of antlions, well, that's a different story.
I don't know what he means by that. Oh, he's opening it for me. Gotcha.
The Freeman honors us by his presence. Follow Freeman.
Okay.
The Freeman will now be instructed in the use of theropods. Attend now and learn to shepherd antlions with the so-called bug bait. The Freeman will now break out his theropod and toss one into yonder pit. The Freeman has done well.
Okay.
The Freeman can also cause his antlions to attack specific targets. Observe the training mannequin and mark it well with another theropod. The Freeman again excels at all tasks.
Yeah, well. What I do, I guess.
Now, attend well. Apply pressure to your theropod to signal the antlions in your command to follow you. The Freeman shows excellence in all things.
I did.
And now this one must
Save
bid
your
the
people.
Freeman farewell. Nova Prospect lies just beyond. Remember well what you have learned here. The Landmass has greatest confidence
I
in
like
you.
those guys. I like them. Yeah. Oh shit. Are they like my buds now, I guess? Hey, what's up, John Wilson? Appreciate it. Ooh, they don't like that, do they? Yeah, they do not like that. Okay. I got to save my little bug dudes now.
Priority warning. Outline stabilization for 6 Nova Prospect. Perimeter restrictors disengaged. Priority warning. Perimeter restrictors disengaged.
Perimeter, oh. I don't quite know what these are.
Priority warning.
Like, I've seen them before.
All stabilization delegated. Move to Incursion hardpoint immediately.
Come on. Come on, everybody. It's fine. Pikmin probably did a little better. But I'll live, I suppose. I still don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, I have no idea. Like, is this Earth? Is it not? A different dimension, it seems? Maybe? I don't know.
Alert. Non-standard exigent activity. Contains alcohol.
Okay. Do I just have the one left? Do they all, like, die or something? I guess they did. I don't know. I don't really get this part. But they're weird. Can I not just shoot them? Seems a lot easier. Oh, that's not good. So they do come back. Got 4 of them with me. Oh god. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, I'm bad. I'm bad at games. Stop. Well, this isn't great. Okay, I have an idea. If I like throw shit over there. No. Oh shit, that's, yeah, okay, that's bad. Bad times. I fucked that up pretty good. That was a me thing. Okay. That's clearly not the right way of going about this. We're fine. We're good. God damn, man. Kill him. Okay. Oh. Probably can't go over there, can I? Alright. Well, I am at a loss. Can they, like, actually kill them? 'Cause this doesn't seem like it's, you know, working at all in any capacity. Maybe I need to go over there. What I'm gonna try to do. Okay. I see. Good. Fantastic. Get out of the way. Okay, am I done with the bug thing? That's not really my jam. I mean, they're doing fairly well though, so it's not all bad. Hey, what's going on? Let's see, yeah. It's like some sort of holding cell, possibly. Did not expect Half-Life 2 to be Pikmin related. How's it going? That is very loud. Holy crap. A very, very weird part of this game. I don't really know what I'm doing, like what the premise of this game is. They're like, hey, get out of this city. That's about it. That's it. There's a period at the end of that statement. Like that's all I know about what's happening. And I annihilated that guy on his foot. The shotgun just seems to be the best. It's wild how old this looks compared to Black Mesa, which is the remake of the first game. Dang it. Really? My headphones died again? these headphones have like zero like battery. Like they cannot hold a charge. These were like fully charged like 2 hours ago. It's terrible battery life. Okay, well they just noped out. I don't know what they did. They jumped into one another. Oh no. Well, that's not good. He'll be all right. Wait, what? Gravity gun? Oh, okay, I see. I think I see. Maybe not. Oh god, it's all going terribly. Okay. Wait, what? Oh my gosh, everyone wants to kill me. I didn't even do anything to these people. Like, I don't even know who these people are. They just don't like me for some reason. We'll fix that. And this pathway isn't exactly like... Oh my god! Oh shit! Okay, I see. Alright, there's a lot of things happening right now. That was a lot. It's a bunch of information hitting my face. We got a Phil documentary we're gonna watch in a little while. It's gonna be terrible. Documentary would be fun. We're gonna take a deep dive into Syde Phil. Probably swimming in stagnant water is not like the best idea. Oh, that's not good. That is not great. Oh, damn. That wasn't great. Yeah, no, could have gone better. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Not real crap. So stupid. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. That was quick. Alright. Get back to it. Okay, what are we doing now? Pain. Oh, look at them. They're killing everything. Holy shit. They are pretty good. Oh, heck yeah. Okay. I'm a fan. I'm a fan now. Yeah. Changed my mind. Okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Alright, I like that. Ooh, what is that? Oh, it's a gunship. That's not good. Okay, alright. Making moves. We are making moves. Are they the right moves? I don't know. But we're doing it. Okay. We're fine. Oh, a rocket? Do we have to rocket them? Oh, I guess we probably do, huh? Damn, like those are so stupid. I hate it. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good hit. Knocking him out of the air. They hit the damn barrel. Yeah, that's loud. I'm gonna turn that down a little bit. It's like really loud to me. Okay. Okay. Is that openable? Kind of. Actually, I don't know if it is or not. Oh, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Yep. Hold it. Nailed it. It's a little bit difficult. I'm having troubles here. That's a pretty good shot. Dude, I'm getting annihilated. Holy crap. They are just... Oh man. They are... they're not being nice. That's what they're not doing. Okay. So... if I, okay, I killed a lot of people, and I killed myself. That's good. It was very nice. It was beneficial. Very beneficial. Oh, I think I just killed my bug friends. That is still really loud. Like, holy shit. The game is... it's very loud. Can I get in there, like, anyway? At all? Oh, I can. Okay. Oh, shit. That's actually very good enough. We got some suit power. We got some human biological health power. Oh, I killed some people. Good for me. Shit, shit, shit. Oh, oh no! Oh, that was hell. Terrible. Dude, this is kind of hard. It's a little bit difficult. It would be less difficult if I, stopped killing my little bug friends, but... it just is what it is. Man, people do not like the Marvels. I saw it last night. I thought it was fine. It's a fucking comic book movie. Like, it's fun entertainment for 2 hours. I don't know. Just look at shit different than other people, I guess. Okay. Okay, we got that. We got that. Okay, now we have the rocket launcher. I'm gonna save, like, right here. Because I'm tired of redoing all that shit over and over and over. Okay. Rocket pack here. Okay, those were two really good hits. Those were some direct hits there. Alright, well I killed my bug dudes, but, you know. That had to happen. Oh, is he still there? Oh, dang. Oh, no! Oh, there are two of them. Oh, that's not good. At least... Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what's the issue now. Yep, okay. Yeah. That's to be expected. I deserve that. That is so annoying. That is like so fucking annoying. Dude, how is that thing so fucking accurate, man? That is some bullshit. Like, that is some fucking bullshit, man. Okay, I feel like I've hit him about 7 times. Oh, he's dead, he's dead, he's down, he's down. He's down too. That's how it's done. That's how it's done. Sweet. Okay. Damn, finally, holy shit. It was pretty intense. Oof. So far, I have liked Half-Life 1 Black Mesa better than Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2 does some pretty cool shit though, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of digging the first one better at this point. Not that this is a bad, clearly it's not a bad game, not like at all in any way, shape, or form, but I think Half-Life or Black Mesa is better than this. I don't know about Half-Life 1. Maybe we'll play that just to like compare, you know. I don't know why I'm in this weird Half-Life mood that I've literally never even had like a want to play in my life, but it's like, oh, okay, these games are fun. a very rare like FPS like kind of mood that I've been in. Look, they're playing Starship Troopers. Great fucking movie, by the way. I fucking love Starship Troopers. People are either on the like love it or hate it side of that movie. I like it, but that's not a fucking revelation to anyone. I like most movies. Is this where they got like the Aperture Labs little robots that are like so easy to topple over? I think we need to play through Portal 1 and 2 again as well. Obviously not tonight, but in the very near future. Just 2. And then Left 4 Dead 2. Because I've never really even played Left 4 Dead 2. And I bought it. I have it. It is in my Steam library. I've played it for maybe 5 minutes. I've played Back 4 Blood more than I've played Left 4 Dead 2. And people say Back 4 Blood's terrible, and I don't know. I had a fun time with it. I feel like everyone just shits on everything now, though. So. Oh yeah, fuck, I didn't plug my headphones back in. God damn it. Piece of shit. Fucking hate it. It's awful. Okay, I guess my little bug dudes are done. What if I get my bug bait out? Yeah, I guess they can't come in here. That was I don't know. I get it. That's kind of a cool part, I guess. I've never played Pikmin. Maybe if I played Pikmin, I'd like it more. Maybe I should download like Pikmin 4 or the. I think you can play all of them on Switch now. Maybe I should do that. That should be like my next thing I do. Well, Super Mario RPG is coming out, and I've already played about 3 hours of it. Coming out on Friday, but I have acquired it beforehand. Pretty good. I think it loses some charm from the original, but that's just me. I'm happy that other new people will be able to experience it, though. That makes it worth it. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. Okay, alright, I fucked that up. I did not need to do that. Okay. Now this is an issue. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I can't believe I didn't find that closed captioned option like when I was playing this the other night. It was like right there in front of my fucking face too. Oh no. Run, 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 run. Go away. Here, just gently tap it and knock it over. Here, go away. Again, though, I have no idea like what I'm actually doing here. Like in Black Mesa or Half-Life 1, Black Mesa, whatever. Like I knew, like, oh shit's gone wrong. Get out of the lab. Then you go and do whatever. Here they're like, oh, have fun. Okay. Oh no. Dude, motherfucker can take a fucking rocket to the face? I mean... Oh man, okay. Dude, this guy is like not fucking around at all. And Lion Guard. Okay, that's cool. That actually made a bigger hole. That's very cool. The pulse rifle. I actually like the pulse rifle from Halo 4. I thought it was nifty. Oh, my buddy is back. Or one of them, anyway. Good for him. Not quite sure what to do here. Probably not that. Yeah, probably not that. That's not the... Doesn't seem like the thing I needed to do. But it happened, so... Here we are. Oh, it bounces around. I didn't even know that. Okay. Cool. Oh, that's like a different thing, like completely. I gotcha. Shit. Good. Good, good, good. I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna throw that there and go through these doors. Oh. Oh, they're my buddies. That's right. I'm okay with that. The antlions hate them as much as I do, and I don't know why they even hate me. Like, I really don't. I am very... I don't know. Okay, okay. Alright, we're good, we're good, we're good. We're back where we need to be. Everything is... Well, we're here. I guess that's all I can say. We got a little bit of health. Help me, bug friends! Go away. It's a stupid fucking... Here. Here. No, 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 no. We just knock you over. Just tilt you. There. Get wrecked. Use the ant lions to kill 50 enemies. Okay, well, I guess I did that. Oh shit, there's another one there. What? I don't get it. What do they want me to do here? Manhack death. I don't... Oh, this is a different area. Okay, I see. Oh no. What's in here? Nothing? No, not our Vortigaunt friend. Cannot use. It's a lot of beer. Man, I don't know. Okay, up here. I have 12 health, so I'm not Yep. That's about what I was expecting. Wait, where am I? Oh, okay. Oh shit, we got the fucking bow and arrow. Okay. Okay, now we're looking good. We are looking pretty good. And that's where... Oh, okay. Let's see what's happening here. Find all the lambda caches. Lambda. Okay. Yep. Go away, get knocked over. Get knocked over! Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Dude, they can't do anything. What the fuck? What's the point of this? Hmm. I'm confused a little bit, slightly. Ever so slightly. So I can't do anything. Oh wait, actually, hold on. Can I? Nope, I can't do that. Okay, alright. Fine. This may be a little better now. What? I like our little Vortigaunt friend though. I don't like that he had to die. Oh, I see what I have to do. Right there in front of me. Right in front of me. I think over here. There it is, right? Move. Open. Go away. Okay. Yep. We're good. We're good. Okay. So now... Go in. Oh my god. Why won't it go? Here, you move that. Move. Go away. Oh my god, why won't it let me go in? Oh my god, this is the most annoying fucking thing ever. Holy shit. That was awful. It's like no reason I shouldn't have been able to go in there like that quick. I have 5 fucking health. Like, what's that gonna do? Here. Okay, well that did not work. Well, the cinder block. It has to be the cinder block, right? Why? Oh my god, okay, physics are janky, like a little bit. I have 5 fucking health. This is awful. Jesus. 5 health, people. 5. Not 50. 5. Alright, bug dudes. Y'all gotta go do it. I only got 5 health on me. As it is all you. Eli Van. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Eli got captured. That's super awesome science dude. I still have 5 health, and I'm not too confident about it. That's right. We're going to save Eli. I remember now. I need to go get more water here. Here, I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. It took a little longer than I thought. I'm back though. Got a few of these little chicken things I had earlier for dinner. Alright. Gosh, this is like the worst fucking thing. Oh wait, where's my chat? Somebody's chatting? That's okay. In the off chance somebody does, I'll be here. Okay. Yeah. It's very fun. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I think I have to throw that and hope for the best, because I have literally 2 health. So it's not good. Shit. Okay, there's one. I got him. Fine. Don't worry about it. Fine, we got him. These fucking blows. Like I have 2 health. 2 dose. And you know what? I'm gonna save, and it's gonna be awful. I'm probably gonna save at a point where I can't like get out of. Yeah, that's not great. Yep. There it is. Yep. I don't really know how I'm gonna tackle this. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, they can. Okay. Alright. That's fair. Maybe on the off chance that there's. Nope, there's no help. Why would there be help? There's a very real chance that I may be completely fucked. Unless I could, like... How could one man slip through the force's finger time and time again? Gordon Freeman's theoretical physicist, who is hardly harmed the distinction of his PhD in the time of Black Mesa incident. I have good reason to believe that in the intervening years, he was in a state that precluded further development of covert skills. Man, you have consistently failed to slow, let alone captures, by all standards, simply that, an ordinary man. Yeah, they're not happy with me. With whatever it is. So let's see. Damn. Fuck, man. Tough. Tough one. Okay. It's just like one. Excuse me, one hit and I'm dead. Kill it. Oh, did we get it? Oh shit, we got it. Dude, fuck this part. Alright. I hate everything. Oh, I have 9 health now. How did I get more? Oh, nice. Grats. Oh, fuck. Oh, god damn it. Shit, now I want to play Perfect Dark, man. Come in here telling me about Perfect Dark. No, that's cool, though. That's awesome. Did you stream it? Is it on your channel or not? Fuck. You know, everyone shit on Perfect Dark Zero. I thought it was a pretty decent launch game for 360. Like, man, people shit on that game though. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Gotcha. Have we heard about the Perfect Dark? Weren't they gonna like remake it? Yeah, I mean, me too. To be completely honest, me too. But man, people, fuck, dude, people shit on that game hard. I thought it was okay. I'm gonna knock this out. I mean, for like a launch 360 game, I don't know. Maybe. Oh shit! Look at that. I hope it is, man. Oh fuck. We have Shit, I forgot all about that. Hold on 1 second. This is I'm actually glad you came in. Weirdly enough. Talking about Perfect Dark and then whatever. Indie World tomorrow at 9. Ooh, do I dare stay up all night and stream until that comes on so I can be incredibly disappointed that they're not going to show Silk Song again for like the 47th year in a row? What? I didn't know time. Man. Time Splitters 4 got canceled. You sent me on a fucking roller coaster ride in like a half of a second because I didn't even know that shit was in development. And now you're telling me one of the best games ever got canceled? I mean, equal to Time Splitters 2, we all know, right? Just saying. What? I had no idea that was even a thing. Fuck, man. Time Splitters 2 is so good. 3 is also... Oh, 3 is amazing as well. I just remember 2, like, a lot. Because it was on a... It was on GameCube, right? 2 and 3. I do remember being like, oh my god, the fucking... Yeah, the map maker thing. Man... Look, I wrote this shit 6 hours ago. I can't wait to not see Silksong again. Opium got all these people. Yeah. Look, everybody wants fucking Silksong, man. It's been fucking forever. I haven't even seen all these. This is funny as shit. Oh my god. Oh, this is... Wow. That's... God damn it. Yeah. They won't even be like, fuck you, we're still working on it or anything. They just don't tell us anything. Not like, sniff my ass, I had bean burritos, we're still working on it. Nothing, man. It's just radio silent. I don't get it. I don't understand why companies just go fucking completely silent and not let us in on anything. Like, fucking anything. And then when they do, it's all this PR speak bullshit. And weirdly enough, Blizzard has actually won me back a little bit. I've been playing a little bit of Overwatch off stream. I like weirdly enough think that Microsoft buying Blizzard and detaching them from Activision and Bobby Kotick going away has like already improved it with BlizzCon. Because there's some shit that they would have never done that they did at BlizzCon. Like the next 3 Overwatch heroes, what's coming for WoW, the next 3 fucking WoW expansions, Diablo 4, like it was already like a tangible like feeling of that. God damn it, move. Shit. Oh my god, these bugs are gonna... Oh my god. Go away. But I don't know. Oh my god, yeah, I'm dead. There it is. There it is. I didn't even see him. I didn't even see him coming. Fair enough. Forgot about them. I saved in the worst possible place with 2 health. The worst fucking possible place. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's no reason to not do an all-night stream like I normally do. Just normally don't stream until what is 9 PT, what, 10, 11 Central Time? I mean, I could do it. Why not? Good. These stupid bugs. Oh god, oh god. Wait, I got... Oh shit, I need to save. I don't know how I have 12 health, but I do. Okay, there. That That's to be expected, I guess. Oh, I killed somebody. Oh, I actually think I killed both of them. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, shit, shit, shit. Damn, I don't have any crossbow stuff either. Okay. I think we're alright. I'm gonna like save scum and oh, I loved it. I was talking about it well, myself obviously on stream. I like it better than Half-Life 2. So this is as far as I've ever been in Half-Life 2. The only point I made a new word that didn't mean it, point whatever. There was a part in there that dropped down to like unplayable frame rates, and I honestly thought that I wasn't going to be able to finish it. It was that bad. And apparently like since 2020 people have known about it. It just is a thing in the game, and like no computer can handle it. Like I don't have like the best computer in the world, but you know, it's certainly not bad. But other than that, man, I really liked it. It was 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Like, I had a really fun time with it. I'm having a fun time with Half-Life 2, but like Black Mesa, it really, really pushed the Source engine. And like, it's wild to like play this and then play that, or play that and then play this, because this was like groundbreaking shit at the time. And it still is. I mean, to be completely honest, it still is a very good game. But what they've done with that is amazing. And it had like a pretty straightforward story. Here, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm rescuing this guy, but it's like, I don't know if I'm back in my regular world, if I'm in an alternate dimension. I don't know what this city is. There was like no setup for anything. It's like, here you go, you're here now. Go out of the city and meet this guy. And everyone's talking like they know me, but in Black Mesa, it was like real world, like Arizona-ish, I guess, type stuff. I have no idea like what the fuck I'm doing story-wise, except I'm rescuing this doctor from this compound right now, or this PhD guy. But I very much enjoyed my time with Black Mesa, aside from that one part that they absolutely need to fix. And that one part was like 5 minutes from the final boss, and I thought that I was not going to be able to do that. And then I got raided. My friend here, Smoky Raw Sauce, he rates me sometimes. We become pretty good friends over the past 2 or 3 years. He's an alcoholic like me. Like he raided me with like 10-15 people, and like, it was right when that started. It's like, guys, this is awful. I'm so sorry. It was bad. Really bad. But I would recommend it to anyone, assuming that they fix that one part. And I'm still like iffy on this game, Half-Life 2. All my little bug guys went over there. That's good. Like, I wasn't expecting Pikmin in Half-Life 2. I've never played Pikmin. I probably should. Oh, shit. But, like, I'm controlling these bug people and stuff, and there was, like, a weirdly long, like, fan boat part that I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really care for. It went on too long. Is it? Pikmin is amazing. I think all of them are on Switch, right? Like, even 4 that just released a few months ago. Well, I may have to go and dig them up and see if I can. Well, I know I can find them because I've been playing Super Mario RPG for about 5 hours, and that game doesn't release until Friday. So I'm sure I can find Pikmin, but the only game I think that I've played that's kind of like Pikmin, I assume, is a game called Overlord in Overlord 2, where you play like as an evil Sauron type guy and command your minions around and stuff. It's a fun game. Oh my god. Why did I do that? Try to jump over him. Sure, whatever. Why do they have, like, that's so annoying. They have like physical presence in the world. Like, I should be able to walk through them. It's just really annoying that I can't. Oh, and I died. Fantastic. What is killing me? Like, I am very confused on what is killing me. Yeah, I quite literally have just never played a Pikmin game though. Yeah, well, the blue lasers are the ones that... They're the ones that have, like, traps rigged to them. The reds don't. I don't think. That may have been in Black Mesa, though. I don't know about Half-Life 2. Maybe it was a trap. Probably right. Are the Pikmin... I seem to remember, like, at least Pikmin 1, maybe. Was that, like, timed? Like, you had to get off the planet or something in, like, a certain time frame? Or am I just misremembering shit? Is that, like, a hard limit? Like, or it... I mean, is it like stressful? Or is it like plenty of time to do that? Oh my god, damn, these things are gonna knock me off. Come on, there's gotta be like help somewhere. Oh, there is help. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Hold on, what is he talking about me? All resistance members. Oh. Wait. Oh, that's weird. Plenty of time for it. Oh, huh. That's kind of cool. It was like a big reason, like, I mean, not, well, I hesitate to say that. Like Majora's Mask, everyone loves it. I don't like being timed on shit like that. But I mean, if it's not like a big deal, then it's alright. I don't have a problem with that. Let's save this so I don't have to do that again. So I don't really know what I just did. I flipped a switch, but to what end? Like, for what purpose? Ammo went in there. Is it here? Oh, it must have been in here. Okay, cool. I need to play, I need to 100% Super Mario Wonder. I have a Dark Side Phil, video thing by a guy named Turkey Tom that I'm gonna watch tonight. So, like, actually pretty soon. It's already 11 here. That'll be fun. I don't know if you know who Dark Side Phil is, but he's a an interesting character. That's for sure. And I have Phantasy Star Online 2 downloaded as well that I need to replay. And by replay, I mean, I guess they made they almost made a brand new game out of it called New Genesis that I've downloaded. I've played it briefly, but not anywhere near like what it deserves. I love Phantasy Star Online, like the world and everything. Well, PSO1. PSO2 I played quite a bit as well, but I was gonna play that at some point. If I'm gonna stream until 11 a.m., then I guess I got time. That was my day. My day is same shit, different day. Reincarnation. Haven't played one in literally 20 years. I actually have a GameCube specifically for Phantasy Star Online, episode 1 and 2. It's the only. How was your day been, Reincarnation? I frequently say that Phantasy Star Online 1 is my favorite game of all time, aside from maybe like Zelda 2, which is the first game I've ever played. So. But PSO2, the original game that finally released over here after like 11 years after they announced it, I played that, but I haven't really delved into New Genesis, so I kind of want to do that. It's probably one of the best free-to-play games that they've had, alongside maybe like Path of Exile, because there's no pay to win, maybe pay for convenience. That's good. Got to watch some Dark Side Phil. Beat Black Mesa the other day. Fantastic game. Would recommend, except for the last like 5 minutes of the last level before the final boss. Ooh. And I've never played this, right? So the funny thing about this is I bought this on launch day. I've had this sitting in my Steam since 2004. It's just the airboat part I never got past, and that is a very long part. Personally, I think it overstayed its welcome just a little bit, but obviously we're past it, so. And it's good. It definitely is. I'm like trying to get back into the 2004 mentality. The big thing about the Source engine was like the Havoc, you know, physics and all that. Well, I'm not that. So that's, you know, that's the thing. Me? I'm always on Twitch. I'm on Twitch and YouTube. I'm like actually simultaneously streaming right now. Reincarnations on YouTube. Industry plant. Who are you? Reincarnation industry plants? You gonna give me an aneurysm or something? Okay. Honestly, I don't know why people would rather watch on Twitch than YouTube. Twitch has like ads and shit. But no, it's fun. I did not expect to be commanding things in Half-Life 2. Like, this is something I just completely did not expect. And then me and Super Shade got on the idea of Pikmin, which I've never played. So maybe I'll play that at some point in the near future. And I'm debating on if I'm going to try and stream all the way until the Nintendo Indie Direct tomorrow. Which I could. It depends on if I can last that long. So I can be disappointed for Silk Song again. Oh shit, I did not mean to do that. Oh fuck. Just killed my bug buddy there. Alright man, take it easy. Appreciate you stopping by as always. Oh shit. I got a good 2-hour documentary to watch here in a minute. After I get to a good stopping point. It'll be fun. If you don't know Syde Phil, you're in for a treat. Syde Phil, DSP Gaming, you know him? He's one of the OG YouTubers, has no self-awareness. It's a fun one. I know him because of Review Tech USA. You only know him by name? Well, you're about, if you stay here, you're about to know him a lot more than that. And I got a little drink with me too, so it'll be that much more fun. He is an interesting fellow. He is. Let's see. Well, you probably know him because he's most known for jerking it on stream, and he didn't know his stream was on. It was on May 1st, 2017. It's weird that I know that, but I do. And you couldn't see anything, but I mean, you could definitely see his O-face there. And and the man would be a billionaire. Not a billionaire. He actually would be a millionaire if he just played into it. Yeah, it should ring a bell. If he played into it. But he's like, no, that's a bad part of my life. You know, I was real depressed and I want to put that behind me. No, dude, God. And everyone is just gonna make more fun of him for it. Like, man, if I got caught doing that, I'd make fucking merch, t-shirts and shit. It'd be funny. It'd be the funniest thing, but he's so like wants to be this straight-laced person. He's too gone for that, man. He doesn't realize what he is and what he does, and he's like, oh, I'm running a business of streaming and blah 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 blah, whatever. It's like, dude, you're going about it the wrong way. And he's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. My girlfriend doesn't like it. See, my girlfriend, if I got caught there, my girlfriend now would be like printing me out shirts. I mean, just, he's an interesting fellow. and I do want to watch. It's 11:30 right now. I need to get to that. I want to get like to a good like natural stopping point. Because if I like save in and then come back in 5 hours, I'm not gonna know where the fuck I am. But oh, he's a funny man, and he bitches at his chat sometimes. Like if they're not talking about the game he's playing, it's like he'll get mad at them, right? And he will reprimand them. Like, oh, stop talking about this. You need to, we need to be talking about Half-Life 2 or something. Like, and he doesn't realize, at least, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard many people say this, and I agree with it. Maybe not everybody, but like, really, if you're gonna watch a streamer, you're there for the streamer and don't maybe really give a fuck about what they're playing. And I kind of take that mentality too. Like, what I'm playing is background noise effectively. Like, don't get me wrong, I like the game, but it's, you can go on YouTube and watch a fucking Let's Play of Half-Life 2, right? You're just there to, like, I stream to, shoot the shit, not, like, just to, I don't know, connect with people and stuff. But he's like, no, you gotta be talking about the game and stuff, and if you don't, he'll turn like subscriber mode on only. It's like, dude, people want to be there to like talk to you. Nobody gives a fuck about the game you're playing. And I died. I need to throw a little ball over there and make them go and take it down. Fuck it. I'm gonna do it now. Because now I'm in the mood to watch that. I'm sure I'll figure this out. Half-Life 2. It's a fucking nearly a 20-year-old game, 19-year-old game. Nobody really cares about Half-Life 2, and I'm completely aware of that. Sure. I need a new background. I made this one myself. And by made, I mean I got it off the internet. And I have this weird 3-monitor layout. My left monitor is like in portrait mode. But this is like very low resolution. I really need to make something else out of it. Anyway, let's do some music earlier. Oh, Syde Phil. Oh, Syde Phil. Okay. I'm gonna change the name of this update title. I think it's SYDE. Phil, okay. Alright. I've done that. We change category entertainment on YouTube. Yeah, that's a pretty generous thing that I've given myself. Just chatting, I guess. I don't know. My watch later. Oh, I didn't watch this either. I forgot all about that. One or more videos have been removed from the playlist. They were deleted from YouTube. Oh, that guy. I thought that guy subscribed me on Twitch. Anyway, his name is Turkey Tom. We're gonna have some fun here. Yeah, whatever happened to Grade A? I used to watch him all the time. 2 hours and 10 minutes. This is a full fucking major feature-length movie. Alright, let's turn that off. I watched a little bit of it, but that was a while ago, so we're just gonna go back to the very beginning. Yeah, Grade A, Under A. Yeah. He got real big real quick. It probably 6-7 years ago, something like that. And he just like stopped. He got 1 million subscribers in like half a year, maybe. He got real big. Then he came back for a little while a couple of years ago. He's like, oh yeah, I'm back or whatever. And I think it just got to him getting that big that quickly and like everyone knowing who he was and everything. Anyway, Darkside Phil, A Decade of Failure. 2 days ago. 600,000 views. If you want to go watch it, I'm going to put it in my YouTube description right now. And this being 2 hours and with me pausing and talking, because again, I don't want to be accused of like stealing people's shit, even though I'm barely clawing at 350 subs right now on YouTube. Still, I don't want to be labeled as that transformative and everything. I need to do that. Point is, fuck it, let's go.
All right, we got the man of all hate, the one and only DSP.
We're going back.
Is proof that you can make a living as a professional gamer, even if you're awful at gaming. But that's far from the only thing he's awful at. From constantly failing to deliver on promises made to his audience, to outright treating them like trash.
So, I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are fucking lazy and don't want to come out to the streams.
All while...
Dude, that is so fucking wild. He bitch... Like, I make fun of myself when nobody comes to my streams. Like, I don't care. I've been doing this shit forever. Like, forever on my streams. Like, oh, I'm gonna send out a tweet that nobody's gonna see. Like, that's all in jest. Like, I don't really give a shit. If you want to watch me, fine. If you don't, that's fine too. But he gets angry. Like, actually.
Begging them to pay his bills.
With the taxes coming up in April and everything, there's gonna probably be times where I'm gonna have to appeal to you guys again to try to save my butt.
If spitting on a plate you
and
ate
that's
from was
all he
sport,
does.
Phil would be a gold medalist, though he would probably sell
bad.
the medal to
He's an
finance his tax
e-beggar.
problems
He
and
is
feed his mobile
the
addiction.
e-beggar.
This is the 2-decade-spanning story of the self-proclaimed king of hate, Darkside Phil.
You got a drink. Time to get it.
Born on April 6, 1982, Philip Paul Burnell grew up on the outskirts of Bridgeport, Connecticut, quite opposite to his life after becoming an online personality.
82. How old am I? I'm 37. I was born in 86. So he's 4 years old. So he's like 41, somewhere around there.
Very little of his early years have been documented. One of the very few stories that has stood the test of time is that of a young Phil going to a comic book store with his parents and asking them for a rare $25 Wolverine toy for his birthday, claiming that he never asked them for stuff, which, given the behavior pattern we later come to know as Phil's MO, it's very unlikely this is the case. When they take too long to buy it and the store runs out of stock for that particular toy, he berates them, and seeing how amped he still gets when retelling the story, it seems he still resents them for this.
So my birthday came and passed, and guess what? My parents go, "We're very sorry, Philip, but we couldn't find the action figure." I said, "I told you to buy the figure. Why don't you listen to me?"
If we can take his word for it.
All right. I can understand him if he's young getting angry that they wouldn't buy him that, because kids are kids and blah blah blah. But that late in life, still being that angry? I don't know. I don't know about that.
For it. He graduated
I don't
from
know about
Catholic
that.
school, St. Ambrose, in 2000 as the valedictorian of his class before going on to study business at Fairfield University. But before studying business, DSP was already getting busy in the competitive fighting game scene, with a particular interest in Capcom's Street Fighter series. In the 90s, he actually traveled across the United States to attend tournaments. Mind you, this is at a time when gaming was still seen as somewhat of a loser thing to be engaged in.
To be fair, he was like a well-known Street Fighter player. So that is true. He's not anymore. He's terrible now. But he was somewhat of a relevant figure in the Street Fighter community.
So to be dedicated to it as much as he was pretty rare. However, this dedication didn't manifest in exclusively positive ways. Phil often lost his temper and was a generally toxic player, which turned many of the other attendees of the tournaments he participated in against him.
Now, when I go to these tournaments, I say, "Hey, guess what? Such and such, I've known you for 10 years. Get the fuck off this station because I want to play the game." And usually, when you threaten them like that, they get the fuck up because none of them want to fight. None of them want to step outside and get their ass beat.
What's worse is that for many years, despite his dedication to the point of toxicity, he consistently lost every single tournament he was in.
For a while, that was true. I was one of the biggest shit talkers in the Street Fighter community. And I would go to tournaments and I would lose. And that's embarrassing.
As he tells the story, when he finally turned this around and started winning, it was to the general chagrin of everyone involved, which earned him the title of the King of Hate, because everyone hated him. The competitive...
So, I used to run some Smash Brothers, when Smash 4 came out for Wii U, I used to run some tournaments here. I ran some tournaments at a convention called AllCon here. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's like for everybody. And then I would do some stuff on my own, 20 or 30 to 40 people on a good month. We'd do that. Nobody shit talked. They were actually all kind of like related friends of friends, all this and that. And get little golden amiibo shit that I would buy. Really, I did it just to get completely fucking wasted and just have fun. But like, nobody ever took it super seriously. Soul Calibur 2 we did. I don't know if y'all have, if you or anybody plays fighting games, you have that like one game that you were weirdly good at. But like shit talkers and stuff, like in person, people shit talk online all the time, and that's, it's whatever, it's online. But in person, like I'm like super non-confrontational. So that shit would deter me from going back to tournaments.
The fighting game community by 2005 had largely made the transition from the use of arcade cabinets to console ports. EVO 2005, however, proved to be a bump in the middle of that transition. A PlayStation port of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo was particularly divisive in the fighting game community, with various bugs and technical details that would mar its reputation. The port fell so far short of minimum expectations due to the differences in this particular port that, as a result,
by the way,
high-level players would
Chun-Li
end up
player
boycotting the
for
event in
life.
protest to its use. While they went high, however, Phil went low. on his credit score to be more specific. In perhaps the earliest manifestation of his ability to handle his finances in anything resembling a mature way, a 23-year-old Phil was living in a 3-bedroom apartment he knew he was going to move out of within half a year. In the meantime, he had no idea how he was going to pay his bills, let alone find and pay for another place to live in. With his only job prospect being an entry-level position at a Best Buy, Phil applied his business diploma to the best of his abilities. Instead of buckling up and being frugal, hoping to scrape by until his conditions improved, he decided to take cash advances on every single one of his credit cards,
God.
which ended up
That's the worst fucking thing you could ever fucking possibly do. What a fucking moron.
being about $3,000, so that he could travel to and attend EVO. This decision mangled him
Oh my
financially
God,
so
he
bad
did
that
it to
spent
go
the
to
next 5
EVO?
years only managing to pay off the interest. Was it worth it?
No, you don't fucking do that. Oh my God. Taking out payday loans to go to EVO? You're a fucking moron. I've taken some out. That was to pay rent to not get kicked out.
Well, he placed not third, not second, not first, but fourth in the tournament. However, since the top 3 players were all Japanese, Phil rearranged this win to mean he was the best American player, exclusively because it has a nicer ring to it, since there's no real reason to separate players based on their nationality. This gets even sillier when you consider that he's acting like this tournament somehow represented the entire country, which instantly falls on its face when you take into account the fact that many American players didn't participate due to their issues with the port. Other people in the community picked
that's kind of like lying on your resume. Everybody does it. So I don't really think that giving him shit for that is anything wrong. Like, I really don't. Everyone does that shit. Of course, he's going to say he's like the #1 American player or whatever. I probably would do it too, to be completely honest. And I don't think that a port being shitty should disqualify you from like, if you're going to a tournament, being good or bad at the port, because everyone has to deal with the bugs. So it's like, it's not like you're playing against somebody that has no bugs. You're all on the same playing field. And if it is a shitty port that has like different bugs and mechanics and stuff, and you have to play around that, then I don't know if it was sanctioned at EVO. I'm gonna give him a little bit of a pass on this one personally.
picked up on DSP, and they didn't take his comments about this event very kindly.
That's the answer I was looking for. You got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way.
I mean, yeah.
I like to get that on
Not
YouTube.
wrong.
But this guy thought he was hot because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude.
Again, I have to side with Phil on this one. That may be a hot take, but it wasn't the game that they knew, and they couldn't play around the bugs, so they lost, and now they're angry at it because Phil played the game that they played, and he was better at that particular version of the game. I don't know if that's a hot take, but that's what
This
I'm
may
going
seem
with.
like a minor issue, but it's less about the tournament itself and more about how Phil himself behaved afterwards. In later videos, he belittles the other players' issues with the port, saying that they shouldn't have expected arcade-like gameplay from a console, and instead should have practiced more.
Instead of b***ing about it, which is what it seems all the OGs were doing,
He's
let's
not
just play the game and learn
wrong.
the differences so we know for the tournament.
Being a sore loser is bad, but not content with just that, Phil managed to also be a sore winner, because even after he started winning tournaments here and there, he continued to make everyone around him dislike him by behaving like a buffoon for no reason. While there is a video of Phil doing things like loudly and obnoxiously talking over people he was playing with, it seems he was self-conscious enough to keep the more egregious displays of his lack of self-control and respect for others to behind the scenes. In one instance,
Look at that
in
Chad,
2002,
that
he pushed the
fucking
limits
alpha,
so much that while he was leaving the place
alpha
he was playing
male.
at, that, him and his friends were followed by the friend group of someone he recently lost to, who proceeded to compel him to pay a nominal amount of money for being a general nuisance. According to Justin Wong,
Pay me
another
for
avid Street
being-
Fighter player whom DSP had beat before, he had the tendency of being nice to him in person and saying terrible things about him when he wasn't around. However, the most detailed account of why exactly DSP had such a terrible reputation in the community came from another fellow Street Fighter player, Viscant. His Reddit post reads as follows. This would have been either EVO 2005 or EVO 2006. Phil had been talking trash for weeks/months before I finally got sick of it. I'm pretty sure I challenged him to a money match and knew he wasn't going to accept and was going to be like, lol, fight me IRL at EVO, and I accepted. From here, it turns into what sounds like a total farce, except I can assure you that it was 100% serious, which makes us both look like total, complete idiots. So first, Phil was like, okay, well, you have to sign some documents because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible. And I was like, whatever. Then there was an actual serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be, but I don't remember this part either. Then there was an honest-to-God negotiation over weight and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again, I'm not making any of this up. As dumb as this sounds, this absolutely happened. Finally, it was agreed that he wouldn't have to go on a diet to fight me, and it was settled that we were going to fight. It was going to have MMA rules. It would have a
I will never fight anyone because anyone could beat the absolute fucking shit out of me. And I think it's so stupid. It's the dumbest shit ever, man. Why you gotta fight somebody? Holy fuck. I'm more powerful than you with my muscles. Therefore, I'm better than you. I mean, I guess, like... I mean... You go back to like, oh, violence doesn't solve problems. Well, does it? Like, if you want somebody to stop doing something and you apply violence, that kind of gets them to stop doing it. It's not right. It's not good, but I'm just saying.
referee and we'd sign waivers. I was dumb in the mid-2000s. Anyway, so we agreed
Don't
upon
condone
this
that,
early in the year, and from here on is where the story gets
realistically
weird. So
speaking,
apparently Phil was under the impression that this wasn't going to happen and that this was just internet shit talk, but a few people from the West Coast went out to one of the East Coast tournaments and told him that I was taking this seriously and was going to fight him, and had probably been in more gym fights in the past 2 months than he'd been in his life. So one day, Phil instant messages me on AIM and tries to back out. He was like, hey, so how about this?
AIM. Weird to call it AIM. It's AIM. It's weird. It's weird. I don't like it.
How about we pretend like we're going to fight, and then when a whole crowd is around us, we both do DX cross chops to the crowd. It'll be such a goof. This
What
really
is
happened.
DX
I'm just like,
cross
are you fucking
chops?
kidding me? I honestly couldn't believe he was pulling this, and I was still mad about the whole thing, and actually wanted to fight him. I told him I wasn't going to do any of that trolling, but if you want to drop it, then fine, I'll drop it. We can both be adults about this. And that's pretty much what happened. I'm not going to jump him from behind in the parking lot or get in his face and threaten him. From that point on, there never really was any problem between him and I. In fact, the next year when Evo West was in San Diego, I let him stay at my place that year. And when Mike Watson and Jaha were about to kill him in a parking garage, I stepped between them and defused that situation. He later would go on to have more serious problems with Watson and Jaha, but I made sure it wasn't going to happen when he was staying with me. I generally don't know who those people are. Even though I remember being really pissed off at the time, by the time the parking garage thing happened a year later, I was over it.
This is a perfect example of like male behavior. Of like, oh, I hate you, whatever. Like, nothing really like holds. Like, oh, let's fight it out or what? Yeah, I don't know.
Parking garage situation
Just
that
interesting.
is referring to is the aforementioned shakedown. But enemies weren't the only thing Phil made in his time as a competitive Street Fighter player. He also made some friends, however unlikely that may seem, and they went on to collaborate with him in the future. One such acquaintance was Mr. John Rambo, who sought Phil out after his victory at EVO because he wanted to get better at Super Street Fighter Turbo. He'll come up again later, so keep that guy in your mind. Despite his infamy in localized gaming communities IRL, Phil found a way to circumvent this by tapping into the realm of online gaming. Even if word got around about his excesses at the competitions, it wouldn't be enough to prevent him from making a name for himself based exclusively on what he chose to put up online. He created a YouTube channel in 2007 where he uploaded random vlogs related to his interest in competitive gaming. But
I look at YouTube back in the day. I don't even remember this. I really fucking don't. But I know I was on it because I was in college. And I remember going to YouTube many times in college. Many, like, all the time in college. It's wild.
In 08, he slowly transitioned the channel into a rudimentary proto-Let's Play channel. Though instead of having the screen captured directly while he played it, he recorded it with a separate device, meaning he pointed the camera at the TV, basically. At the time, Phil lived with his parents and saw content creation as a pastime rather than a job. Not that content creation was much of a job option in the Jurassic period, which was YouTube prior to the 2010s, but even still, he was somewhat realistic about his expectations. Still, that didn't stop Phil from taking inspiration from one of the early internet's most adored legends, angry video game nerd.
Now, as I was a Street Fighter player, I used to travel with a group of friends, and it was actually in a hotel room at a Street Fighter tournament where we were just hanging out and having fun.
Dude, look. 15 years of DSP. He just looks so fucking angry. He does, man. Oh shit. I am severely depressed in every single day of my life, but god damn it, I don't like to be that. I want people to be, oh look, having Larry, he's having fun, I guess. But man, it just looks like, dude, it looks like he's never had a fucking fun day in his life. So fucking matter of fact and like whatever with it. Holy shit, dude. How far do you think a stick is actually up his rectal, like up his colon? Seriously, man.
I'm taking inspiration from one of the early internet's most adored legends, angry video game nerd.
Now,
sure, everyone loves AVG.
Player, I used to travel with a group of friends, and it was actually in a hotel room at a Street Fighter tournament where we were just hanging out and having fun. And one of my friends said, "Did you ever see this guy called the Angry Video Game Nerd?" I was like, "No, I don't know who that is." You know, and they showed me a video of this guy who looked like very much dressed up like a nerd, right? He had a button-down white kind of shirt, thick glasses, right? Even talk kind of.
Dude, don't make fun of people with thick glasses.
Ranting at a video game, making funny lines, talking over the top, swearing like a sailor. Hilarious. No production values, no budget to it, just him and a camera.
No. By that time, AVGN had a little bit of production value. More than you or me.
Making fun of a video game.
Though I get what he's saying, there is a kind of purity and earnestness to early YouTube Kino, and I use that word loosely because I'm pretty sure AVGN was on another site before he was on YouTube, but I digress. I think Phil took the no production value part a little too seriously. He took pride in posting playthroughs in bulk, with several hours of video dedicated to each game with absolutely no editing involved. On this decrepit, old, and abandoned channel, there are over 7,000 videos, because back then, you couldn't upload very long videos, compelling Phil to split them up into dozens, if not hundreds of individual 10-minute clips.
Oh my god. A minute and a half, 30 seconds, 18 seconds, 2 minutes, 55, Midwest moment, 39, skee ball? Like, what the fuck, man? You got 6.2 thousand views on that 15 years ago. Oh my god. Midwest moment 2, cell phone woes, 39 seconds. Street Fighter 4 test video, 14 seconds. Cabinet 6. Oh my god, my videos get... Oh, there's an echo with me? Oh shit. Is it still there? Oh, it's not.
Again, I should remind you, we're not talking about Bandicam or unregistered Hypercam here. We're talking about actual camera footage with built-in microphone audio capturing all of it, completely raw, untreated, unedited whatsoever. Unsurprisingly, the channel didn't exactly blow up overnight. Somewhat surprisingly, Phil is proud that he spent 3 years of his life doing this for no money and actively derided other content creators who only started doing gaming videos after they began being monetized on the platform. Mind you, this man is 28 years old and living with his parents, and somehow he thinks it's a merit that he makes no money out of playing video games alone with no one watching. On top of that, he brags about the passion and effort he put into
or which is to be here. Let me see. Let me go on Twitch real quick.
To the videos and his larger upload volume compared to these other much more successful creators, when in reality he just has the compared to these other much more successful creators, when in reality he just posts videos per other much more successful creators, when in reality
I think it should be fine now, hopefully. I just listened to it. It may have been my desktop audio was up.
precisely because of how awfully low effort they are. It's a perfect example of quantity over quality. Once again, it's not what DSP is doing that's the issue, it's that he brags about it in a really grating way while putting others down. Oddly enough, Phil's first conflict with someone else to be documented online wasn't a result of him disrespecting other
Oh, my filtered microphone was down.
YouTubers
yeah,
who were trying to make money off of their content.
You should be good now.
Instead, it was during a recording of his playthrough of Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions when he was making too much of a racket, and his neighbor decided to interject. Being the good Samaritan he is, Phil took his neighbor's advice. As it turns out, however, his neighbor wasn't the only person getting annoyed at Phil. The running joke surrounding DSP's online presence actually had a running start, as they were already going on before he had enough detractors, and people in general, seeing his content in order to pick up on it. Though if you are to go back and look at these older uploads, you can catch them in the wild. For example, Phil claimed he suffered from a chronic nasal drip, and because of this, he also chronically snorted loudly into the microphone. Later on, in part due to his tendency to ask for money, this take of Phil's got him compared to pigs many times. Another focal point for his haters was his loudness, which his neighbor can corroborate, but specifically his laugh, lovingly dubbed the seal laugh due to its ASMR tier exquisite sound design. But let's be fair here, regardless of how entertaining
I think I know what he's about to say. He can't help it, right? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. If I ever saw myself on the street and I talked to myself, it'd punch me in the face. I hate my voice. I think everyone maybe hates their voice. My laugh, I don't know. But everyone kind of shits on Phil because of his laugh, but he can't. Like, it just is a thing that he does. Nobody, like, picks their laugh, you know? Like, oh, I'm gonna get laugh A, like on a video game or something.
Or irritating these may be, they're most likely done unconsciously by Phil. This is just how
There,
he is. He had no choice. However, what he has chosen is to be the
if you can hear me now, please
of a
tell me.
character from South Park, as he made a series of videos dedicated exclusively to cataloging his funniest racist remarks while
okay, cool. Oh, that's a thing. Oh man, that's probably not good. And he took time. He took time to go through his streams and clip out his own racist remarks and put them in a top 10 list. At least he's doing a little bit of work on editing, I guess. Jesus
gaming. Many people's
Christ.
careers get decimated when they have one racist remark revealed to their audience, but
Yep.
Phil is such an absolute based unit that he himself compiles and posts his own expose material. Around the same time he started putting more effort into uploading to his YouTube channel, he was also hired into a job as a customer service photo operator for a company called Aftermarket Support for Helicopters, though sometimes he refers to it as HSI, which means Helicopter Support Incorporated. According to Phil's retelling, he constantly worked
By the way, weirdly enough, being a scientist, like, you come along, like, you come up with all these acronyms and shit. I fucking hate acronyms. And you know why I hate acronyms? Like, oh yeah, I work for HSI. Like, for instance, I'll talk about, I won't talk about anything. Well, I used to, but whatever. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. But somebody's like, oh yeah, I work, like, let's take the HSI thing. Oh yeah, I work for HSI. You know why people say that? I'll fucking tell you exactly why people say that, especially in science. they like those people like to seem smarter than other people. Because what happens when you're like, oh, I worked on this or that, or the HSI. So people are not going to know what the fuck you're talking about because they're not in your life. So that means that whenever you're talking about the shit that you do, they are going to have to ask, oh, what's HSI? And what happens is, you know that they have to ask that because whenever you're using these acronyms that nobody fucking knows about, you feel smarter than them. And then to get that other little dopamine boost, like you keep using it and they're like, I don't know what that is. What's HSI? So them asking you the question that they know about, because for instance, in this case, Phil knows what this HSI is. He feels superior to the people asking him that question, so he can give them an answer. And you get just this little tiny dopamine boost. And I fucking hate that. I'm sorry. That's a really, really fucking big pet peeve of mine. Because if you wanted to use those acronyms, you'd be like, oh, HSI, this means helicopter, blah, blah, blah. And then you would keep using it. But people don't do that. They just throw it out there to make people ask the question of what is the thing that you're talking about, and you get to feel superior over those other people.
Extra
Sorry,
was paid
that's
less
a
than other
big
people who
thing
did
for
the same
me.
job as him,
I fucking
despite
hate
the
it.
company's actual vice president telling them he was better than his customer service position and that he was to undergo extensive training for a promotion into what sounds like a general managerial role. He supposedly did all of this training while remaining a customer service employee, which he described as equivalent to working 2 jobs simultaneously. After 2 years of this, he was temporarily taken out of his customer service position and placed into that managerial position. And if his word is to be trusted, he revamped the entire company and started saving them a lot of money. And his work was so excellent that they gave him an award. The only problem was his work was so excellent, in fact, they no longer had any use for him. And within 2 months of giving him this award, they laid him off. Does this sound fishy to you at all? Because it sounds like the Pacific Ocean to me, and to many other people as well. Well, though we only have Phil's side of the story, it's not that difficult to glean a very different one from simply looking into it. For starters, his last job was at Best Buy, and the story with it is also very interesting. Phil claims that he was the leader of a business team and was paid better than everyone else, and that the leadership at Best Buy hated him because he made too much money. Again, this story is basically that he was so good at his job, there was no reason for the business team, which he was the leader of, to exist, and because they couldn't just fire him, they framed him for violating Best Buy's discount policy. That, or he did indeed get fired for violating Best Buy's discount policy, but I'll let you decide which is more likely. If only they reduced his pay instead of framing him, they would have found out that Phil is willing to be underpaid.
I think that's a little disingenuous to put that question forth with Phil because of all the negative stuff that he said about Phil beforehand. And then he poses this question. He's like, I'll leave it for you to figure out, but this is all the bad shit that I've been talking about, Phil. I do think that's a little bit disingenuous. And it may be right. He may be right. He may be wrong, but I don't know. And I don't know. That's my take on that.
Paid and work multiple jobs at the same time. Anyway, this is just a segue to the question, how did he get a job at a helicopter support company? The answer is deceptively simple. His dad, as a former logistics coordinator for HSI, put it, there was a significant culture of being rewarded in accordance to who you know rather than what your work affects. Presumably, Phil heard these kinds of complaints from his more blue-collar workers and decided to pretend he was one of them, but the truth was precisely the opposite. His father, David, worked at the company as a customer support manager from 2005 to 2007, later being promoted to logistics manager and finally continuous improvement leader, which is noteworthy since this is the exact phrase Phil uses when describing his job and training at the company.
By the way, just from knowing about how hard it is to get a job and everything like that, I have, you know, I'm fairly well rounded out the educational thing. What I wish I had learned is that it actually is who you know. And I really wish people would have taught you that. And the people are like, oh no, the job world is, you know, fair and everything. No, it's not fair. It is actually who you know. Your grades don't matter, and very often your degree does not matter. It matters a little bit, but not as much as who you know and your social marketing and everything. Nobody tells you that at all, ever. And I really wish I would have learned that sooner, but no, here we are.
It instantly becomes clear that David, having achieved a reputable position in the company, had his son hired as the position he used to occupy. The highest likelihood is that Phil simply transplanted his dad's achievements onto himself. Unlike Phil, his dad is an extremely experienced and highly skilled person, a former Marine with GPAs north of 3.7, along with a bachelor's, 2 masters, and 1 PhD, all related to quality management. His
Well, it's still fairly impressive. More than I could do. I couldn't be a Marine.
managing HSI was just an extension of his already decades-long business relationship with its parent company, Sikorsky Aircraft. Having begun as a mere shop technician and being promoted all the way up to an elite position before becoming his own boss and opening a company of his own. The job he passed down to his son wasn't an entry position, it was something he worked up to for 3 decades. So it's no wonder Phil couldn't fill his shoes even a little bit. All of this becomes particularly egregious when later on in his career, Phil punctuates this story with his complaints and grievances about how corporate America is mean and exploitative to poor little blue-collar workers like him, when he was literally a nepotism hire. The whole being thoroughly trained for an elite position story also disintegrates once Phil makes the mistake of showing the award he got during a stream. As it turns out, the award for his amazing work was in fact simply a certificate that he had completed something called ACE certification program, which by doing cursory research into the company is something that tens of thousands of people go through at HSI and not a special program he was assigned to by the vice president himself. In any case, his delusion about his job at HSI is so great that he actually believes that him being laid off caused the company to go out of business.
At that helicopter company I worked for, within a few years...
Dude, I'd work for a helicopter company. Helicopter shit is
Another
fucking
very
badass.
conveniently underexplained wrinkle in this story is the detail about him buying a condo so that he could live closer to the job. And I paraphrase, be the guy that shows up during a snowstorm when everyone else doesn't. The problem with his Hustlers University tier motivational grind begins with the fact that he bought a condo while being supposedly severely underpaid. However, the real crux of the condo story comes when you find out that, based on the intentional self-docs Phil gave out in a video tour of his condo and the public records of his dad's address, which are not going to be specified for privacy reasons, it was less than a 10-minute drive from his parents' house. He already lived near his job. All his move did was shave off a mere 5 minutes from the total commute, meaning he bought a $130,000 condo because he wanted to buy one. More avid followers of DSP have added to the in-depth analysis of his condo.
I have issue with that. My issue is he says, oh, he bought $130,000 condo because he wanted to buy one. Like he didn't need to, but he wanted to. But he kind of shat on him earlier for living with his parents. So I'm not one to defend Phil here. I'm just saying. But like, does that not, like, that's a little bit weird. That's a little bit double talk. Like, I think it's, again, the word of the day, I guess, disingenuous to say that he bought a condo having a job because he wanted to, but he didn't need to because he was living with his parents. Well, but then you're like, you know, Phil lived with his parents until blah, blah, blah. I don't know. That doesn't sit right with me.
Condo shenanigans, saying that part of Phil's motivations for buying property so close to his parents was so he could just go back to their house to get meals and his clothes washed, due to him being too much of a man-child to do those things himself.
I mean, yeah, why would you not do that, though? Why would you not? Like, if you have that facility open to you and you don't want to buy a washer or dryer, go to a laundromat. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
And to be honest, I actually agree with that lifestyle choice because I am a man baby and I refuse to do anything. Last but not least,
oh shit!
He at one point admitted to buying the condo with the girl he worked with.
Good for Turkey Tom. We're all man children here. Fantastic.
In hopes of getting with her, only to be notified she had a boyfriend after the deal was closed. However, a lot of the original Dark Side Phil uploads have been privated or
a little bit of bump
so these
for Turkey
had
Tom.
Yet to be verified. But regardless of the whys and hows, despite his father's best efforts, Phil once again found himself unemployed. And it was during this period that he decided to pursue content creation full time, and his hobby turned into his profession. There was only
well, my profession is I'm pursuing content creation. I'm here to shoot the shit with people. I really
One
don't care
pesky little issue with this plan. Phil had his AdSense account preemptively disabled for directly begging for his audience to click on the ads that appeared on his videos, something that went against the terms and conditions of the standard AdSense contract.
Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos there, because hopefully, fingers crossed.
Phil would later try and distract people from this fact by saying that the real reason his AdSense was suspended was due to a video of his being so successful, YouTube thought he was cheating.
I made this video of me in the shower topless, scrubbing my body, basically slurring my words because I had drank so much, alright?
Oh my god, am I Phil?
It went viral. Within a day, the thing had something like 30,000 views, if not more. And honestly, because I was making so much, there were ads on it, and people were going crazy for the ads. I made like $1,000 in a day on that video, which is out of control, right? But that video got so much attention. Guess what? That was the video that triggered YouTube 7+ years ago to think that I was cheating with the AdSense program, and they contacted me and said, "We're kicking you out of the AdSense program on this channel because
I don't know if I believe that.
You're sitting there clicking on the video to get ad revenue because you made so much in one day." And I was like, I didn't. It was the viewers. The viewers went nuts for this crazy video and probably went over and went, "Oh, I want to support Phil, the underdog. He just lost his job. Let's all click on the ads or whatever," which you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to do that on YouTube. No, you're not supposed to ever try to have someone click on ads or anything. It's supposed to be of their own free will. So YouTube falsely accused me of doing this myself.
That sounds very real. In the very
Wait a minute. I don't know, old YouTube. You're not supposed to tell people to click on ads. They're supposed to do it on their own. That's some pretty fucking shady shit. Because aren't like the point of like advertising like businesses and firms and shit to get people to click and or buy whatever, billboards, TV commercials, YouTube, whatever kind of ads? Isn't the whole thing is to like make them want your stuff? So is it like YouTube's like, oh, you can't just tell them that? They have to like hire an ad firm and subvert and be covert to make them subconsciously want the particular product. We can't just go out and tell them to buy it. That's a little fucking weird. Am I not right about that? So it's against a lot of or at least YouTube's terms of service way back when. I actually don't know exactly when this is. They're like, oh, you can't just tell them to do that, but the ads themselves are like, what? Trying to like unconsciously, subconsciously make them do it. That's some fucking weird shit. That's some weird shit. That's
very same breath, he lets it slip that he asked for people to click on the ads, confirming that this was the violation in question before proceeding to haphazardly justify it. This wasn't the only blow Phil suffered, as a series of playthroughs he was in the process of completing were being uploaded to his channel for the game Splinter Cell Conviction. He got copyright striked.
Whatever happened to Splinter Cell?
Phil channel screeched to a halt. In response to this, he created DSP Gaming, his longest running and currently still active main channel, even after the original channel was reactivated when YouTube decided the copyright claims were indeed false. Since his AdSense account was still not working, the prospect of being a professional gaming content creator on YouTube was still squarely outside of Phil's purview. So he went to another website, which at the time was one of
blip.tv. Is that even still around? Did that changed? I don't know if that changed.
YouTube's main competitors, blip.tv. Blip was considered laxer on copyright issues, hence why creators.
Oh, what does that sound like? Oh, kick.tv, where I can go and stream the entirety of like a Castlevania thing. Even like Twitch. I stream like I've gotten incredibly drunk and streamed Twitch Marvel movies on there. Nobody gives a fuck because I'm so like tiny. I'm insignificant on Twitch. It's actually pretty funny. Would not recommend it. Do not do what I do.
Like nostalgia critics Doug Walker also re-uploaded their content there.
Oh, yeah, Doug did that. Yeah,
very short. That's right. The more relaxed terms of service made him a little too comfortable. How comfortable? Yeah. Well, he decided to roleplay as the last remaining Nazi during a playthrough of the game Dead Space 2, saying that every enemy.
I'm about to get banned on YouTube. right now. I'm about to get banned on
he
YouTube
killed
right
in
now.
game was Jewish.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want. You've let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this. Their greed has had the artifact.
God. Jesus fucking Christ. What? Mass Effect 3 came out in 2011?
Turn everyone into necromorphs.
No.
Despite being the second biggest creator on it at the time, this probably lost him his partnership with Blip, leaving him bereft and upset that he wasn't given a chance to redeem himself on the platform.
Yeah,
Just in
maybe.
the nick of time, however, came Machinima, who offered him a chance to bypass his AdSense troubles by having the money come into their account. For the sake of full disclosure, an often forgotten about fact is that this wasn't the first opportunity he had to partner with Machinima. The first time a contract was being negotiated was back in 2010, but Phil ruined it by first demanding his videos be featured once a week on Machinima's channel, and when his demands were rejected, he made a video trashing the company for unrelated, and according to Hutch, made up reasons. But a year later, Machinima overlooked it and foolishly decided to take him on anyway.
So if Machinima overlooked that when he was shitting on them, like, is that really their, like, is that Phil's fault or is that Machinima's fault? Because whatever, okay, if Phil is shitting on them and then they take Phil up and then Phil does some fucking heinous shit, like, whose fault is that really? You know, like, what's the age-old saying? Or I don't know if it's age-old, but I know it happened in fucking Star Wars Phantom Menace. Like, who is the fool? The fool himself or the one that follows the fool? Something like that.
Reasons. But a year later, Machinima overlooked it and foolishly decided to take him on anyway. On top of that, they would also protect him from any potential copyright issues he may face. Just like that, DSP was back to brute forcing his YouTube success by uploading a massive volume of videos until one of them happened to get a lot of views, much like he used to do on the original DSP account. Alongside the gameplay videos, he had other segments such as Ask the King Q&A, the Weekend Preview, which I suppose covered DSP-related news, and the most notorious DSP Tries It, where Phil would, as the name suggests, try new things of all varieties. Eventually, it was canceled, however, due to the negative effects it was having on his health, due to how often the trying involved eating extremely unhealthy fast food. Despite the very
Oh, I do that shit all the time. I don't give a fuck. You wanna see an Evan Glare tries it?
very rocky road he took to get to this point, Phil finally approached something resembling stability, and even a fan base who tolerated his attempts at humor and the incessant burping and snorting straight into the microphone. Okay, that's a little facetious. The Dead Space thing was honestly pretty funny. If you were to scroll through the comments on his condo tours from 2011, people were genuinely happy for Phil. Many even living vicariously through him, wishing they had an entire condo to be their man cave full of gaming memorabilia.
We need to read some of these. I'll turn on some background music. Jesus Christ. Phil is a Futurama fan? He has a new season of Futurama on his bottom shelf there. I'm the biggest Futurama fan in the world. I have a tattoo sleeve of the characters. That's how obsessed I am. Hey, I like Futurama too, man. Love that shit. I hope this YouTube thing works out for Phil. He can make a decent living from it. If you think about it, he has tons of money in collectibles. If he's ever short on cash, even if it may cost him a statue or two, he'll be able to live off of them for a month or two. Oh god. What a different time we lived in. What an absolute different time.
For every person annoyed by Phil, there were many more that enjoyed watching him. There was a moment in time in which it could be said the general audience wanted to like him, and there was a reason to be optimistic for the future of Darkside Phil. But nobody could predict how fast this reputation would sour.
Hate worthless humans? If you worked on this part of the game, you're a worthless human.
I'm a person who generally likes shit. I've said it once, I'll say it again. Yesterday, Sunday, I guess 2 days, whatever, fuck it. Yesterday, I went to see the Marvels. Everyone is shitting on the Marvel. I thought it was fine. I thought it was fine. I thought it was a comic book movie. I ain't looking for Ibsen. I'm not looking for, like, fucking Shakespeare or whatever, man. I go to the movies, I see superheroes blasting shit. You know, Miss Marvel is great. I guess the conservatives don't like Brie Larson for some reason. I don't really know. Monica Rambeau is cool. I like the movie. Was it the best movie I've ever seen? No. Did it entertain me for an hour and a half? Yes. But holy fuck, this would be like the apocalypse of Marvel if the internet would have you believe it. Maybe it is. I don't know. I had fun with it. Like, I don't know what people are expecting. Like, but people just shit on everything. And I guess, you know, Darkseid, I know he shits on a lot. He shit on Tears of the Kingdom earlier this, and I should probably clip that and put it on my channel for like actual views or whatever. But Tears, I think it's gonna win Game of the Year. I don't know how any other game would win Game of the Year, but there are people who just want to shit on every fucking thing that ever comes out ever. I don't understand why, but whatever. Joining
In the early
dark
2010s,
side.
Google reformed its AdSense system, and now it rewarded viewer retention instead of sheer numbers of views. Essentially, the longer someone watches your video, the better. Just getting a click is not enough to make as much money as someone who gets people to stick around on their video for an hour. This was an issue for Phil since he had a penchant for splitting his videos up into dozens of little tidbits, rarely cracking 10 minutes, often being as short as 2. He also refused to improve the technical aspects of his content despite how much money he had already made out of it and how many of his actual legitimate fans were begging him. By 2011, PewDiePie was already soaring to insane heights of popularity with relatively good quality, a decent mic, and even a face cam, setting a new standard for gaming content. While Phil was still languishing with his busted camera filming his screen with little to no.
There was a point when Phil was doing better than PewDiePie, and I'm not talking about like, oh, PewDiePie had 0 subs or whatever, and Phil had however many. Like, in like a general realm of sameness, if that makes any sense. Probably not. Phil was beating PewDiePie at a point whenever both of them were fairly like relevant, I guess. But well, PewDiePie looks better than him. Don't get me wrong. Phil could have been PewDiePie, but you know, different roads, the path less traveled, and all of that Robert Frost shit. It didn't turn out that way for Phil. I guess we can
No
say.
editing to speak of. The problem became more and more inflamed as time went on, and Phil's viewers let him know that if he wasn't interested in evolving his format, they would move on to newer and better channels than his, to which he either responded with derision,
100%.
a ban from his channel comments, or both. In short, DSP made it clear he didn't want to treat YouTube like it was, his job and his only source of income.
You know, 2 years ago, it was about me, waking up, putting my camera down whenever the hell I felt like it, recording for a few hours and uploading the footage to YouTube. Now, it's about having a schedule. Every day, getting up, whether I feel good or not, plopping down on the couch, setting up, live streaming on a schedule so you guys can watch live, then trying to figure out how to schedule out uploads. It actually, I'd say this, it's actually more work at this point doing what I'm doing because it is more like having a regular job.
Well, that's how he's making his living at this point, is it not? Fuck, I do that anyway. I go on between either between 10 to 11, sometimes 9, sometimes 8, sometimes 12. But regardless, in that time frame, I treat this as a job.
You know, every day I'm trying to do 2 shows.
Nobody's here, but I treat it as a job.
Towards this effort. So, you know, sitting down, streaming for several hours, uploading videos, streaming a second stream, babysitting the videos.
I don't bitch. Jesus fucking Christ, I hope I don't bitch like this about, like, I'll make funny, like, poke fun at myself, but goddamn, man. Again, if I'm like you or whatever, fine. Like, please come here. If you don't want to watch me, I get it. Nobody has to like everything. God, I don't know. I don't. The last thing I would want to do is like make people feel shitty for like for my situation. That's so awful. I'm just a dude on the internet. I think he has some sort of like self-inflated ego. It must be maybe residual from like being amazing at Street Fighter. Well, amazing at Street Fighter.
Setting them up for uploads, putting them into playlists, tweeting, keeping
That's
you guys
what
in the know.
happens.
It's a lot of work versus what I used to do.
Very rarely do you get this clear of an admission of laziness. He often bragged about how much money he made off of his channel, but clearly it wasn't enough for him to hire an editor, get a capture card, or basically anything that would improve the experience for the viewer. The viewer being the reason he gets any money in the first place. And if that weren't enough, even in hindsight he sees nothing wrong with his attitude, and actually blamed the negative responses he was getting on people being envious of how much money he was making. Due to his plummeting popularity, and concomitantly, his depleting AdSense revenue, Machinima sought to reevaluate his contract, renegotiating various areas of their partnership. Particularly, the amount Phil was paid for pumping out his content slop was under heavy scrutiny, since Machinima was receiving a lot less from advertisers. It seems that this renegotiation talk finally lit an ember under Phil's ass and got him to at least try and do different things than his usual stick. One of these things was a series called Project 7, which was purportedly made based on suggestions from Machinima and his fanbase. I know this era of YouTube, and particularly content adjacent to AVGN and Nostalgia Critic, which this definitely was, is typically cringy and corny, and that's part of the appeal, but I think this was cutting it a little bit close.
That's right, and you'll never escape my clutches.
Come on. Who wants to do a YouTube series with me?
That's just me being a hater, though, because alongside with his panel at MagFest 2012, Project 7 was one of the very few instances of genuine positivity surrounding Phil's come-up. And for a very brief period, it was almost as if he wasn't completely phoning it in for the money. However...
Dude, that's so fucking badass. I like to hear that. You know, I want more of that. So, like, a big thing for me is whenever somebody doesn't do something right, everyone shits on them, right? Like, they just do. And that's fine. You do whatever you have to. But, like, if somebody doesn't do something right, I want to tell them why they haven't done it right, and I want to make them, I want them to keep going. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. But, like, if you... a big thing for me is like music, you know. Oh, I'm terrible at music. I don't know how to play music. Like, get a keyboard, get a guitar, whatever. Dude, just fucking play. Who cares? Everyone's shitty at music in some way, shape, or form. Even the greats are shitty at something. Like, you really think Ozzy can fingerpick? Probably not. He's great. He's great at what he does. But, like, don't shit on people. Like, encourage people for... Like, just encourage people. You don't know what a person can produce. You know, and... Like, I like this. You know, this is a good time for Phil. He's coming up or whatever. He's, you know, it's a positive thing. You know, and if he bears himself, it's fine. It's whatever, but... Man, you just go on the internet and everyone's so shitty to each other. It's gotten to me. I'm not gonna say it hasn't, but holy fuck, dude. Like, I want people to be better, do better. Like, okay, you're shitty at doing this thing. Fine, keep going at it, learn from it, evolve, whatever, man.
Despite Project 7 looking good on Phil's resume, and giving his channel the appearance that he was indeed putting in an effort, the stories surrounding it behind the scenes were dismal. In an hour-and-a-half-long video that eventually came out in 2015, only to be taken down by Phil due to it being a PR nightmare for him, his friends John Rambo and Howard, with whom he did Project 7, told the truth about how it was made. Mind you, this wasn't initiated by John and Howard, but by Phil himself, who, when asked about the rumors of the two no longer being friends with him, said that real men discussed their problems and suggested that the only feasible explanation for their falling out is that they were jealous of him, as Phil tends to do. All of the videos of Project 7, which heavily relied on editing and storyboarding, were produced by two childhood friends of Howard's, Andre and Paul, who ran the YouTube channel Respect the Pact. As a matter of fact, they were the ones who had the idea for Project 7 and only brought Phil in, presumably because he was looking for ways to branch out with his content. Initially, Phil being the face of it meant that their work would get more eyes on it than usual, which is a good thing. However, they quickly realized Phil wasn't exactly someone who exhibited good faith. For starters, the editing and special effects, which again were the brunt of the series, was taking up a lot of Andre and Paul's time, especially since Andre was about to become a father. This prompted John to tell Phil to pay them for their efforts, to which Phil replied he had already offered to do so, and they'd turned it down. This turned out to be a bold-faced lie, which was instantly revealed once John mentioned it to them. Apparently, Phil had every intention of keeping every proceed from Project 7 to himself, and wanted to share it with absolutely no one. And before you think this is because of machinima renegotiations or what have you, during the production and publishing of the show, Howard noticed that Phil bought a plethora of expensive man-baby gamer toys, which he's known for decking his house out with. And if that isn't enough to invoke a sense of injustice, a BMW. Notwithstanding, everyone involved in the series contributed out of their own pocket to produce and sell merchandise for it, but only Phil ever saw any of the resulting revenue. The pettiness on Phil's part was so extensive that he didn't even tolerate positive comments about the other participants in Project 7.
Dude, that is so fucked up. Like, if that's true, and I take all of this with like a grain of salt or whatever. But like, if somebody's, if I don't like that, I'm sorry. That's something I really don't like. You know, if maybe you're having a tiff with somebody and you see somebody else commenting something good on a person that you may have a disagreement with and you shit on them for it? No.
Upon seeing
Not
John
about
Rambo's
that.
contributions to the show be considered funnier and better performed than his, Phil rushed to claim that everything, including their lines, was his idea, when they were not. They confronted him about it, and he apologized, but according to John in particular, Phil's apologies meant very little. Over the course of their friendship, Phil tended to either make a slight or tell a lie about John, apologize when confronted, only to do it again a while after. Ultimately, this is why their friendship broke down. They simply lost all faith that Phil could listen and care about what actions of his made his pretty much only friends uncomfortable or upset, and gave up on interacting with him altogether. Eventually, in 2022, Phil claimed that the reason no payment was made to them for their work on the project was due to the fact that, indeed, the project was losing money. Even if this was the case, and who knows, there's a fair chance it was, he could have just communicated that to them. The fact that he didn't talk about the project failing until 10 years later is at least a little bit suspicious, I guess. Just a little. While the seeds were being sown for the disintegration of Phil's relationship with his friends, he was beginning a new relationship with someone else. Leanna, also known as Panda Lee Games or just Panda Lee. Immediately, people took issue with the fact that Phil was 30 years old while Leanna was born in 1993, meaning in 2012 she would have been 19 turning.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Man, you either agree with the law or you don't. It does. That shit fucking bothers me. And it's not because, like, I have a young girlfriend or whatever. My girl, pretty much I believe every single fucking girlfriend, maybe sans one of them, has been older than me. But if everyone agrees, like, 18 is the age of adulthood, and then you shit on somebody after they're an adult for who they go with, like, go on protests, go on marches, and get the law changed, or shut the fuck up, basically. I am not about that. Like, there's so much more things to worry about than fucking an adult dating an adult. If you don't like 18, get it changed to 21. Get it changed to 25. But shut the fuck up about it until then.
20. Since Phil's life was indistinguishable from his content at this point, since he would spend most of his waking hours doing something or other to contribute to the pumping out of more content, Leanna coming into his life meant that she was bound to show up on the videos as well. However, some viewers took issues with this, as her presence was sometimes considered disruptive to the regular flow of content. Personally, I don't get this very much because, as far as I can tell, she was basically the female version of Phil and close to being as obnoxious and insensitive as he was.
If you want to bitch about her, if you want to bitch about her in any other way, fair enough. But, like, don't bitch about the fucking age gap. I'm sorry. That shit just fucking like rubs me the wrong way, man.
They know everything, but I know more.
Viewers attempted to negotiate with Phil regarding her presence in the videos, but Phil, like he always does, took this constructive criticism as abject hatred and responded exactly how you'd expect him to. When a commenter said, "Don't mind her doing playthrough with you, but these type of vlogs should just be you," he replied with a very gracious, "You're a fucking idiot." The Leanna situation went
Right, you're a you're a fucking idiot. Of course. I call all my commenters that. I mean, they are. Everyone that comments on my video, that watches my video in any amount of time is a fucking idiot, but I appreciate them for that. That's because I'm a fucking idiot that put it up there. Like, there are better things to do with your life, but I totally appreciate it. I really do.
Went on for a while, despite the consistent grumbling of some members of the audience. Until one day, it scabbed over during a stream in which Phil was playing Kingdom Hearts. Panda Lee began provoking the chat by making a series of remarks about the game's quality. Kingdom Hearts is boring. All fanboys, please cry into jars so I can moisturize in your sadness and rage.
Yeah, so, she's terrible. I know about her. What? Why? Please tell me, like, actually, like, legitimately curious, why do people want to make other people feel shitty? I am so out of my element with this. Like, well, like, why do you want to shit on people like that? Mostly unprovoked, I would say. I don't necessarily understand it, but I think it has something to do with this, like, Schadenfreude, which I 100% believe humanity is based on. That the only way that people can feel good about themselves is making or basking in other people's failure, which is what Schadenfreude is, deriving a sense of positiveness to seeing somebody's downfall. And that's awful. Like, if I were like, oh yeah, I don't like it when people do X, and then like everyone does that. Like, oh, I don't like it when people say I like sandwiches, and then, you know, everyone below you will say I like sandwiches, just because they know that the person says that they don't like it when somebody says I like sandwiches. Everyone does it. That's the human race for you. Is that not true? Please tell me if that's not true. Because I have about 100 billion fucking like evidences that is fucking true. And I don't understand why other people want to make people feel like shit.
Due to this somewhat inflammatory comment towards the beloved franchise, people fell to her goading and began arguing with her in chat. This is hardly a shock, since when people are watching Phil play a game, it tends to be because they like the game. This went on until the crushing majority of chat turned against her, not just because they liked Kingdom Hearts, but because she was actively drawing negative attention to herself for no reason. All of it culminated in her appealing to Phil to do something about people being mean to her in chat, and so Phil conceded.
Alright, and now I'm going to tell everyone in the chat I had enough of your bullshit tonight. I see everyone arguing with my girlfriend instead of talking about the game, and I've had enough. So
there
I'm
he
going to
is.
put it in sub-only mode, and now none of you can fucking talk, since you can't act your age or act mature, and you all want to argue with my girlfriend.
If his girlfriend is saying bullshit like that, then they should be able to argue with them. But regardless, if anyone wants to talk about anything other than what I'm doing, and people are still here and like just chilling out, and I hate that word. And you know why I hate that word? I hate that word because Phil uses that word. I hate that word, chill now. Used to be my word. It's not my word anymore, but fair enough. But it's like, oh, it's sub-only mode because people aren't talking about my fucking Kingdom Hearts game. That's Disney. Ryan, what are you doing? Sorry.
Now you can just have no chat. How about that? So, fuck all of you who are acting immature. This is what you get now. We're putting it into sub-only mode. idiots.
If people had found her to be a slight, even if infrequent, annoyance before, now she had been seen as a bully and a coward who was prone to instigating conflicts with her boyfriend's audience, only to run back under his umbrella of safety when people treated her how she treated others. She also took on Phil's tendencies regarding participating in flame wars in the comment sections, saying things like, "I get paid for trolls to watch and whine, so I don't see the harm in letting me get paid for them to cry more. Yeah, you clearly aren't getting any, but Phil is and has for over a year now. And let's be honest, do you think Phil and I care about what you or anyone else thinks? Because we don't. If you were in front of me face to face, you'd get a..."
So Phil is fucking this girl. Hey! My cat's trying to get my damn traits. They're going in my... over here. Sorry. He knows what he's doing. He knows who I... He knows. Orion is smart, and I appreciate it, but no. He's gonna knock over all my shit. Like, I'm giving more treats. If chat wants me to give him more treats, I'll do it. He is incredibly well fed. I'm just saying. He just wants those treats, right? But Panda Lee Games, yeah, she is basically female Phil. They are soulmates. Don't know why they broke up. I don't know. Maybe we'll learn. I only know little tidbits of information of Phil, like being from the fighting game community, which is an incredibly like big disservice to the fighting game community, saying that I'm part of it. But just saying, like, I know that. I know of Phil. I know of like current day Phil wanting to get money from his viewers and everything. So.
A nice helping of my fist punching.
She's a terrible person.
Perhaps the most
that's
ironic
what I'm
moment
telling
out of the whole situation was that years later, Phil actually threw her under the bus and described her as someone who was confrontational and always wanted to get the one up on everyone else. I mentioned it before, but that's exactly the same trait that made Phil so unlikable early on. So he's not even projecting it onto her. He's accurately noticing why they got along with each other so well. They were similar people. But Leanna did serve a purpose in the larger narrative of DSP. Her presence led to much more concrete displays of disrespect from Phil to his audience. Indirectly, she was the reason many of Phil's fans noticed how comfortable he was, disregarding their opinions and just doing whatever he wanted at their behest.
Yeah.
Besides the beginning of Leanna's presence in his life and content, 2012 was also marked by even more examples of Phil being terrible at gaming, despite it being the core of his job. The most glaring instance was during a video of Half-Life Black Mesa, in which he...
I literally just played this. I know exactly what he's gonna say. I haven't seen this part. I know exactly what he's gonna say. He's gonna talk about the crouch jump. And at this point in Phil's life, Black Mesa was free. And he's gonna shit on Phil about the crouch jump. Fucking tell me I'm wrong. I've been streaming Black Mesa for like the past week. I've also played this version. I know because his version was 2012, 2013, something like that, somewhere in there. I know exactly what's going to happen. And if it happens, I'm going to stop it. And we're going to have a little chat. But what he's going to say is that Phil didn't know how to do the crouch jump because I didn't know how to do the crouch jump. And the game did not tell you at this point in time how to do the crouch jump. That being said, I played a more recent version, the version that was sold to people through Valve for $20, and that did have the crouch jump and had it actually in the options, and it automatically did it for you. But because I am so familiar with Black Mesa at this point, and way back when, that's what's here. Let's see what happens.
Failed to pay attention to the game's tutorial instructions, proceeded to struggle for 30 minutes in an area of the game because he didn't know how to crouch jump.
Oh my god! I'm a fucking like prognosticator. I am a goddamn fucking clairvoyant. No. Okay, I have to 150 fucking % disagree with this. I have to be on Phil's side because they do not tell you about the crouch jump, and you know why? Because there's there is a thousands of uh of people's on Steam's website and on Black Mesa's website that are asking how do you get past this particular part and you have to do the crouch jump, and he is incredibly 500,000,000% wrong about them telling you how to do the crouch jump. That's a hunt, and I'm getting so passionate about this right now because I literally just beat this shit like last night, 2 nights ago, excuse me, 2 nights ago, and I know about the crouch jump. The crouch jump is some fucking bullshit. Nobody would ever need to know about that. I don't know why Valve put that in there. It's fucking stupid. And no. I am so angry about that. And I am so on Phil's side and whoever is on Phil's side because they never tell you about it. You know why then? I know they never tell you about it because I played it fucking like last week at that part, and way back when I had to go on the website or I had to go on the forums because they never told you about it. This is a blatant 100 goddamn million% false information that they tell you how to do it. There was no tutorial on how to do this crouch jump, and Phil is 100 fucking 50% right on this, and I'm sorry. That is a true fact.
And then claimed that this core mechanic of the game's movement was actually bugged. Up until this moment,
it wasn't bugged. He didn't know how to do it because I never told him how to do it. I will be on Phil's side by this. Sorry, gotta be impartial. And I just fucking played both versions of this game. I'm sorry, that shit pisses me off so much.
Phil's haters were disorganized and disaffected, believing that no matter how poignant their criticisms of Phil and his content were, they'd just fall on deaf ears. But as 2013 began, this was fated to change. A YouTube account called Evil AJ 2010 uploaded the very first entry to a sprawling series of videos that would ultimately spell Phil's downfall as a content creator. This series was called This Is How You Don't Play, and it compiled DSP's playthroughs while highlighting the funniest examples of him being awful at a game. The first one contained clips of Phil playing Metal Gear, a stealth game, like it was a regular action game, and dying a lot in the process. Phil addressed this during one of his long-winded rant videos, and though he made an effort to claim that they were the dumb ones for bringing attention to DSP's playthroughs and indirectly making him money, it was clear that for whatever reason, being called bad at a game bugged him, even if just a little. At face value...
Oh yeah, if you go into his live streams and like tell him, yo, you're playing the game on easy, dude, no, don't do that. I mean, if you want to get banned from Phil's channel, do that, but maybe otherwise don't.
It's just a video highlighting how much he sucks at Metal Gear Solid. It's not that big of a deal, right? Like, somebody could make a whole channel
I'm terrible.
on how bad I am at video games. They could
me too, right? Like, yeah, I'm awful at them. Not Super Metro. I think I'm like actually pretty super decent at Super Metro. I can beat it in less than an hour because I speedrun. Not like the big, I'm not like Oats and Goats or whatever, but like I can speedrun some Super Metroid, right? Like there's some games I'm okay at. Most of them not. I'm awful.
Could make it billions. But for Phil, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. The dam was cracking, and many of Phil's detractors, as he came to notoriously call them, saw it as a sign that they could also speak about their grievances with DSP in general. Slowly, the spark created by this video turned into a wildfire, and to an extent it was more popular than Phil himself. Due to Phil's focus on quantity over quality, the views his videos got weren't really attached to him or his brand, nor on how good the videos were. Hence why they oscillated so much depending on what game he played or what the video's topic was. Meanwhile, the How You Don't Play video catered to a very specific audience, people who didn't like Phil, and there was definitely an audience for that. It seemed like,
man, if I was so bad I like garnered an audience of how bad I was, would I play into the badness? That's an interesting question.
Phil felt the shift to his public image happen in real time, prompting him to make 2 videos to address the negativity, though he acted as if people actually hated him just because he was bad at the games. The thing is, many people have marketed their gaming videos on them sucking at it and dying a lot, but DSP was the opposite. He had a history of branding himself as a pro player and of blaming the game
because of Street, dude. I'd say I'm like, I don't even want to say that. I'd say I'm semi-pro at Super Metroid. And Smash. I go that far. I'm not a professional player at all. I'm above average at those 2 games. I'm well below the worst players at most games, but Phil has an inflated sense of self, and he won some Street Fighter tournaments. Fair enough, let's give him that, but it doesn't really translate to every game.
Whenever he sucked.
Maybe,
part of his
maybe
ego,
not.
part of his persona was that he was good at games. Furthermore, he also had a history of putting other people down for not being good at games. Case in point, Tobuscus. Back in mid-2012, he made a video called Get Competitors Ads Off My Videos.
Really?
That supposedly was just him being upset that other channels were being advertised for in his videos. Putting aside the issue that he was still pocketing the money for these ads, in actuality, the video was a lot more malicious than Phil let on. For a significant portion of it, he did nothing but bash Tobuscus gratuitously.
That being said, please understand, disclaimer, this
Wasn't
this
that
video
the
is not intended
child molester?
to be a direct attack on anyone.
A few moments later.
Your videos suck, you're not
Right. Man, I wish somebody would attack me on my videos. And my videos are pretty, like, nondescript. Well, people have said for me to shut up, and they're probably right, to be completely fair. But, you know.
funny and you're not good at gaming. Watch your own videos. You're horrible. When it comes to gaming, he's not fun. He's not funny.
For starters, this was a straight up stupid move, since if you were into one gaming YouTuber back then, likelihood is you were into a lot of the other ones. So all Phil was doing was angering the parts of his audience that he shared with Toby. But Phil also specifically and seriously attacked him for not being funny and sucking at games, both of which are DSP's whole brand, whether he knew it or not. Additionally, he suggested that Tobuscus, along with other gaming channels he chose not to name here, have found different ways to abuse the YouTube system to get big. This is coming from the man who purposely split his playthroughs into hundreds of different parts so that his total view count would go up, and asked for people to click on his ads so that he made more money from a video.
I refuse
Anyone
to do
with a
that.
cursory knowledge of DSP recognized he was
I'm sorry. I'm not gonna put a face of me going, oh, you know, all that shit, or like a fucking red arrow pointing to something, or yellow arrow, or blue arrow, or green arrow, whatever the fuck kind of arrow. I ain't doing that. Just not, it's not gonna happen. I like my synthwave shit. I like my 80s retro wave stuff. I was born in the 80s. Fuck it. I like my saxophone. I like my types of music, jazz and synthwave in it. I'm not gonna fall into that. And if I never get famous or whatever, I mean, fair enough. But I'm real.
throwing giant rocks from a extremely thin glass house. Last but not least, he says other gaming YouTubers don't put as much effort into their gameplays as he does, despite the fact that as of May 2012, he was still refusing to buy a capture card to properly record his playthroughs instead of pointing a camera at his screen. In his mind, his decision to not pay anyone to edit and improve his SEO by making decent thumbnails for him is justified due to how stellar his commentary is.
I love
so
my
he describes
thumbnails,
it as
by the
non-stop
way.
improv comedy. I'm not going to sit here and act like popular early 2010s gaming content was all comedy gold, but Phil's brand of comedy definitely managed to be even more obnoxious. All in all, it was very clear that Phil was simply seething because there was someone being more professional than he was and making more money than he did because of it.
Okay? And then they hired Toby Turner to be the guy backstage. He's acting like an asshole. He acts like he's a goofball. He's self-deprecating. Complete, utter flop.
This entire
Well, where is all of my money? I'm completely self-deprecating. But I get it, right? You have to adapt to the times. And if you don't want to like trade your values in, it's fine. But you can't like shit on other people that maybe do and or are better than you. I think that's again word of the day. Oh my god, disingenuous. Um, that being said, I will give DSP some leeway. I've watched all of the quote unquote big streamers. Most of them don't give a fuck about what their chat says, aside from maybe Moist Critical. But Sakuno, Pokimane, all of those types of people, there are 100 fucking other small streamers that deserve your I don't know, like, subscribe, whatever, that will will start up a conversation with you, because most of them won't end. It's weird to me that a lot of people go to them when their chat goes like 100 fucking miles a minute. Nobody ever sees what anyone else says and can't have a fucking conversation. And then you have tens of thousands, if not millions, possibly, small streamers like waiting for people, but you want to see Pokemon's boobs as a simp or something. I don't really know. She's not very good at games. I watched probably 150 hours of her to try and get like what she's about. She's about being popular and not being incredibly good at anything. And if I'm wrong, please tell me. Not incredibly good at video games. She's pretty hot. There are many hotter streamers, but I don't quite know why she's as big as she is. I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid, and I probably am. Or all I know I am. Fair enough. But I'm just saying, like, there are other streamers out there that will talk to you that are more like conversational for you, but nobody really cares because Sakuno, Valkyrie, Pokimane, all of these other people are like the big people, right? And I'm not saying go join Phil, but what I'm saying, what he is saying is like, oh, Tabuscus did this and that and the other, and yeah, it's in a realm of like, why did he do that? He's very jealous, but I'm just saying, man, there's a lot more people out there that you can talk with that are some pretty fucking dope people, but everyone seems to go towards the like hot simp girl kind of thing, boobs, titties, and everything.
Commotion was
Just
particularly
isn't it.
rich due to how
And I
many
get
times
it.
Phil
It's
accused
fine.
other people of disliking him out of jealousy, including the creator of the How You Don't Play series. The wave of hate towards DSP coalesced into a decentralized group called Kojima World Order, whose
Sure.
intro can be seen in many of the detractors' videos at the time. Unfortunately, there was also a downside to Phil being faced with all of these criticisms. It gave him the opportunity to play the victim. Despite his decline in viewership having begun all the way back when YouTube's ad revenue system switched to retention, he swiftly shifted the blame to Evil AJ and everyone who was on his side, if that could be said, as a side to be on. Finally, in early to mid 2013, DSP did the unthinkable and bought a capture card, presumably his way of adding to the negativity.
What?
Also known as listening to reasonable advice your own audience has been
Wait,
giving
hold
you for
on,
years.
hold on.
It gave him the opportunity to play the victim.
need
Despite
to
his
hear
decline in
that again.
viewership having begun all the way back when YouTube's ad revenue system switched to retention, he swiftly shifted the blame to Evil AJ and everyone who was on his side, if that could be said, as a side to be on. Finally, in early to mid 2013, DSP did the unthinkable and bought a capture card, presumably his way of caving to the negativity. Also known as listening to reasonable advice your own audience has been giving you for years as to what they want to see, or maybe just like what the industry standard is. However, it was a little too late, and the tide had already turned against him for good. Undeterred, Phil went on to cause even greater controversy within his audience when he started the Hardcore Gaming Season giveaway of 2013, when rather than giving away actual games, he instead gave away empty boxes.
This is Deus Ex Human Revolution Collector's Edition. Comes with this very nifty collector's box on the inside.
If I ever do this, please, like, shoot me in the head. I mean, do that now, please. God damn it, please. But still, if I ever get this far gone.
Comes with a few things. First of all, collector's edition packaging. As you open that up, you're going to see the game's gone because I traded it in years ago.
This got him lambasted and unsubscribed from, even by many of his diehard fans. Besides his fans, he was also being ridiculed by his peers. Other YouTubers and gaming-adjacent celebrities anywhere from 2013 to mid-2014 were finding out who DSP was from the clips of him floating around online. PewDiePie and Minecraft's creator Nosh were roped into the DSP phenomenon. Even fellow Blip.tv adjacent lolcow Spoonie was roped in. Perhaps the most notable instance of another YouTuber chiming in
Our fucking IP Total Biscuit. I want to see a good professional, not shitting, but maybe calling him out on his stuff, Total Biscuit documentary. Maybe Turkey Tom will do it. I don't know. Total Biscuit, by the way, if you don't know who he is, he died from colon cancer. It was, I like Total Biscuit. I did. He bitched about, I'm not gonna fucking pull punches, right? He bitched about a lot about like 60 FPS, whatever. I don't really care. I care about having fun, so whatever. But still, like, I get where he was coming from. I think he was super, like, genuine dude. And, you know, I have to go piss or else I'm going to do it right here. And if I do it right here, I'm going to be smelling my own urine, which is not fun. So I'm going to do that here. I'll leave you with this Marble Zone thing that I just, well, Funk Fiction came out with this amazing, you need to hear it, and I need to go pee, so that's just a thing that's going to happen right this very second. Be right back. All right, I am back, baby. You like that? Marble Hill Zone or Marvel Zone? Not Marble Hill. It's Green Hill. Sorry. So hold on. Let's go.
And with their 2 cents about DSP's situation was total
Damn.
biscuit, but not because
yeah.
it was the most aggressive takedown. As a matter of fact, it was quite the opposite. It was one of the most scathing pieces of criticism DSP ever received, precisely because of how generous and understanding it was as far as trying to see it from Phil's point of view. After being mentioned a few times by DSP, Total Biscuit made a comment saying, "If DSP is name dropping me a lot, I don't know why. It's really weird that he's doing that. He's not my friend or colleague. I've barely spoken to him. I dislike DSP's content and his..."
Question. If you're a YouTuber, can you call other YouTubers your colleague? Like, could I call PewDiePie my colleague? Probably not, right? I'm not like at that level. But like, what would necessarily be like the ranges, right? Maybe like 1 to 10,000, 10 to 100,000, 100 to 1,000,000. Like
his attitude. I've done some terrible things on the internet that I regret, but nothing close to the stuff he does on a very regular basis. He is a really, really bad.
That's actually pretty
constantly blaming the game for his own mistakes, and I find that really distasteful. If you make your living playing someone else's work, then the least you can do is respect the work that went into it in the first place. I don't like to see someone harassed online daily. I've experienced it myself, and it's put me in some really dark places. But to say DSP brings it on himself is a massive understatement. His persona is the king of hate. And there's a lot of baggage that comes with being super negative. That's like his only characteristic. He's not good at the games he plays. He's a controversy machine, and that feeds his channel. Nothing I've seen him do has caused anything positive to happen. Here's the thing. Insulting your fans is often blown out of proportion. DSP is terrible for this, and most of what he says to his viewers is inexcusable, but let's not pretend that viewers are immune to criticism themselves. They often act like assholes, they're entitled, whiny, and provide a lot of subjective criticism with no constructive use.
My viewers, that is the people that are listening to me right now. You're not entitled, whiny assholes. You're stupid for being here and listening to me say whatever the fuck I'm saying. So take that as you will, and I'm the biggest fucking idiot of all. So
can drain you emotionally and mentally to be subject to that kind of stuff all the
I
time.
love,
and I really
love
feel like
every
part
one
of that
of
is
you.
why DSP acts the way he does now. Sometimes viewers do shitty things and should be called out, but let's be frank, DSP has a long history of calling viewers out for no reason. Rather than try to move away from that, he has embraced it. I'd like to see DSP get some help. Therapy. DSP in his current form doesn't help anyone.
I have a big issue with that. Every fucking person on this planet throws out therapy as like, oh, get some help. Therapy doesn't work for everyone. Believe me, I know. I've had many of them. Well, I don't want to tell you how many I've had, but I've had a lot. It doesn't change shit. Maybe help you work through some stuff, but not really. You know what does? Mushrooms, psychedelics, in a good set and or setting. Therapy, I'm sure it works for some people. Otherwise, in my case, therapy doesn't change the past. And that's why people have issues, because of the fucking past. I'm sorry, I completely disagree with them on this. I hate it when people think therapy is a panacea, a cure-all, if you will, of everything terrible in your life. I'm sorry, it's not. And I think people that think that are fucking stupid. And I know that because I've been living this shit for the past 5 years. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work like that. And everyone thinks that I hope he gets help, it's therapy, or it's drugs to make him. No, it doesn't work like that. Maybe for people, some people it does. But I just hate, man, I fucking hate that shit.
Least of all himself.
Yeah,
and
I'm
incidents
sorry.
like the I'm giving away boxes thing make me believe he has some problems
That's
that he needs to
fucking
deal with and
stupid,
get
by the way.
past. Because regular people would not consider that a normal, sensible thing to do. I kind of pity him, but there's no smoke without fire, and
Actually, that's not giving away boxes, I would say that he probably watched somebody give away like black boxes for the NES or some sort of like Super Nintendo Genesis boxes were kind of easy to collect. Game Boy, Nintendo, Super Nintendo boxes, and he thought like, "Oh, I can be like a millionaire selling boxes. I have a bunch of these." And he started doing it with like modern-ish consoles like 360, PS3, something like that, and he thought he would get a lot of money. So I don't know. It's a tough thing, right? Like it's a tough thing.
DSP is a metaphorical arsonist obsessed with burning his house down. Kojima World Order is still hilarious. Phil, upon reading that comment, didn't take kindly to it. The entire comment is incredibly flawed. It's obvious he doesn't watch my content at all and has only formed an idea of who I am and what I produce from the KWO montages. Because watching any playthrough for more than 5 minutes outside of Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, you'd know that my content isn't constantly bashing games, game devs, and blaming the game exclusively. Yes, complaining about the games.
Bro. I have to do this. I'm sorry. Somebody's done it. I know somebody's done it. Because they would be stupid not to do it. I'll do it if they haven't done it. Cheers of the Kingdom. Somebody's already done it. Somebody's already done it.
Doesn't work. Hold R. Press up.
Oh, it's Esmond Gold watching him. I've seen this.
Nope.
I knew it was.
Arrows.
I don't have to.
Still brings out the arrows. Press R. Nope. Press regular R. Hold up. Release. Oh, is that it? Is that all I had to do?
And he killed himself throwing the bomb.
A single regular bomb took 11 hearts and insta-killed me. And
yeah, maybe don't throw a fucking bomb right in front of you.
And then didn't even break the wall. Do you see what I mean about this game?
No, it actually did break the wall.
Sorry. They suck. They fucking suck. I don't care what anyone says. You can kiss fucking Miyamoto and Nintendo's ass as much as you want. The game mechanics are terrible.
Everyone knows, or if you don't, welcome. I think this is one of the best games ever created.
You can't even do something easily in the game. It's like a chore to figure out a baby's mechanic in this game.
This is a person that pulls off incredibly complex combos in Street Fighter. I just want to put that out there for, like, you know, everyone.
And then, oh, the bomb insta-kills you. The bomb didn't insta-kill you with...
It's a bomb!
Any fucking Zelda game ever before. Ever. True. Not once did that ever happen until today. This game is absolutely ridiculous with the game mechanics. Hold up, release. Oh, is that
Jesus Christ, man.
Is that it? Is that all I had to do? Is that it? Is that all I had to do?
Bro. I put out Tears of the Kingdom for Game of the Year. I will hold by that. If it doesn't win Game of the Year, I think it's fucking stupid and I'm gonna bitch about it and then I'm gonna... Well, I'm not gonna do anything because I'm a fucking doormat. But still, let's go.
Are part of what I do, but not nearly 100% of the content I put out. The fact he thinks that the king of hate means that I've embraced being negative about everything, and that's my hook, just proves he has no idea whatsoever what he's talking about. Total Biscuit thinks that his videos are some kind of godsend because he's informing people about new games that you might not have heard of, and frequently he rips the sucky ones a new asshole. He thinks his content is better than mine because people don't buy bad games when they see his stuff.
Well, his content is better than yours because he puts editing into it. And I'm not like a total biscuit, like fucking... I'm not gonna suck his... I'm not gonna say that because somebody can clip that out. I'm not sucking him off, man, but like, he has some good shit to say about stuff. Is a little bit weird on like the FPS thing. Or maybe I'm not weird enough. I don't fucking know, man.
I've gotten thousands of messages over the years saying the exact same thing about my playthroughs and or reviews. Just because he puts out one highly edited video and I play through an entire game from start to finish doesn't make him better than me. And honestly, one edited video versus playing through an entire game, which is really harder to do.
Putting out an edited video because it doesn't matter what work you put in, it matters the product coming out. And I understand me saying this is incredibly funny because all my products are shit. But I'm just saying, like, I understand it. I know why I can't reach, Jesus fucking Christ, 500 subs. Anyway, the point is, I understand it. So
Therapy because I sometimes get upset over / baited by trolls. If I'd let it get that much to me, I'd be in a nut house by now. Little did Phil know he was indeed in a nut house, except it was his condo and only had one inmate, himself. Besides him pretending like Total Biscuit was saying DSP's content was
I love him wearing that StarCraft 2 hat. We need to play through StarCraft 2, like the whole fucking thing. We need to put that on our channel. On my channel, whatever. Because, god damn it, I love StarCraft. I'm terrible at it. I like massing carriers in StarCraft 1. StarCraft 2, you can kill them very easily. And I remember this. I watched this on the H3 podcast. Yeah, this was probably within a year of his demise. Man, butt cancer. I'll probably go by liver failure for sure. But man, butt cancer. It's
exclusively negative. Phil completely sidesteps the treating fans like
I watched this. I know exactly
so that he doesn't have to
what
acknowledge
episode
there's at least an inkling of truth to TV's comment. Despite the fast approaching instability due to his plummeting in popularity
100%.
and YouTube's ad revenue policies not treating his content kindly whatsoever, the financial mastermind that is Phil Burnell decided it was time to once again buy a new condo, this time in Washington. Supposedly, he had no outstanding debt besides his condo, which he was still paying the mortgage for, and decided that Connecticut was too expensive to live in due to its very high taxes. So much so that it was worth it getting a house in another state, despite his outright admission that he had
Washington? Fucking Washington? Really? Washington. You wanted to go to, like, from Connecticut to Washington. Because Connecticut was too high. And he didn't come to Texas. At that time, I know for a fucking fact, Texas, like, our taxes were so fucking low here. That's why Elon moved here. He wanted to go to Washington, and I know for a fucking fact because I looked at Washington because I've always lived and dreamed of living in Washington, Seattle, because it rains all the time. I've always wanted to go there. Maybe before I die, or probably not, but I'm just saying. He wanted to go there instead of here. What? It's a fucking goddamn moron.
prospects of selling or renting the Connecticut condo. In early 2014, Phil and Leanna move in together. Phil made it clear from the get-go that he was going to need his audience's money. A lot of it. Again, the issue isn't necessarily that he's asking for support. It's that the reason he needs support in the first place is that he decided to do a very expensive move at the same time.
He's a fucking moron.
To make matters worse, he tried implying that his lack of money wasn't his fault, but that the slow months he was experiencing was due to the games being released at the time not being good. It even got to the point that he suggested he he was going to upgrade his video's quality to 1080p, you know the situation is bad when Syde Phil is considering doing the bare minimum. But the trolls didn't fall for the pity party. If anything, his pivot to e-begging after his AdSense brute force strategy was no longer functional only earned him even more distaste, since instead of doing the smart thing by admitting this format was outdated and obsolete and changing it radically, he would rather beg for his fans to give him money directly. Before, Phil was just ignoring the requests of people who watched him, but now he was setting himself up to inevitably ignore the requests of people directly putting money in his pocket. But tensions weren't rising exclusively on
See, what I want... Sorry, let me play some Punk Fiction Marvel Zone. It's like one of my favorite creators ever. If Phil had 0 viewers, 0 connections, 0 anything. For instance, if he were to change places with me, I wonder how well he'd do. Maybe he's like some like weird fucking clairvoyant person that can get people to come into his streams. I think I'm a pretty personable person. I think I'm pretty like interesting. I've gone through a bunch of shit in my life, fair enough. I can talk about a bunch of shit. Probably more than Phil, actually. I'm just curious on how well he would do were he first starting this, you know? Like, does that make sense? I think it makes sense.
On the YouTube front. Over at his fan forum, because yes, he has a fan forum, the users were beginning to become upset over DSP's tyrannical method of management. Without due justification or warnings, Phil tended to ban users and lock threads without any concern. One infamous quote to come out of this situation was Phil saying, "I can't break the rules, I am the rules." I believe he's actually unknowingly quoting Louis XIV, King of France, who said, "I am the law, I am the state." His own fan base got so sick of it that even the mods of the forum, who were appointed by Phil himself, took issue with it and tried to strike an agreement with Phil so that by establishing clearer rules, he would no longer act as an administrator and let them do their job. Consequently, he made a post announcing it. Effective immediately, all account names, avatars, signatures, etc. related to known internet memes dedicated to negativity regarding myself or my work are considered trolling, and per forum rules are a permanently banned.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Be right back. Half a second. Listen to fucking Marvel Zone again. I'll be right back. I am back.
Bannable offense. This includes the Kojima World Order in particular, but is not limited to it. I'm already seeing accounts that, no surprise, are popping up on the site and doing nothing but spreading unfair and unwarranted negativity about me. I'm all for legit criticism, but these anti-DSP movements are not that. They're one-sided bullying campaigns and will not be tolerated on my site in place of business. If you have a problem with that, contact an admin for immediate deactivation of your account. Thanks all for understanding and moving forward positively. Despite this agreement, Phil proceeded to not uphold his end of the bargain by permabanning a user for what he deemed was unwarranted and unproven slander. The mods of the forum, along with many of the Twitch mods, resigned en masse, saying, "For those who read the settled agreement, this was not allowed. It was in direct violation of our agreement. We tried our best to stay, and unfortunately we failed in that regard. All the best, the departing staff." Noticing that even his own mods had left him, or in his eyes, betrayed him, a la Julius Caesar, Phil decided to respond on the forums. Mods did not uphold their end of the bargain first, which is why we've come to this. I refuse to pay thousands of
Come
dollars for a website where I get personally attacked with slander on a daily basis by the same people. Getting slaps on the wrist, such as warning points, haven't done anything to change the fact that the forums are a shooting gallery for my head. In the future, I'll either be seeking new forum staff who actually have the time and willingness to properly moderate, or I'll be downgrading the forum altogether to something more manageable for less people. I guess I didn't really need a $3,000 website, and I set myself up for failure when I got it. Thanks for those leaving, and I wish you all well in the future. For those wishing to stay, let me know so we can talk stuff out. I actually don't know what the hell he's talking about here. There are free forum template websites you can use for free, so unless he's an absolute idiot, he's a really bad liar. As a matter of fact, there's no reason to even bring up $3,000 in the first place, so I suspect he just said it to brag. Unless he's trying to suggest he was paying for the mods to do their job, in which case we're back to lying because they were unpaid. The situation continued to escalate as an administrator ousted Phil and would continue to take over the site, who in turn canceled the giveaway he was doing at the time due to it relying on fan art that was being published on the site. After the site was flooded with not safe for work images and completely wrecked, it went down and stayed down for good. At least until Phil revived it sometime later with a new, less inflammatory name. Just the DSP forums. When someone entered DSP's stream as he played Mortal Kombat 10, they successfully got him to lose his temper by bringing up the Leanna Kingdom Hearts incident, prompting Phil to spend the next few minutes just airing out his rage.
Wasn't that happened 2 fucking years ago on Twitch? I mean, could you be more of a fucking loser? Seriously. The reason this guy joined my match was to do that. Not to play the game, not to have fun. He ruins it for everyone. Delays. People who want to play have to wait now, right? Because we have to listen to this fucking idiot. I mean, what? Ladies and gentlemen, you have found the epitome of a loser on the internet.
The tirade alienated vast swaths of his audience, and he apologized the very next day in a video on his YouTube channel. For once, this was an appropriate response, even if he was pressured into doing it. Every once in a while, Phil does seem to exhibit a sense of clarity. For example, some of his trolls doxed his new location back in the summer of 2014, which wasn't a very difficult task to do considering how careless DSP was about it. It took a long time for someone to do something with that information, but after 5 consecutive days of being DDoS attacked, someone tried to swat Phil, saying he either had or was in the process of murdering his girlfriend and her family. I don't have to explain how absolutely unjustified and dangerous this was, but thankfully, Phil had already been in contact with the police because he predicted something like that would happen. Perhaps because something similar already had happened at some point, but that's just speculation. However, Phil took this as an opportunity to conflate the people who tried to swat him and falsely accuse him with anyone and everyone who had ever made a "this is how you don't play" video or mocked him on the internet, saying that it was the negative vibe people created around him that almost cost him his life. As bad as swatting is, that's just a silly thing for him to do, especially in the relatively serious situation he found himself in at the time. Obviously, not every hater is responsible for the one nut job that decided to swat him. The noise surrounding his name was getting a tad too loud for Phil's liking, but since he was too proud to start paying an editor and putting out decent content to quell the mutiny that the Kojima World Order had created, his strategy to deal with his detractors was to abuse the copyright privileges he had, in part due to being a member of Machinima, to strike the channel of whoever was bad-mouthing him. Once again, Total Biscuit, this time along with Slow Beef, popped up on Twitter to address what Phil was up to with the abusive copyright claims. Ironically, DSP was soon going to suffer the same fate he put many people through at this time, when DSP Gaming began facing various copyright ID takedown notices due to his use of fan art in his pre-streams. The threat that this posed to Phil's livelihood was so immense that drastic action will be taken. Hundreds of playthroughs that featured fan art were deleted and privated in order to prevent further strikes. Consequently, the accumulated views on DSP's channel dropped dramatically, which, according to Phil, lowered his ranking in the YouTube search engine. Not only was his personality pushing people away from his videos and streams.
Yeah, I want to get to the bottom of the search engine, but I don't really know. Hey, go down. Let's go. Darkness. That's my shitty. It's money or
Now, his privileged spot in the eyes of the algorithm was going away, and the house of cards was very quickly collapsing. Again, this is not something I wish on anyone, not even someone as annoying as Phil. Having your livelihood ravaged is a terrible thing. However, the crux of the issue is despite having actively participated in bringing all of this upon himself, he simply wouldn't stop in blaming exclusively other people for the damage done to his channel. Additionally, he returned to directly asking his viewers for money, this time with a Patreon already set up, which around this period of
look at that. He's already
was making
like
a little
on top
over
of shit.
$1,000 a month.
Let's
like
go.
he always did when it came to asking for money, he brought up the topics of his taxes and bills,
Oh, yeah.
saying he had to pay off his house. But it was clear to anyone with half a brain that
100%,
Phil
yeah.
was not exactly living frugally. He had nothing resembling savings to subsist on, and actually depended on things like making revenue in the latter half of the
It's
year
tough.
to keep himself
It's a tough
afloat
one.
through all of the debt he had incurred.
For sure.
None of which is explained to the viewer, of course, because that would reveal just how financially irresponsible Phil truly was. Due to the
Right.
declining ad revenue, Machinima once again renegotiated their contract with Phil and lowered his salary. Instead of looking inward to where he could improve on his content, he decided to strike out at people who watch his videos with an ad blocker, calling them thieves, among other things. Though he'd previously pledged to never again ask for money online,
Is this real? Is this real life? Phil did that? Hold on. I have to watch this again. Just when was this? Hold on. Since 08. $1 a month. I just he said he didn't want to beg people. This was the last time.
through all of the debt he had incurred, none of which is explained
So
to
poetic.
the viewer, of course,
It's
because
so
that would
poetic.
reveal just how financially irresponsible Phil truly was.
Right.
Due to the declining ad revenue, Machinima once again renegotiated their contract with Phil and lowered his salary. Instead of
Really?
looking inward to where he could
Mhm.
improve on his content, he decided to strike out at people who watch his videos with an ad blocker, calling them thieves, among other things. Though he'd previously pledged to never again ask for money online, saying he would rather get a different job than be an e-beggar, he presumably reconsidered this when he realized how good he actually had it in comparison to a real job, and he didn't want to lose his YouTube gig. He'd actually
Yup.
ridiculed the mere concept of asking people for
Yup.
money, saying he would feel morally bad to be in such a situation.
Everything is a tax write-off. I don't need money, I don't want that. That's ridiculous that I would have people be sending me money and stuff, and I'm still not asking for that, and I would
I'm not asking for that, but I kind of am.
morally feel bad if that were the case. If I were
Really?
stuff like that, and I never,
Phil, come
I really
on,
hope
man.
that I never will.
Of course, there's nothing wrong with opening up a Patreon per se, but when you
Oh
try
my
to guilt trip people into paying for debts that you chose to incur,
Come
there's definitely a
on.
problem that
Yeah.
This wasn't the only
This is still going on to this fucking day. I watched him earlier.
instance of Phil eating his own
So-
words either. He spent years mocking any Let's Player who did Minecraft videos, going as far as to say it was only widely played because it was
Dude,
free.
I do some like Minecraft shit.
Guess what, Notch? You're a f***ing idiot.
Once Patreon time rolled around, he changed his tune to simply
Wait, what? What? Hold on. Hold on. Shit. Wait, hold
the
on.
hit to his ego was too big. Who covered his little tantrum on livestream. Phil apologized almost everything.
Hold on. No, no.
If I were to have to do stuff like that, and I really hope that I never will.
Okay, this
Of
is
course,
where
there's
we
nothing
were.
wrong
I'm
with
sorry.
opening up a Patreon per se, but when you
Right.
try to guilt trip people into paying for debts that you chose to incur,
I want to hear the Minecraft
this
thing
wasn't the
again.
only instance of Phil eating his own words either. He spent years mocking any Let's Player who did Minecraft videos, going as far as to say it was only widely played because it was free.
The reason that people are playing Minecraft is because it is free.
This was in like 2012, 2013. Minecraft wasn't free back then, right? Surely not. I paid money for it.
Guess what, Notch? You're a f***ing idiot.
Once Patreon time rolled around, he changed his tune to simply having missed the game and set it as one of the tiers. However, much like any of the other obligations Phil made to his patrons during this time, he would fail to fulfill the extent of what was promised, with him only playing one of 4 prospective Minecraft sessions due to low viewership. Another incident came when users voted Persona.
So my deal with any streamer, right? I get it. They do it for money and everything. It's whatever. But like, why don't you do it to have fun? Maybe like, be like, hey man. Okay, let's set like maybe 2 days a week. Let's say like a Tuesday and a Saturday or something of the shit that I want to do because that's all I want to do. I want to do the shit that I want to do. Phil is treating it like a job, and it was kind of ish, but not really. And he's like, yeah, okay, so everyone has given me the money, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do one of 4 Minecraft streams. What? How is he not being called out like Anita Sarkeesian for not fulfilling his promise? I mean, I guess he is with this video, fair enough, but it's strange.
3 to be that month's
Is it
Patreon
not?
game.
Yeah,
After
I
a 4-month
don't
playthrough, he
know.
reached the final boss, only to rage quit it and not finish, saying it was the worst designed boss fight he'd ever done.
Sure.
He
This will not be the first time he said this. I have been watching Phil, and oh man, we have a long time
only
to
returned
go.
to Persona 3 later.
We're
We'll
about
cross that bridge when
halfway
we get
through.
to it. Another
Ish.
tier on the DSP Patreon
Ish.
was yet another reboot of Project 7, which he promised to do if he hit $1,250 a month. The goal was met, and he took some time off of streaming to work on it. Just 2 weeks later, he indefinitely
Yeah.
postponed production, saying to do Project 7 at that time would not make sense, all while refusing to
It wouldn't make sense even though he got paid the money to do it, and the money that he got paid from Patreon would be the money that he would have needed to do it regardless of the
to refund the money donated for that specific
go.
purpose. It was also around this time that Phil
Sure.
decided he would only fulfill his pledge
100%,
obligations
yeah.
if the pledges surpassed the set goals by several $100s, supposedly to counteract the abundance of false pledges he was receiving on Patreon. In addition to this controversy,
Sure.
the prospect of another Project 7 reboot reignited whatever was left of Phil's deteriorating relationship with Howard and John, who at this point were very mad at Phil for a variety of reasons, including the fact he monetized the video he made talking about their mutual acquaintance, Scott. The entirety of their back and forth adds up to several hours, but the short of it was that ever since his move to Washington, there was no longer a real friendship between.
I just love how he moved to Washington because Connecticut was too big and like too much in taxes, and he wouldn't move to like Louisiana, Texas, Missouri, Mississippi, anything. It's he moved to one of the states with the largest tax bracket ever. Fair enough.
Phil, John, and Howard. Since this
Fair
time,
enough.
Phil has made clear on multiple occasions how he simply doesn't have the time to invest into friendships, instead sinking his time into his business.
Dude, how fucking shitty is that? I don't have the time to invest in my friendships because I have to invest in my failing YouTube channel. Jesus Christ. I come on stream to like make friends and shit. Like that's the whole fucking reason I'm doing this like 15 hours a day. but still, like, come on, man. That's like, why is he even doing this? He's doing it for money, not because he loves video games. But fuck it, fuck me, fuck whatever.
Something that
Let's
apparently
go.
continues to this day. Much later on, Phil recognized that during this time period,
you.
it wasn't just his professional
Thank
life that was
you.
tumbling down, but also his personal life. His relationship with Leanna was deteriorating, and he'd completely lost touch with his best friends from his peak era, both of which are cited as some of the most negatively impactful moments of his life. He also recalls doing nothing but eating fast food and drinking to such an extreme point that he describes himself as being an alcoholic at the time. Pretty sad.
I mean, I was definitely an alcoholic. I quit multiple times and got withdrawals. And I mean, that's if you've been with, I mean, I've been doing this shit for like literally every day for about 5 years. You know, it's not so much anymore, granted, but, you know, I I can get behind Phil on this. I'm not gonna just shit on Phil. Life is hard and everything.
And despite everything, you can't help but feel pretty bad for the guy.
Right.
DS
See, my thing was like I was gonna chronicle my downward spiral, and I am where I am now. Let's see
DSP
his
began
spiral.
2016 with a three-pronged plan. On his main account, DSP Gaming, he'd continue posting playthroughs like he always did, while his vlogs went to the King of Hate Vlog DSP, and his edited videos and montages were uploaded to a third account called KO Gaming. After a rough 2015 that introduced Phil to the consequences of behaving the way he did, he was angling to outwork his lack of manners and the audience of trolls he had attracted. It was supposed to be his year. Phil would finally become Himothy, until one foolish mistake sapped his momentum right at the very beginning. One of the ways he found to make up for his past shortcomings as a content creator was to return to Persona 3 to beat it, as he was supposed to do a long time before. However, just as his live stream for it was about to begin and the screen was set on a message informing people that it would start shortly, he mistakenly left his webcam on and visible to the viewers.
Here we go. This is it. This is the best part of the Phil saga. I know it's coming. Unintended. A very funny person. I'm not a funny person. I know it's coming. It's going to come very hard. It's going to come very fast.
In doing so, he exposed his audience to what appears to be his pre-stream preparation ritual, if we can call it that. I'm pretty sure I can't really show it on screen, even though it's not explicit per se, since you can't see any of it happening, but it's fairly obvious based on the fast-paced jerking motion.
Dude, if he's not going to show it, I am. Because nobody gives a fuck about my shit. And I know it's not banned on YouTube. And I know fucking RTU does it all the time. Because it's how I know about Phil. Phil. May 1st. It's May 1st, 2017. Come on. DSP tries it, beating off. Phil. Oh, the camera's on. There it is. There it is. If nobody's seen this, well, good. If you want to see this man's O face, that's what we're going to do right now. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun times for everybody. He is just scratching his leg right here. He's definitely not jerking off in any way, shape, or form. Look, he's very intensely scratching his leg. By the way, that's actually the thing that he said he was doing. Oh, there it is. There it is. There. Oh shit. Yeah, there it is. He just here. Most important part though. Okay, Here he goes. Here he goes. Oh. We're watching men masturbate right now on a YouTube legal website. No. Let's see. Oh, the camera's on. Camera's on the whole time? I didn't know. I feel like looping the O phase a little bit much. We need to hear, oh, the camera's on. It's the best part of anything. Yeah, we get it. See, the funny point is, there it is. There's the O face. He's ejaculating his sperm everywhere.
What is up,
Being
everyone? Hello,
Yep.
hello, and welcome. Oh, the camera's on.
Camera's on
the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
I didn't even know. Yep. God. That is the best fucking YouTube clip ever. But the funny thing about it is, right, let's like deconstruct it a little bit. He could have made millions out of this. He could have. Like, actually, he could have. I would have. If I was jerking off and then, my fucking O face, however awful it is, man, I'd have put that shit on t shirts and sold that. I'd have made fun of myself all the time. Now, Phil has to, see, this is like the fucking like Helm's Deep moment of Phil, right? This is it. This is his Helm's Deep. This is the middle act climax of the Two Towers of Lord of the Rings. This is where everything kind of devolves into what it is today.
Facial expressions that DSP is cranking one out immediately prior to beginning a stream. As soon as he's very visibly done, the live stream starts and he says,
"Oh, the camera's on."
Exactly. Oh, the camera's on.
The whole time, huh?
Almost as if he was knowingly nodding to those who had the
yeah.
displeasure of witnessing the whole thing.
I may have done this in the past 4 or 5 streams. Nobody like follows me, so I mean, good luck finding it. It's a good chance it probably have happened with me, but
as far as live streams go, this comes close to the mother of all of them. It was covered by Keemstar of
100%.
Drama Alert, and potentially it's the single most well-known moment of DSP's career to this day, however ironic and depressing that may seem. Phil's first response to the situation was to simply ban
100%.
anyone in stream chat that questioned him on what exactly he was up to during that pre-stream. Due to the stream,
well, he was scratching his leg, clearly. And whenever he scratched it in just the right moment, he enjoyed it a lot, and then he said, "Oh, the camera's on. Camera's been on the whole time."
Only having 20 to 30 people on it at a time, and since a lot of people watch live streams in the background while doing something else, like gaming, he probably thought this moment would.
By the way, if you want to watch my live stream in the background while gaming, please do so. Maybe I'll jack off. Maybe I won't. I don't know. We'll see. Fuck it.
Simply sink into obscurity and be quickly forgotten about by those who had witnessed
it.
I wonder, in the hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours of DSP live streaming and unedited videos leading up to this, if that or something equivalent has happened before and it just got lost like tears in the rain. His next
I guarantee you that has probably happened in my streams. I mean, good God, if you want to find it. But it's a very good chance.
Next move was to berate those who suggested he was such a degenerate as to masturbate in front of his
And
YouTube
I don't
viewers publicly
really give a
before
fuck.
proceeding to claim he was simply scratching his leg. I don't know one single human on earth that enjoys scratching their leg that much. And honestly, I feel like if you just acknowledged what happened
I do
and
right
made
now.
a joke out of it, it probably would have been pretty funny. He just couldn't do that. The hit to his ego was too big. After
He still talks about it to this day. And you know what? Richard Review Tech USA talks about it. We did a whole fucking May 1st 12-hour marathon stream about it. It was fantastic. I wish somebody would give me that kind of like focused, that camera on moment of me fucking masturbating like Phil. Nobody would do it because I don't care. It'd be funny. He does not think it's funny, which makes it even more funny.
the immediate shock
It just
and
does.
embarrassment wore him down to the point
Like,
where he felt
actually
comfortable in
does.
ceasing his reflexive lying. About a day later, he embraced it and admitted that he was, in fact, not just scratching his leg. Due to how thoroughly he welcomed the mockery.
Oh, was it though? See, I don't know this. I don't know this part. Like, I know that he knows that people know. I'm sorry, this doesn't make sense. I know. So myself knows that Phil knows that other people also know that it wasn't him scratching his leg. Phil knows that other people know that it was him masturbating and having his O face, as we all do. Like, he knows other people know that he was masturbating there. which is fine. Whatever. Literally every fucking person on the planet does it. 7 billion people do it. If you don't do it, you're a liar and or you need to go to the doctor immediately. But anyway, I kind of want to know what his reaction to it is, not just that he acknowledged. Let's watch this because I have I need to know that. It's incredibly important to me for particular
this
reasons.
time around. Some people thought that Phil either faked it or did it on purpose in order to get attention to his.
Well, if he was smart, he'd have done it like intentionally. But he's not that
career.
smart.
However, as misdirected a person as Phil is, I doubt this is the case, not only because it falls outside of the purview of the typical shenanigans he gets up to, but I honestly also think he lacks the imagination one needs to have that sort of move. It's too Andy Kaufman for good old Phil. There are way simpler and less risky ways to boost engagement besides public humiliation, and if we've learned anything, Phil loves to self-aggrandize, not the opposite. To be fair, despite how bad the incident in and of itself is, this is one of Phil's most competent bouts of dealing with backlash, as he just very quickly owned up to it within like a day or two. However, despite dealing with this flub minimally well, Phil couldn't look very optimistically towards the future of his career and was very much past his prime. On the first
I'm so sorry. Like, if you don't know who RTU streams or Review Tech USA, whatever you want to call him, I've been watching him forever. He, man, he fucking digs in on this. And had I been Darkside Phil, I would have as well. It would have been so fucking funny. You wouldn't have even seen anything from my microscopic penis. It doesn't even matter. But DSP, he doesn't like it. And it's funny to see him handle it. It's so actually funny.
1st of May 2016, while streaming the new Pokemon game, Pokemon Moon, on Twitch, his fans would incur Phil's wrath as he lashed out at them.
Quite honestly, let me take a look, because I have not looked at stream numbers all day.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Terrible. Wow, what happened?
Yeah.
Here's the bottom line, and I'm
Yeah.
tired of it now. No more excuses, all right? Because the bottom line is people are
Okay.
like, Phil's not engaged in his commentary, and Phil's commentary...
Hey, if you ever post a fucking chat here, I will read it and I will respond to it. Nobody ever... That's a lie. Super Shade has done it. Reincarnation has done it. Brown Diddley was there for one chat. Dude, that's why I do this. I like people chatting, man. All this shit is like background. I should just put my fucking hideous face online and just chat, but then nobody's here, so it's like, you know, I don't have a primary user base. But man, if I don't know, maybe I should like mock stream me ejaculating here and have it picked up by Keemstar. I don't know. But nobody really cares. Like, oh, it's just somebody who doesn't.
is boring, and that's why people don't want to watch the playthroughs of the streams.
Who cares?
I'm loving this game. I'm voice acting. I'm engaged. I'm commentating on
Sure.
everything that's going on actively.
Right,
Bullshit.
right.
I call massive bullshit on any idiot who says that about either the Watch Dogs 2, which I've been playing recently and really liking, or Pokemon. It's bullshit. I call complete and utter bullshit on anyone who's saying that I'm not engaged and I sound like I'm bored. I'm not. So I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are fucking lazy.
And he is so angry. Dude, okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I've said this before. Nobody gives a fuck about what you're streaming, right? If you want to watch, like, literally any game ever created, ever, you could go on YouTube and watch a Let's Play. If you're gonna be, like, interactive or watch somebody stream like I am now, God help your soul. You're watching the stream for the person. Tell me I'm wrong on that, but I don't think I am. Like, the game and the thing that you're watching in the background, it's just a thing for the person to commentate over, to give their opinions and, you know, whatever have you online. Like, it's not about the game. And Phil thinks, even to this day, I watched him earlier tonight before I went online. He thinks it's about the game and whatever. Like, it's not. Sometimes it is. Maybe it's in esports. Maybe it is about the game and how well the person plays. I'll say like 99.98% of the time it's not. Correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
Easy and don't want to come out to the streams. I don't even know what else to say.
Right.
You know?
I agree with
as
DSP
easy
on
to
that,
avoid
or
as openly
I
complaining
disagree
you
with
don't get
them.
more viewers. And while it's not a particularly grave one, it shines a light on Phil's perennial state of mind.
Sure.
He has an
Oh, I actually complain about that all the time, but it's totally in jest. I think it's fucking hilarious, and I'm like, oh, I have 0 viewers, and they're right not to view me because I'm fucking terrible. That's a funny thing. I wouldn't view me, but no, DSP like actually gets mad. "Oh, I should have more viewers, blah blah blah." No, dude, no, just no. If people want to be there, just be like, hey, chat with them, whatever. If they don't want to be there, then they don't want to be there. You're just not providing them the thing that they want. That's completely fine. Not everyone has to like everything. If my ex-wife has ever taught me anything, not everyone has to like everything or everyone. That's completely super dope. So you want to build like a community around what you believe in, what like you hold dear. So if people don't like you, then fuck them, maybe
open
maybe
to
not.
consider that his lack of popularity is due to the lack of quality of his content, or better yet, the
Right.
consequence of his behavior as an online personality. Phil received backlash from his fan
Right.
base, which was then compounded by other creators like Review Tech USA, who covered his little tantrum on live stream. Phil apologized for calling his viewers lazy, but remained steadfast in his
I was probably there for that because I watch Review Take USA, RTU streams, whatever, basically every night for the last 5 years.
belief that the viewership drop-off has nothing to do with the content itself. At this point in time,
Right.
the How You Don't Play videos made with clips from Phil's content had completely eclipsed Phil's actual content as far as views and engagement, and Phil thought to capitalize on the
Sure.
community source content. He allowed other people to submit videos to be uploaded to the KO Gaming channel and promised to pay them.
If anyone knows, like, please tell me, like, legitimately, like, this is a very serious question. If I've never played a Metal Gear game, could I play Metal Gear Rising Revengeance? Because it looks very fun. It's very actiony. I don't know. Because, like, I don't want to jump in the middle of it and not know, like, what the fuck is going on. But it looks fun. I don't know.
You guessed
Tell
it.
me,
Exposure by having their channel's name in the description. I have to make a small note here by saying that he still hasn't tried hiring an editor to work for him to help make his Let's Play content watchable. It's actually mesmerizing. Anyway, the success.
By the way, I have like 550 fucking videos on here that you can watch. I would not recommend any of them, but they're there.
of posting community source content on KO Gaming was short-lived, as in 2016 the channel was demonetized for reasons unclear. His situation was already dire as far as channel growth was concerned, but soon things took a turn for the worse. As the adpocalypse hit in early 2017, much of Phil's backlog on his other two channels got demonetized, meaning he could no longer profit off of them and depended even more on his immediate income. However, the potential for AdSense revenue was stripped away from Phil when his content was
As a person who's a Texan, Fort Worth kind of guy, Dallas dude, Waco, Houston, I guess. I don't like him wearing a cowboy hat. I know it's weird, and I know I have no like say in that. I don't like that. He was born in North Carolina and he moved up to Washington. Makes me feel weird, and it's weird because I don't like it. I just don't like it.
deemed advertiser unfriendly, mostly because of the years of content on each channel loaded with every offensive expletive known to man. Because of this quick success,
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm never gonna get monetized if you have an expletive.
Of unfortunate events, Phil found himself unable to pay
Fair
for
enough.
the immense amounts of credit card debt he had accrued, the mortgage for his new home, potentially even the mortgage for his old
Sure.
home as well, since it's not clear that he stopped paying it, and last but not least, the medication he needed for his chronic back pain. This panic over his future
I
led
do
to
like
even greater
pills.
tensions with Machinima, who advised DSP to start uploading shorter, edited content to try and amend the declining rates of viewership. However, at this point, DSP is almost a decade into phoning it in, and especially now that he's tight on money, there's no way he's paying for someone competent to edit his slop. Incapable of understanding how the
Correct.
business model of his own business operates, Phil thinks that Machinima, along with Google, is shafting him out of money after years of his loyal servitude. In his mind, they owe him something, even if the content simply is not working out. Strangely,
Dude, we're an hour in. Oh my god, it's 2
he
a.m.
seems to believe that the changes in algorithm were somehow malicious in nature,
I
and
don't
that they
even
owed him
know
an
what the fuck to
explanation as
do.
to why he was being
Okay.
treated unfairly. He released
Sure.
a video airing out his
100%.
grievances and basically saying that he'll get to the bottom of it, as if there was something to get to the bottom of. There's no deeper explanation to it, other than his low quality standards put his channel in a bad situation, and once the apocalypse hit, he was too exposed and got the worst of it. Phil obviously didn't see it that way and wanted to get a satisfactory answer as to why he was making so little money, and primarily he wanted an answer to why it wasn't his fault. His tirade heightened the friction between him and Machinima, and finally their partnership came to an end as Phil was fired from the network. Probably one of the only people to ever be fired from the Machinima network. By March 2017, views had never been lower.
I believe Machinima is done now. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. Nobody's here, and it's fine if you're not. Well, no one is, so. But like Machinima, they got something like really bad happened to them, I believe. I only know them from like what is it, Rooster Teeth, Red versus Blue, like maybe the first 3 seasons. Sarge, Church, Griff, all of them. I want to play some fucking Halo. I may download Halo tonight. Play it tomorrow night on stream. It'll be a fun time. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know.
Despite how frequently content was being pumped out, Phil's merch
I'm
on
having
Teespring
fun
wasn't
tonight,
bringing
though.
in enough revenue to
Okay.
keep things afloat, so he went on the search for a new MCN to be a part of so that he could continue his work. Keep in mind, by 2017, MCNs
Oh my
were
God.
basically phased out from YouTube. Most people saw them as scams, or, in other words, companies that take all of your money, give you a portion of it, and don't really do anything for you as a result. But here, Phil was still looking for an MCN. Eventually, he found one called Curse, which
Sure. Ooh, I know a few people on Curse. I'm not popular to like ever get anything like that. Curse, are they still around? I don't actually
was willing
know.
to take him in. This was a bit foolish on their part, I should say,
heard
since
of
he
them,
promptly
though.
abandoned them to sign with another MCN, Liveria Media, who offered him content.
Never heard of them. I'm sure people here may have. Please tell me. Like I'm it's not like a facetious thing. Like I'm actually wondering about this.
And ID protection, with the bonus of allowing him to copyright claim
Sure,
the derivative
sure.
videos of his detractors. Soon after, Phil
I
noticed
love
Liveria's
derivative
inability to
videos.
commit to any of
Yep.
their promises to him on writing,
Yep.
and sussed out that they probably weren't going to be able to meet his expectations. So he returned to Curse, which, while less lucrative, allowed Phil to continue his work. However,
Oh, he's still with her. That's not good. That's a 0. That okay.
just as
Alright.
one negative feedback loop
Yep.
is looking like it might stop,
Yep.
another one begins. Phil's domestic life
Nope.
with Leanna became turbulent. Leanna, by this time, had recently gotten herself a job, and as the breadwinner of the family, was often out working. Probably because of the life experience she was accruing while at work, surrounded by adults with expectations of responsibility and maturity, she began maturing herself, and naturally, muted tensions rose between her and Phil. In early 2017, she tweeted a photo of
Sure.
a fake engagement ring saying, "My coworkers keep asking me when Phil and I are getting married, even though we aren't engaged. Gotta fake it." While seemingly small,
Oh, I'm so sorry. I know she's like Phil. Oh shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This shit. Oh. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like this. Oh, that's bad. But it is a thing that happened, and we have to take it as it is.
They communicated a lot about how their relationship was going. She wanted more out of it. She wanted commitment, expecting Phil to take it to the next level, while he was comfortably inert. While he acted very confused on stream when it was brought up, it appears he quickly took the hint and got engaged to her, though he admitted there was no hope of having an actual marriage take place due to Phil's unstable finances. Despite the proposal, there were various signs that they were adrift and on a fast track to separation. A little while later, Leanna
I have to go get more water. I will be right back. God damn it. Phil, you fucking moron. She's exactly like you, and y'all are terrible. Y'all are terrible, but perfect together. God damn it. Grasp on to any, like happiness you have. Here, I'm going to leave you, again, I'm going to play Marvel Zone from Sonic and Chill, which is just came out 2023. By Funk Fiction. Give me like 30 fucking seconds. I'll be right back. God damn it. It'll be a fun time. Broskies. Back. Sorry about that. Gotta have that water. And I'm apparently Super Shade said I should stream until the Nintendo Indie Direct. That's in 9 hours. I have 9 fucking hours
suffered
to go.
an anxiety attack that was so intense it landed her in the hospital. This flare-up of her condition compounded on top of their already bad situation, since they had to pay for her 3-hour stay in the emergency room, despite her receiving nothing resembling treatment besides a pill, according to Phil. The reason for her anxiety attack is unknown. It could just be from the stress of having a job, but many people speculate it had to do with her relationship with Phil. Soon enough, Leanna did break up with Phil and moved out. While he denied it for a brief period, he eventually did speak out on it, saying the following. Since there's been tons of speculation and it makes sense to clear it up, yes, it's true that Leanna and I have broken up. We actually broke up a while ago and she moved out 2 weeks ago. We purposefully agreed to keep quiet to prevent any unnecessary drama on either side, being that we both have public personas and social media presence and we're still on good speaking terms. This is a personal matter between us dealing with behind the scenes occurrences and feelings that quite frankly are nobody's businesses but our own. I wish Leanna the best. I still talk with her regularly and we'd both appreciate it if you'd respect our privacy on this matter. As in, don't bother asking for details because you won't get them. In fact, this is probably the only time I'll really address it, as I'd prefer to move on positively and focus on the future. There will not be any videos made on this subject. Thanks for understanding. Meanwhile, the trolls took this opportunity to make a
Okay. Let me put on the music. I understand where he's coming from. I think the internet is like an over... No, that's a fucking lie. That's a lie. I was gonna say the internet's an overly positive place. I think it's like a facetious, overly positive place where people try and put on their best, like, face for everyone, but then shit on everything else. So I really don't know what I have to say on this subject, because I thought I did, then I don't. But you know, you go online and everyone's shitting on everything, like the Marvels and all the movies and all the video games and everything. But everyone's like, "Oh, my life is so great," blah blah blah. I don't know. Follow my Twitter for a bunch of useless shit that I think that is fun from a musician astrophysicist.
Phone call to the radio station 897 KACC and requested the song "Baby Come."
I had something for you, but then like I thought about it in my head and I'm like, no
back on Phil's behalf.
897 KACC. We got a dedication in. These kids and their names, I swear. So, Darkside Phil wants to dedicate a song to Panda Lee. He wants to dedicate "Baby Come Back" by Player.
Regardless, it was clear that Leanna leaving hit Phil like a ton of.
I have to listen to at least the first verse and or chorus of that. I'm sorry, I just do. I love my music. You know I love my music. I love every kind of music. I listen to fucking Britney Spears and Slayer in the same, like, 5-length song rotation. What is it, baby? What did he... Oh my god. No. Hold on. What was the song?
There's been tons of speculation, and it makes.
All right, we got the. All right.
There's been tons
oh
of
my god.
Okay.
These kids and their names,
I got to hear
swear.
this. I'm sorry.
So, Darkside Phil wants to dedicate a song to Panda Lee. He wants to dedicate "Baby Come Back" by Player.
Regardless, it was clear that Leanna leaving.
Baby Come Back by okay. Man, if this isn't transformative, I don't even fucking know what is. How long is the song? 4 minutes? We'll listen to a verse or two. Chorus. This is hilarious to me. And I want to find new music. If you got music for me to listen to, I don't really care as long as it's good. Okay. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. I love... And I got my 5 guitars over there. Okay. I'm down. Like, I am so down with it. Sure. I think it's a pretty fucking dope song. I don't know that I've ever heard it before, but I'll learn it. I think it's pretty damn good. I'm not sure. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh, I like it. I like it. I'm done. You know how much I liked it? Look. I'm gonna like it. That's how much I like it. I'm gonna like it on Spotify. That's a big thing. For me to like a song on Spotify, that's actually a super big thing. That's my girlfriend. I'm not. Oh my, Jesus fucking Christ! Look. They're like, "Hey, baby, come back to me." You know, he lost his girlfriend or whatever. And then this is what we have to come back to: Phil eating a fucking hot dog. I love me some hot dogs. Don't get me wrong, right? But Jesus fucking Christ, man.
It filled like a ton of bricks, perhaps even worse than his financial issues. Sure. He began sleeping poorly and began struggling to eat as well.
This is Phil struggling to eat. I could fucking smash a fucking hot dog right now.
As he used to eat after Leanna made him dinner. Along with the ending of his friendship with John and Howard, Phil has described his breakup with Leanna as one of the most negatively impactful things to have happened to him in his life.
Oh, hey, it's like me and my divorce with my wife. that led me to being an alcoholic. Not like a haha funny alcoholic, like a real, like, not, I don't recommend
At
it.
this point, he was more of a
alcohol.
Twitch streamer than a YouTuber since he was getting increasingly
Sure.
less results from his uploads. And still, the requests
Well,
for donations to his
aren't we all?
Patreon kept becoming more frequent.
Aren't we
His
all?
trolls found themselves at a crossroads, like a dog chasing a car. They didn't know whether to celebrate Phil finally approaching rock bottom or to mourn how low he'd come. By November 2017,
Sure.
Phil got into another relationship, one that he publicly announced in early 2018 by posting a picture of a red-haired woman tending to his Christmas tree, though her identity was concealed. The trolls' response to this was to quickly start a thread on Kiwi Farms.
You know what we need to do? We need to make a schedule, and I need to go through all fucking 80. By the time we're done, it'll probably 90, 100 videos of Christian. Maybe on a Thursday. I'm thinking Thursday, Christian Thursdays, something like that. I've already watched them, all of them. How are gonna be content for like the next fucking year? And that's like, yeah, it's a Phil thing to say. But still, it's fascinating.
Claiming to be a lady of the night who was hired
Is
to
it not?
pretend to be DSP's
Yeah.
girlfriend. And what is perhaps the strangest twist of this entire story, it
I
turns
don't-
out the people
I
behind
don't
this
know about
particular
that.
troll campaign were Patrick and Brenda Bronsgeest, a pair of professional scammers who used pictures of young women without their consent to swindle victims of their money. After a decade of their grift, it was their
Don't
attempt
like
at
that.
defaming Phil
I'm
that
not
caused their
down with
undoing.
that.
The woman whose picture they
Right.
used to pretend to be Phil's fake girlfriend was contacted and promptly refuted their story, and just like that, the thread was gone. The account that made this thread was soon linked to another pseudonym, Angelina Capri, who had registered a domain in the name of none other than Patrick Bronsgeest. By the time they changed the registry information to the domain providers, it was too late. Kiwi Farms had already gotten to them, scouring the internet for any information they could find.
Dude, if we went into the Kiwi Farms rabbit hole, there would be nothing. There would be no force of gravity or physics to allow us to come out of that rabbit hole. Because if you don't know, Kiwi Farms started to, I don't want to say docs, although it did do that, but it provided, let's say, dossiers on every internet locale. Fuck, I'd figured there'd be one on me, but like it got shut down. Well, I would say it got shut down whenever I got big, but I never got big. I'm pulling in 3 viewers right now. I'm just saying. But like the people that it did get big on, Chris Chan was like the original like OG kind of guy, and then you went to Boogie, and then you went to Rich and Mudahar and everybody else. To be one of them, to be one of the hated people on the internet, what isn't that like the dream? But they got shut down. Caffles and many other people.
About them, they came up with various indecent images of Brenda,
Y'all don't care.
among other things.
I don't
Another
care.
account linked to Patrick was recorded
Sure.
attempting to provoke Phil during Twitch streams, claiming to be a patron who would rescind his pledge if Phil didn't address the rumors directly. Whether this was a botched attempt to extort Phil, or just a way to kick him when he was already down for entertainment is still unknown. Owner of Kiwi Farm.
Sure. I've been streaming for nearly 5.5 fucking hours. It's insane. And it's only 2. If we go into 11, it's like 9 fucking hours. Oh my god, what am I gonna
seeking
do?
to clear the air around the situation. I love drama. I also really hate being lied to. The escort story had steam to it because the escort identity had tweets mentioning you going back 4 years before the first "This is how you don't play." The escort profile itself had its identity verified by a third party. Every single thing they said was impossible to disprove, but it fell apart in January when she claimed and no one believed you had raped someone. That threw her entire story off balance, and people began looking for what was going on. The truth? They were professional catfishers, a Dutch couple using random girls' pics to get money in Amazon wishlist items. They were genuine fans of yours in 2014, but turned detractor, then decided to use their extensive catfishing profile against you. I know you don't want to visit my site, so this is an archive of the full details on a third-party site. It totally exonerates you.
shit, dude.
Cheers, big ears. Following this fiasco, Phil introduced his new girlfriend, Kat, compared to Leanna, who was out.
So that's the current one. She's cute, I guess. She's could do way better than Phil. I mean, not better than me, but way better than Phil. Well, she doesn't look like super happy right there. I don't know about that.
Going and often outspoken to the point of being jarring for Phil's following, Kat was more shy, refusing to participate in Phil's playthroughs and seemingly being averse to having her photo shared. She appeared so uncomfortable in front of a camera that it quickly became a gag that Phil had kidnapped her as a hostage. Regardless of what was being said by the
I get it. She kind of thought, and I don't know how Phil is beyond the screen, the camera, whatever. I think I'm like pretty genuine. Like, well, I've had a I've had a viewer come and visit me. Like, he said I was like kind of different. I generally don't think I am. Like, I'm not putting on a facade or whatever. But she clearly like isn't, I don't know, receptive to the camera, as it were.
detractors, this was a good sign for the relationship, since Kat wanted nothing to do with Phil's online presence and what it came packaged with.
She just, I mean, you got that straight lip. She
2018, Phil tried to replicate the virality of his original DSP Tries It Axe Body Detailer video, but it was quickly overshadowed by another controversy he involved himself in. At the time, prominent streamers and influencers received copies of the newly released State of Decay 2, common practice for companies who want to promote their products. Upon realizing he was simply too irrelevant to be viable as a recipient of a free copy, Phil took to Twitter to rant. Those playing State of Decay 2 a full week early are paid shills. They are walking advertisements, not true gamers, and are doing so solely for a paycheck. I'll be paying for the game and playing it this Friday, just like so many of you, and my reactions will be legit, as always.
Dude. Come on, man. Like, I am trying to give DSP, like, so much of the benefit of the doubt, but how can I, like, defend that? I've never gotten like a key or anything to anything to like review, man. He is. I wish. You know what I wish? I wish he was in my place right now. Because holy shit, he would have no idea how to live. Well, to be fair, I don't either. I had a pretty good life, but
within a day, Phil retracted the statement once he realized he himself had received free copies of games such as Fallout 4 and Dark Souls 3, and that would obviously make him look like a hypocrite. So he retracted the statement, presumably because he himself had received free.
Here, after today's stupid mistake, I will be using Twitter for business purposes moving forward. Updating my schedule, answering important questions from fans, great, but trying to articulate something here and sound like an ass creates drama I hate.
Free copies. Not only did he acknowledge the hypocrisy, he also suggested using Twitter for business purposes exclusively to prevent similar situations in the future. Despite his promising relationship with Kat at this point in time, Phil opened up to his audience about his struggles with depression, pointing to the times when he acted extremely stupid and self-destructive as times that he had underlying issues. Years later, it seems he was at least partially admitting that Total Biscuit was right in assessing him as someone, quote-unquote, obsessed with burning his own house down. In July 2018, YouTube guidelines for MCNs changed, and
right, well, I mean, I say I burned my own house down. That's not true. But if you're gonna do it, like, stay in the house, man. And I'm sorry, maybe that might get me, like, demonetized on Twitch or something, but don't fix something that you want. Believe me, I haven't.
Now, every report on a client of theirs had to be manually reviewed. This proved a very big problem for Curse, since for every stream Phil did, there were dozens of trolls willing to mass report him, creating a massive backlog of reports that someone at Curse had to be burdened with. Because of this, along with Phil's low numbers, they decided to drop him, meaning Phil was once again a free agent. This was particularly impactful on his finances, since the month prior, he maxed out his credit cards to pay off the total sum of state taxes he owed, and without an MCN, his main channel, DSP Gaming, apparently couldn't be monetized. He did find a brief period of relief thanks to one troll who spent a hefty sum on donations to him, planning to eventually charge Phil back for all of it, but ultimately the chargeback didn't work and Phil got to keep the money. Since he no longer had the MCN's AdSense linked to his main account, Phil had to appeal his original ban on DSP Gaming from 2010 in order to make a living. He started uploading his new content into his long dormant KO Gaming account, but that wasn't much of a fix considering the channel was dead from the lack of uploads and engagement. Phil truly was between a rock and a hard place here. On Twitch, he aired out his frustrations in regards to his dwindling income.
We have like a fucking hour to go.
And a lack of financial support from his YouTube viewers, saying, "I'm gonna make a video about it tonight, asking those who watch on YouTube to pledge on Patreon for real this time. If people watch on YouTube, that's no excuse anymore. You guys on stream, I cannot really ask for more. You guys give me so much already. But those YouTube viewers at this point are just taking shit for granted, and it has to stop. Those who have watched me on YouTube for 10 years and just take it for granted that I'll always be there need a wake-up call. How am I getting thousands of views on my video and having less than 200 patrons?" In the video, he announces that
he is so fucking entitled, man. He's so fucking entitled. I am glad when anyone, like, even fucking chats with me, or even lurks. I know there's a few of you lurking here, and that's completely fine, man. Like, I'm here to provide, Jesus fucking Christ, whatever little bit of entertainment that I can at, like, what, 2:30 in the morning? Dude, like, I wish that he could, like, trade places with me and he would actually know, because he's in like a comfort zone because he started so early and I was working on my fucking astrophysics degree at that time. It's just, man, it's fucking wild. Anyway,
from now on KO Gaming, he will be heeding to people's requests and uploading long-form content, almost as an archive to his streams, instead of hundreds of 10-minute or shorter clips that he used to do. Though this is a concession, it's done very begrudgingly, and it's not timely whatsoever. It would have been significant had he done this 5 years prior, but now it's just too little too late. I should make a note here that he's more than willing to press his YouTube viewers for wanting to watch something without paying for it. Meanwhile, he's not very eager to press himself to get a real job if his financial situation is as dire as he claims it is. It's almost like he's completely sidestepping his monetary burdens and placing them squarely on his viewers, like they're the ones in debt to him. Luckily for Phil,
he's done that forever.
Did eventually regain monetization. During that year's Halloween stream, after participating on the stream for a couple of games,
she's a good-looking woman. Like, why did she ally herself with him? I could say that about a lot of people. I'll hold my tongue, but like, come on, man. She could do way
Kat
better.
abruptly left the stream to go out with her friends. Later on, Phil revealed that the real reason she left was because of the excess of trolls in chat that were upsetting her. One troll in particular got the brunt of Phil's ire, the almighty Tevin.
Why does everyone want me to give Tevin a birthday shout out? You guys are fucking lame trolls.
Tevin, Tevin.
Well, who cares if I say happy birthday to Tevin or not?
That's like a big lore thing. Tevin.
He deserves jail time for the amount of stuff that he steals illegally, except that YouTube won't do anything about it, and he knows that I can't afford to stop him. Happy birthday, shithead.
Tevin's claim to fame, besides beating Phil in Street Fighter on one occasion, is having tried out the Wings of Redemption playbook on DSP, deliberately calling him Dave instead of Phil to get a rise out of him. Although it didn't catch on as much as Wings' Richard Samuel routine, it was an admirable effort. Besides being responsible for restreaming many of Phil's streams, Tevin had been around for quite some time, knowing of DSP since before 2010. What's interesting is that many of Phil's most prominent detractors at one point were actually fans of him. Quite the Batman dynamic he has going on. Due to all the DSP derivative content,
a little bit,
frequently accusing Tevin of stealing his content, comparing him to a bank robber, among other things. For a brief period, he was the primary recipient of DSP's ire, to the point where the phrase "it's Tevin's fault" became one of the rallying cries for the detractors.
See, it's so funny. Like, people, maybe you're watching this for the first time. Maybe you don't know who DSP is. Maybe whatever. Knowing who he's been, even not like the entirety. I know about Tevin. I know about the jerk of May 1st. You know, take that as you will. We already covered that. This maybe it will convince you to like learn more about him. Maybe it will convince you to do something like picking up an instrument. I don't know. I would suggest the instrument and not like throwing your life away on DSP. Or maybe doing both. Who knows? Maybe you're going to practice your skills while watching the downfall of DSP, a decade of failure. That would probably be the best one, to be completely honest. But still, like, there's so much. This is only a 2-hour documentary over a 15-year daily streaming story. There's a lot to
especially
go
during that period. But no matter how
100%.
much Phil accused others, ultimately, he was his own worst enemy. Despite being a very meek person in real life, according to everyone who's actually encountered him, online, Phil just had conflict in his nature. Some were less personal, such as his brief friction with low-tier God, as the two were often compared to each other due to both being very toxic Street Fighter players. As a matter of fact, they even fought a match in-game once.
Yep.
Starts off the match with a scrub cycle pressure, praying that it can work.
Another fighting game adjacent beef Phil was unable to stop himself from entering was when Alpha Omega Sin used him as an example of people who rage quit matches.
I never got to interview him. I have a bunch of interviews on my channel ready to go because I'm so fucking lazy. I can't make a goddamn like thing. I have Boogie, I have Gerard, I Game Chasers, everybody. Never got Alpha though. I saw him, I talked to him about Opeth once, one of my favorite bands, Arion Opeth. They vie for my #1. I don't know whatever happened to Alpha Omega Sin. I would actually love to find like a documentary on that, or just a little like blurb or
to which
something.
Phil replied by qualifying that when he purposefully throws a match, it's not rage quitting because he doesn't actually quit. A highlight of Phil's response is when his audience outright tells him that to make a response and address it is just going to create more negativity and he should let it go, to which he responds that he's been the bigger man for a very long time, meaning it's okay for
with the Streisand effect. Like, she didn't like somebody photographing her house. And when somebody did, she took them to the court. And she's like, you know, I don't want everyone to know where my house is. And her taking him to court made everyone know where her house is. Again, coined the Streisand effect. It's kind of like what
for him
Phil
to
is
engage
doing
with someone
here.
saying
Fair
something
enough.
bad about him just this once. I guess that's sort of Phil's general sin as a content creator. He's unwilling to not engage with negativity, which makes for a very depreciated viewing experience for people who actually want to watch his streams. He also got in some trouble in 2019 when talking about the passing of Twitch streamer Etika. While he does express sympathy for Etika, he makes the mistake of pontificating about his own situation in 2017, leading many
I didn't know this. He fucked up with the Etika.
people to claim he was making what happened about himself. The video also attracted some negative attention due to it briefly being monetized after it being uploaded, with the first line in the description being a Streamlabs link to give Phil a tip. Honestly, I think this one's not that big of a deal, but obviously someone was mad. In a similar instance, about a year later, Phil got himself in hot water again, this time regarding Kobe Bryant's passing.
Today's just a bad day. Kobe Bryant passes away in a tragic helicopter crash. My saves get corrupted and deleted from friggin' nights. What else could happen? I hope nothing else. I hope that's it.
I want to like end this stream there. I'm not going to. I want to, but like, Jesus Fucking
DSP had a
Christ.
history of conflating other people's circumstances with irrelevant or petty things. For example, when Toby Turner was facing some very serious allegations in April 2016, Phil posted a video covering his personal story with Toby. The only problem was, his gripes with Toby were over things like Phil's opinions on his content or Toby having been disruptive and cringy during E3 2011, when the topic at hand was Toby potentially being a sex offender. Another example of Phil's pettiness knowing no boundaries involved fellow YouTuber Pro Jared. In 2016, Jared...
Dude, it's a lot of information coming at my head. And I can't, like... It's a lot. It's a lot. Toby Turner, Pro Jared, Kobe Bryant. It's a lot of shit. All right.
Jared made an innocuous
Just
tweet
saying.
saying, "I took a wrong turn on in the internet and ended up reading DSP hilarity. Haha, whoops." A whole 3 years later, when Jared was faced with accusations that he cheated on his wife and was exchanging salacious DMs with minors, Phil actually remembered this microscopic dig and spoofed it, saying, "Took a day off from the entire internet, but hashtag pro Jared hilarity was at the top of everyone's Twitter feed."
God damn. Can I get his, like, memory? I have a pretty good memory. Like, you know, like, I have a pretty good, I don't think I have that good of a memory. I have a fairly decent one, but holy
Haha,
fuck, man.
whoops. In an unrelated
Come
video,
on,
he outright
man.
brags about biding his time and keeping his eye on the bigger YouTuber who had punched down on him, but he made no comment when Jared addressed the accusations himself and largely disproved them. This tweet went viral and got positive reactions from a few other prominent content creators, and Phil had a mind to capitalize on the first morsel of positive online attention he got in the entire decade. How did he do this? Not by pushing out some content to capture people's attention and keep them coming back for more. No, of course
would
not,
he?
okay? Instead,
Right.
Phil deferred back to his standard operating procedure, going over every negative thing ever said about him for the 1,000th time in an almost 2-hour-long video.
Oh my god. Oh shit. Dude, I am going on a 5-hour and 30-minute stream right now. I don't know how much more I can keep up with this because I'm pretty fucking tired. But we'll keep
Claims
going
he makes
until
in
I
this
can't.
very long video is that he had less haters now than he
Listen,
used to, in
I'm there
proportion to
for
how many
you.
genuine viewers
Or
he
not,
has.
I don't
Phil
know.
was right, but he had no idea why this was, and
I'm
presumably chalked
here.
it up to trolls
Keep me
getting
awake.
tired of his
God
shtick.
damn it,
Moving on to
please.
something else. Unbeknownst to him and many of the casual followers of the DSP phenomenon, the main group of DSP detractors was about to implode. Wings had Sean Ranklin, Chris Chan had Liquid Chris, and Darkside Phil had the Sons of Kojima.
Dude, the Liquid Chris saga. Probably the best internet saga ever. That was a big, like, couple of years, excuse me, of change. The hiccups, and I hate the hiccups. But still, Jesus fucking Christ. It's a big year of
Sons of
change.
Kojima was a group dedicated to discussing, reacting to, and memeing on DSP. Their name being an intentionally purposeful nod to Phil's complaints about Hideo Kojima's game design decisions in the Metal Gear game he was playing in the first This Is How You Don't Play episode. The first proper group with this purpose was the aforementioned Kojima World Order, who focused primarily on troll compilations. However, Sons of Kojima took it to the next level and added their own commentary and spins on the content to the DSP moments that they compiled. Even the original creator of the This Is How You Don't Play series, Evil AJ 2010, was a member. Quickly, the Sons of Kojima became the largest group of detractors online, with one man in its helm, Fred Fox.
Wait, who's this? Fred Fox?
Fred Fox. Fred Fox. 100%. Hold on. Give me half a second. I need to do a thing. 30 fucking seconds here. Hold on. No, I'm gonna give you like a fucking legitimate song. What do I need to give you right now? Again, here. YouTube's gonna ban me, but fuck it. Here, have this. Give me like 30 seconds. Maybe they won't ban me in 30 seconds. I don't know. Maybe they will. Fuck me. We're back.
that you settled down, that you found a girl and you're married now. I heard that your dreams came true. Guess she gave you things I didn't give to you. Old friend, why are you so shy? Ain't like you to hold back or hide from the light. I hate to turn up out of the blue uninvited, but I couldn't stay away. I couldn't fight it. I had hoped you'd see my face and that you'd be reminded that for me it isn't over. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me, I beg. I'll remember you say.
Alright, I'm back. I'm sorry. They're gonna ban me. Oh my god, they're gonna ban me. Sorry. I don't want that. Okay. Right.
Fred Fox.
Deriving his name from
Red
the
Fox,
AVGN
yes.
clip you just saw, Fred sought to keep his
Love
relatively
it.
close-kept
Love
secret
it.
and tried to establish a strict code of conduct to other members of the SOC and even the general
Sorry,
DSP
like
trolling
Adele.
community at large. Many
Actually, I'm
former
not
members
sorry.
cited the
Fuck
group
it.
as
I
an
like
enjoyable
Adele, man.
pastime that was
You don't like
gradually ruined
Adele?
by
Fuck
Fred,
you.
who took it significantly more serious than everybody else. His number one rule was that no one, under any circumstance, could profit off of DSP, supposedly because it would affect their capability of neutral and fair judgment of his actions. Anyone who attempted to monetize their DSP trolling begat a campaign of intimidation and sabotage from the Sons of Kojima. The most notorious example being with the then up-and-coming YouTuber, Ardnas. Ardnas was a rising star in the niche DSP detractor scene, uploading daily summaries of Phil shenanigans. The one mistake she made was making money off of her work, something Fred and the SOK were quick to confront her with on Twitter when their content was used. The content in question was screenshots taken by Fred and images of DSP's content with an SOK watermark plastered on it. Ardnas claimed that her videos had ads placed on them by YouTube's copyright system.
Oh,
since they
yeah,
were
don't do
DSP
that.
re-uploads. The
Shit.
incident split the detractor community, as people were either subscribed to Fred's ethos
don't,
or casuals who thought it was stupid to treat it with much more importance. And I would probably agree with the casuals. Ultimately, Ardnas got her account copyright struck into oblivion after her intro song, which was in multiple videos, was claimed in all of them. Ardnas and another former SOK member had a few exchanges about how Fred was worse than DSP. The particulars around who was responsible for the claims are very murky, but what matters was that this marked a tide change against Fred. For the roughly 3 years that the Sons of Kojima was around, it was involved in more internal drama than DSP himself. In 2015, Phil's main gaming channel, DSP Gaming,
Dude, gaming shit. You know, like I thought, you know, I consider myself a gamer, man. I used to play Mega Man when I was young and everything. I mean, by young, I mean more than like maybe 3 weeks ago. But dude, there's some fucking weird ass people out there. And you think they're weird, but then you go and you find a DSP, you find a Tobuscus, you find Jesus Christ, I hope not, but a Christian, like, man, it's a bit much.
Had been plagued by various copyright strikes over
I
the
think
use
we
of fan
can
art and
say
free
that.
streams.
It's a
Leaks
bit
from a former
much,
Sons
right?
of Kojima member, Kaz, revealed that it was an associate of the SOC, Be Awesome One, who had not only created the fan art for Phil, but revoked permission for its use in his pre-streams, with the Sons of Kojima giving him the authorization.
It's not great.
The Sons of Kojima had gone from idly compiling and reviewing Phil's content for fame and ridicule to actively seeking to destroy his career. One user,
It's
the
like
King of Divas,
fucking,
saw Fred
like,
leading the
brush.
group as the direct cause of everyone in it becoming disrupted distrustful of each other, but he was pushed out of the community and punished for his betrayal after the fact with a feature-length expose. His private messages, recorded calls, and personal information leaked, all for his non-adherence to the cult of Fred. Another user, Doper, made probably the best assessment of what the group was becoming in a twit longer. Let's be real here. Phil is not Hitler. He's an overweight, careerless 35-year-old man who spends his days walking from one end of his house to another while complaining about how hard his life is. I've seen way too many people act as if they're on some kind of mission to defeat DSP. Why? What's the end goal here? Get him off YouTube? Get his Patreon shut down? Why is this something that people would want? What exactly has Phil done to you personally that would justify that in your eyes? He blocked you? He banned you from his shitty-ass forum? He called you names on the internet? Take a second look and think about how little that matters in the grand scheme of things. If he wants to run the forums into his own little safe space bubble with extreme hostility to newcomers or folks to don't kiss his ass, well, he has the right to do that since he's footing the bill for its costs. He has no career future, no friends, no stable income. He spends whatever free time he has going to hotels in his own area instead of actually seeing the world and gaining new experiences. His health and lifestyle is nothing short of abhorrent.
I don't think you need to see the world gain new experiences. Everyone knows what the world is like, and pay $300, half the price of a plane ticket, and you can go anywhere you want in the entire fucking planet. Sorry, just is that, and you're getting ripped off if you pay any more than that. My
We'll find out soon enough how badly he screwed his life up. There's no need to try and hasten that process, and neither should you feel happiness about it happening. This isn't good. It's sad. It's sad that a grown man is wasting his own life by acting like a petulant child, crying about how everyone else is wrong and he's right, while banning or blocking anyone who challenges him in any sort of way. If you want to laugh at how shitty his life is or what an asshole he's been, go ahead. But don't pretend you're on some kind of internet crusade against him. Is going on and on about Phil really getting anyone anywhere? Is bitching about him for 75% of a podcast really helping anyone? Phil isn't changing from anything being.
I actually agree with them because of my stance on like movies and shit. And I think if I ever made like a true YouTube video over Marvel movies like Thor, Love and Thunder, the Marvels, all that, it might get a lot of views and a lot of fuck you comments. You're terrible. Hope you eat shit. I hope you like eating shit. You know, if you like eating shit, don't push it on to others. Like that would be the comments that I would get. 100%. Like, man, people blasting other things with energy. It's fine. And if your life is so good that you can shit on that, then I mean, that's fine, but I like to escape with heroes that do things. Apparently, like, I'm the only one ever to do that, and I think it's kind of weird, and people are, like, rejoicing that The Marvels is, like, the shittiest movie to ever open, and I think that's kind of weird. It's a little bit of a, and by a little bit, I mean incredibly 100% Schadenfreude. But I had fun with it. I like Kamala Khan. And the other two were kind of
being said on them, and neither are his airheaded
Maybe
fans
I'm
going to
like
stop
Boomer.
pledging their money to him. What's there to even talk about at this point?
it's
Phil
fun.
says something stupid about something he doesn't know anything about. Phil gets
Sure.
criticized and responds
Yeah.
by blocking and then writing another wallow text. Phil whines about a video game not letting him win easily. At what point does it become obvious that it's just the same old boring crap from him? Fred
Shit, I was complaining about Half-Life 2 not letting me win. Oh my god, am I becoming
did
Phil
address
again?
his twit longer
I
in the
don't
96th
even know.
episode of the SOK podcast, but removed it due to the backlash it received. Fred at this point wasn't just after DSP, but openly talked about his plans to dox DSP defenders.
Dude, there are people getting angry on the internet while there are literal, like, premature babies dying in Gaza. Like, I've never wished for a comet or meteor to wipe us out more than I have now.
Which more and more just meant anyone who wasn't as dedicated as he was to wrecking Phil's life. An audio leaked of him mocking his own friends from SOK, and it was becoming extremely clear their operations were nothing beyond a platform for Fred to deify himself and his unhealthy obsession with DSP. Some people claimed he'd spend over 19 hours a day in calls.
It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. I'm not going to say it's not.
The details of
it
this
is.
are extensive and documented, but get to the point of redundancy and how ultimately irrelevant they are. Basically, everybody was under Fred's suspicion of being out to destroy SOK. This is what happens when you don't have better things in your life to worry about. When the previously mentioned...
You know, I don't know a lot about Turkey Tom, but he calls himself out, as I do. If I were to ever make some, you know, I'm the most self-deprecating person ever. I think I'm pretty smart. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm the most fucking dumbass piece of shit ever. And you may be right. You know, I'm a fucking doormat. There are a few things that I know that I'm smart on. I know my physics, my astronomy, and everything, at least as much as I can after taking 8 years of school and 5, 6, 7 publications. I know my RPGs. I believe I have the biggest Final Fantasy RPG retrospective on the internet. Like even beyond anyone else. Like I put a lot of work into that. Nobody gives a fuck. But Darkside Phil, man. He knows what he knows by who he, excuse me, who he has interacted with, and I don't want it. Oh my god, I don't even know what this is. I just randomly paused it. The Autistic Illuminati. Wait, I mean Sons of Kojima. Put a fucking nail on my head.
Almighty Tevin had to pull out from participating in the podcast. Fred became paranoid about him to the point that he decided to release Tevin's docs. In an unexpected cameo, Mr. Medic tried to intervene in the situation.
Mr. So old. I'm so old. I'm terminally online. I know I am. I know I'm a man-child. It's fair enough. There's no, like, hiding that. I'm not Phil. I'm a socially adjusted person. I'm not.
Situation and give Fred some advice on how to avoid the implosion of his group and reputation. Medicare accurately concluded the group had become A-loggers, a term which originated with Chris Chan to describe haters who become so obsessive they end up significantly worse than the people they dislike. Beginning in late July of 2017, a series of leaks regarding the...
Oh my god, that's an interesting concept, is it not? I think that's an interesting concept here. Them A-loggers? The people that become worse than the people that they're shitting on, because it's a lower form of entertainment, quote unquote, and that's all you base your life around. So if you're shitting on somebody, but they're like the dredges of humanity, and you're like lowering yourself below that to just shit on them, you're lower than that. Oh my god, I never even thought of that. That's fascinating. You know, if anyone ever, and I've said this multiple times, if anyone ever wanted to get a PhD in psychology, someone like you. Sorry, I love the song. A fucking slam dunk would be Christian. I don't know how we don't have like a booming of like psychologists and psychiatrists from Christian. I don't know if this is actually true, but it's been quoted that he's the most documented person in the history of humanity. I wouldn't believe it. I actually would believe that. Like, it's so weird. It seems like it's like easy, like fruit, like easy, low-hanging fruit. That's what I'm trying.
Sons of Kojima, and specifically his leader, Fred Fox, began to circulate on forums. Fred continued his relentless campaign of enemy making in his own community, this time by persecuting a detractor called TXT for having a monetized Twitch emoji of DSP's face. He provided someone with information to use against TXT, who attempted to retaliate by doing the same to one of Fred's underlings.
Hey, that is Adam Levine. If anyone has never watched that, you should go right now and not watch me and watch The Righteous Gemstones, because it's one of the best fucking series ever. John Goodman, Adam Levine, and many others, and I can't think of their names right now. And it's the guy who created it. Danny McBride. Danny McBride, the show you need to know. Because he's fucking funny as shit.
So. Surprisingly, this was the last straw that broke the camel's back and made people in Kiwi Farms turn against the SOK for good. Fred resented the whole situation and was still pushing for an expose to be made on TXT. But at this point, people within Sons of Kojima were turning against him.
Do y'all realize, like, this is some like fucking 4D chess kind of like whatever. You have these Sons of Kojima, you have Quickville, Quick Kiwi Farms, whatever you want to call it. You have DSP, you have Chris Chan on the same like fucking chessboard at this point in time. Dude, this is some fucking like crazy shit. You ever seen those like Civil War maps? Like, oh, the enemy's here and we're here, and here's the barricade, and here's the house. Fucking wild.
Soon, a massive prolonged leak began with the intent of exposing Fred, including recordings of him intimidating, blackmailing, and pitting members of SOK against one another. In a very strange turn of events, it turned out that in one of his random endeavors to terrorize anyone Fred suspected was a DSP fan, he used a voice changer to stalk and have cyber sex with an autistic man. If I had $1 for every...
Dude. Oh, if you had $1 for every what? I don't want to hear it. For autistic man, he gave a boner to. I don't know. I don't want to know, but we're gonna have to know.
Every time a lolcow hater manipulated and autistic everyone, exposing Fred, including recordings of him intimidating, blackmailing, and pitting members of SOK against one another. In a very strange turn of events, it turned out that in one of his random endeavors to terrorize anyone Fred suspected was a DSP fan, he used a voice changer to stalk and have cyber sex with an autistic man. If I had $1 for every time a lolcow hater manipulated an autistic person into cyber relations via a fake voice, I'd have $2, which isn't that much, but it is kind of odd that it happened twice. Unsung.
We could go to the bank and get a $2 bill and it may be worth thousands. I don't even know why I said that.
HeroBot decided to leak a barrage of incriminating conversations between Fred and another primary member of the Sons of Kojima. On the 6th of September 2016, a former member of the SOK, Renegade Operative, posted a video called Responding to the Sons of Kojima and Conspiracies.
Dude, we're getting way too into this, and I'm not fucking smart. You give me a fucking Hamiltonian, I'll give you the energy back. Give me Heisenberg, uncertainty principle, like delta X, delta P kind of thing, delta E, delta T, if you want to do the energy change in time relationship. Bro, I can do that. This social fucking media band war. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. I just need to play like Crusader Kings 3 and not know what I'm doing. Fuck it, we may do that tomorrow.
Revealing that not only had Fred tried to dox TXT and Tevin, but even Renegade's ex-girlfriend after she decided to join him on a competing podcast. A day later, Fred's closest acquaintance from the Sons of Kojima also came out with his story, and given their proximity, this is one of the most damning accounts. Che abandoned the Sons of Kojima due to the group's toxic atmosphere, but in his absence, he had largely taken up caring for his then-girlfriend and fellow member of the
We've lost Syde Phil. You know what I want right now? I'm pretty fucking hungry. I'm not gonna say I'm not. What What would you want? I know there's a few of you in here who are like lurking and watching me self-destruct. It's completely fine. What would you want right now if you were hungry to eat? I would want Olive Garden's Alfredo sauce and breadsticks. I can make a whole fucking meal out of that. It's like $4. Um, you're stupid if you don't go get that. But Olive Garden's closed at
the SOK, Alice. Alice suffered from leukemia, and in 2016, she sadly passed away due to her illness. This is relevant because Fred thought her death was faked, and in scouring through a ton of obituary sites, he
So this person that passed away, I've gone on record saying furries are weird, and she was clearly a furry, but I think furries are weird, and I'm not going to back down from that. But I don't think furries should not exist, and they were just trying to be themselves, and that's. It's weird that. No, I can't even say that. I'd say it's weird that she consumes Chick-fil-A because Chick-fil-A is fucking amazing, but they're incredibly anti homophobes and shit like that. Or not anti homophobes, they are homophobes. They're anti gay. But still, man. That makes me actually sad. Like, I don't want furries to go away. I just don't want to be a part of them, right? Man, that she had 400 followers. I have more followers than her. That should not be. Leukemia. Man, that makes me like really fucking like that. Okay.
He only succeeded in doxing Alice along with her parents. This obviously made Che very upset, and in the last episode of the SOK podcast, which was hosted by a member Fred was jealous of, no less, Che chimed in to air out years of abusive behavior from Fred. Null of the Farms would confirm a massive amount of attention being brought to the
Null is like a figure you want to hold on to. Fuck, man, we're not on a Christian documentary. We're on a Dark Side Phil thing. We haven't heard about Dark Side. Sorry, I'm going to like some fucking like deep ass Christian lore, which Null is like a big fucking part of, but we're not doing that. Jesus Christ, I'm sorry.
As users flocked to see the collapse of the SOK, as the thread about it hit 23 pages in just 3 days. But in the most cathartic moment of this entire ordeal, the man himself, Darkside Phil, caught wind of the situation. He addressed it in a pretty long twit longer, saying the following. Tons of people are now messaging me to say that Sons of Kojima is being exposed for doing horrible things to me that they denied for years, and the like via a series of leaks. It was obvious the vast majority of the shit was always them, as they are the only.
Hey, you can say shit online, and I hate it when people like asterisk out a vowel because you can say that. I fucking promise you, you will not get banned. And people are like, oh my god, it's because of bots. No, it's not. It's because of some weird fucking personality trait that you have. Please don't do that. You can say shit, damn, fuck, ass, motherfucker. You can just say the N word. You can say DF slur for gay people and all of that. I'm not going to say it here because we'll get instantly canceled. But I'm saying you can say that. It will not make your post. Does that make sense? You can post with saying those. I think it's super disingenuous that you do that. You're making people say the word that you don't want to say. So I think it's also a little bit like manipulative. Like if I say the N word, you actually know what that is, and you already said it in your head because the N word, the N word, the N word. You know what I'm talking about. You're not saying the N word in your head. You're saying the actual word in your head that I do not want you to say, but you are saying it. It's exactly what is happening here. They're putting the onus on you because you have to read the word and they bleeped it out, but you're saying it in your mind. I think it's super fucked up.
Only group who delve that deep into my personal stuff. I would not be surprised if they performed the vast majority of negative things against me, including the doxing, DDoS attacks, false copyright strikes, prank
Why would
calls,
they
pizza
not?
deliveries, signing up my emails to hundreds of spam mail sites, signing up my physical mail to dozens of catalogs and magazines I don't want, sending me feces in the mail. Yes, all that happened. And even swatting me. And remember, Leanna's father also got swatted. We knew nobody was safe. When it came time to start making preparations to attend Leanna's brother's wedding in late 2015, we came to the conclusion that, ultimately, if we attended, there would be a strongly increased chance that someone would try to with us and ruin the event. That would have been
You can say
incredibly messed
fuck,
up. Having
actually.
someone
You
else's
can't do that.
once-in-a-lifetime event get ruined by a swatting. We all collectively agreed to stay home and not attend the event. What did Sons of Kojima do? Well, first they decided to find out the address and date of the wedding. They, on their own, and without my mentioning to it for months, researched and found the event, and then spread that info all over the internet. They then decided to spin it that the reason we weren't attending was because I had forced Leanna to skip it so that I could stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money. So not only
Dude, Fallout 4 actually blows. I love Starfield. Probably not for the reasons most people do, and everyone shits on it, just like the Marvels, which is weird. I don't know, man. Maybe I just like fucking eating shit. Maybe I'm like a dung beetle or something, and that would be fine. Like, what would be wrong with that? I eat another person's shit. It's a source of sustenance. I don't know. It's weird that people have these weird rules on everything.
only were they the reason we missed the wedding, they then turned their own vile actions into a way to make me look bad after the fact. It's mind-numbing, isn't it? It's stereotypical stalker behavior, and when it happens to celebrities, they get restraining orders. This is a textbook case of a bunch of sick-headed, mentally ill, yes, if you try to ruin someone's life you don't know, you are mentally ill, individuals trying to destroy someone they've never met and have zero personal relationship with. It's disgusting and disturbing. For the
It's Dark Side Phil talking about this, right? Man, you're gonna make me agree with Dark Side Phil on this. I don't want to do that. I can, I don't want to. I'm not going to right now. I could, if you agree with what he's saying. I can agree with you. It's like the spectrum, the prism of someone's life, like how everyone has a prism of how they view life through. And you have this entire like spectrum of colors, right? If you want to go like the physics route, like I'm doing. Billie Eilish said some not great things that I agree with. That I don't agree with, and I still love Billie Eilish. Like, but I get where she's coming from, and everyone has their shit, and everyone thinks that everyone else has to like agree with everyone else, and I think it's pretty fucking dumb. But if you think something's dumb, then you will lose your job, and I can provide you with millions of evidences of that. Just is the fact.
Finally seeing the light, they need to look back over the last several years, all the shit they did to me since I moved to Washington, and seriously see if they can live with themselves. I feel bad even when I inadvertently hurt someone, but these people deliberately tried to destroy me for literally nothing. No.
Because they're terminally online, and again, I believe this is Phil saying this, and there's a lot to maybe disagree with. There's a lot to agree with, especially what he's saying now. I think being black and white on the internet is willful ignorance, and you either want to see someone succeed or you want to see someone fall down. And I thought the internet would teach more of that, but it clearly has taught the opposite.
Logical reason. That's wrong on so many levels. My life is already destroyed in a lot of ways, and I'll probably never recover from the financial situation I'm in that they created.
Hey, I don't want to agree with Phil, but I went to college. I should have never done that. It's the worst decision in my life.
Therefore, why dwell on it? So please, don't keep contacting me with juicy new info, as I don't care. Just let me do my daily thing and be who I've always been since day one, and let's keep stuff positive moving forward. Everything else is just white noise that we can block out. While Phil is correct about...
He said Phil is correct. I actually agree with him on that. Fair enough.
Many of the things said here, to blame the financial situation he's in on the Sons of Kojima takes a big chunk of credibility away from his twit long.
Do I agree with that statement? I disagree with what they said, and I'm sure people are like, oh my god, shut the fuck up, get on with the video. Fair enough, I get that. I don't want to steal the video. I want to add my own take on it. If you want to see the full video, you can click the link in the description on YouTube. Yeah, but I don't like what they wrote. I think what Phil wrote is actually pretty good, but I don't agree with Phil attacking them or them attacking Phil. Man, it's humans are complicated, dude. Like your human, like emotional connection to everybody.
Longer. During the previously mentioned final episode of the SOK podcast, Null asked the present members if anyone had any knowledge of the swatting attempts, and they said it wasn't their doing. While Phil seemed to accurately assess his haters turned stalkers, it didn't mean that he was necessarily right in pinning his assessment to the members of SOK, many of which weren't half as deranged and deserved.
Hold on.
Takes a big chunk of credibility away from his twit longer.
Hold on.
During the previously mentioned final episode of the SOK podcast, Null asked the present members if anyone had any knowledge of the swatting attempts, and they said it wasn't their doing.
If anyone had any knowledge of the swatting attempts, it's
While Phil seemed to accurately assess his haters turned stalkers, it didn't mean that he was necessarily right in pinning his assessment to the members of SOK, many of which weren't half as deranged and deserving of that kind of framing as their leader, Fred, was. Speaking of Fred, he soon spoke out himself.
That could go either way. I think there's not enough information to tell whether Phil or SOK was right, because we don't have Phil's like purview of the evidence, even though they said, oh, I believe it's blah blah blah. Well, why do you believe it's that, right? Or SOK, Sons of Kojima, defending themselves. I don't know. There's some shit left out in here that makes it ambiguous. And please correct me if I'm wrong. If there's some like solid contradictory, like legitimate evidence, not hearsay, then I'm totally
about the leaks. The things I've said and done in the past were disgusting, embarrassing, and inexcusable. I'm not going to make excuses or...
Right, the Jews took over outer space and they made the dead space zombies. Maybe don't say that in
say that anyone else influenced me to do them. I take full responsibility for what I did and what went on in that group at the time. When I look at the pictures, I feel ashamed, not even just because they're public now, but because I acted that way. It's stuff I allowed myself to forget about and move on from that I have to now reflect on. One positive thing I can say is that the things leaking out from 2 years ago are not what the group is today. That is why none of the leaks are recent. A number of things have changed and the vibe is...
Sorry. I have a lot to say about this, and I'm glad he's like, in this, at least in this particular part, they're like, you know, you fucked up and all that. So I've gone through a lot of shit. And not even half the people, I'd say about 99% of the people are your past doesn't define you, blah, 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 blah. Like, you're better than your past. Move on from your past. But then, whenever anyone's a detractor, a hater, a troll, whatever the fuck you want to call it, they're like, oh, you did this in the past. You did this in the past. You gotta get canceled for this thing that you said in the past 17 years ago. Like, which one is it? Which one is it, please? I think it's a pretty fucking fair question. Are you not defined by your past and you need to, like, take today and move on to tomorrow? Or do you need to be held 20 years later or 20 years removed from your past, and then be like, fuck your life over indefinitely until infinity. Like, am I wrong? Like, please, Jesus fucking Christ, tell me, like, which one is it? Like, actually, which one is it? Do you not need to, like, let the past define you, or do you need to pay indefinitely for the past that has defined you? Because I think that's the real thing here. So, you know, like, I'm legitimately looking for an answer, because I'm of the prospect that the past has defined you. It made you who you are, and that is who you are. And people, oh, it's the first day of the rest day of your life. No, fucking shut up. That is so fucking stupid. I can't even put into words how stupid it is. Anyway, I'm sorry. It's a real big, like, fucking hot button issue.
It's completely different. I want to thank you for your support and your friendship. I have no hard feelings. I can only blame myself. Whenever things like this happen, I try to learn from it. This is no different. We'll see what happens. For now, I'm going to focus on my friends and family. The reaction to Fred's apology was at best indifferent. At worst, people, including Almighty Tevin, who represented many of the members of the detractor community, saw it as generic and, simply put, damage control with no actual repentance to back it up. Speculations as to how the group would fare varied. Some thought there's no way it could survive
I'm sorry. What? And I'm not saying he's right or wrong, but at that point, like, whatever he said, how do you, like, rectify it? Other than this, what combination of wordage does somebody have to put together to rectify something like that, other than what he did? He's like, hey, I take full responsibility, is disgusting, embarrassing, excusable, all that. And then people just shit on him. Like, what are you supposed to do? Is that, I don't think it's like a fucking super out of the world, out of the multiverse question of, like, what the fuck are you supposed to do when somebody, like, takes accountability and then people don't accept it? Right, like, I guess pick a side. Maybe you don't, and accountability means nothing, or maybe you take accountability and you are reprimanded for your actions, and whenever you fix it in that time that you're reprimanded and never do it again. Are you? I mean, clearly they are. People are still, like, punished after they get out of jail, even though they serve their sentence to atone for their misdeeds or whatever. Like, fuck. I think it's fucking stupid, and I hate
speculations as to how the group would fare varied. Some thought there's no way it could survive in any shape, and suggested that some of the members of SOK were gladly having Fred be the scapegoat for their misdeeds. However, others saw value in what the Sons of Kojima did, but thought it should be limited to the fun commentary part without any of the officializing and secret-keeping Fred brought with him. Many people discussed whether Fred should be doxxed, which led others to suspect that a vicious cycle was at hand. By hating DSP obsessively, Fred became like him. In fact, he became worse than him. And so if people were to hate Fred obsessively, they'd also become like Fred, and so forth. Regardless, the leaks continued relentlessly, and after years of ridiculing lolcows, Fred became one himself and received his very own thread on Kiwi Farms.
Yeah, I could be a lolcow. Nobody would give a shit. I'm like the most boring lolcow ever. Fuck, maybe people would, like, discover shit about me that I didn't even know. To, like, further the noping out of myself. I don't know. It'd be interesting. True story. Chapter 5. Bro, we got about 40 minutes here. I've been streaming for 6 hours and 12 minutes. Holy fucking shit, I'm never going to make it to 11 o'clock. and then I'll wake up, like fucking stuff my face with some shit that I don't need to, and then stream because it's my life now. Or make music. Or practice music. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
With
Let's
his
go.
detractors
Chapter
leaping
5.
headfirst into a shredder, Phil felt a burden lift
Yeah.
from his back. Because of the void
Right.
left by
Good
the
for
sons of
him.
Kojima's
Yeah.
collapse, it meant that DSP had less judicious eyes trained on him at all times, and consequently, he
Sure.
knew he could get away with more stuff than usual. Besides things like his old condo still bleeding his wallet every month due to the real estate market in Connecticut apparently being on a continuous downturn, Phil admits not only to have taken on more credit card debt, but also loans and borrowing money from his parents to
Spoiler alert, he goes bankrupt. And I wish I could go bankrupt, but bankrupt doesn't wipe away your... Alright! Come here. Come on. You want treats? I'll give you a treat. Come here. Somebody like redeem Orion Streets or something. Come here. Come on. Kitty wants treats. Tried to destroy my room to get them. Fair enough. I mean, the fuck do I care? I want my cat to be happy. Fuck it. Orion, come here. Oh, look at that. We got a hand here. Look. Oh, we have so many fucking treats. There's like a handful of treats right here. To the Twitch kitty, I don't know, make him sub to me or something. You know, I always inevitably have like one or two people that are like, oh my god, you're still streaming? You streamed when I went to bed. Yeah, well, that's how terrible my life is. Fair enough. Come here. Come on. Come on. You're a kitty. Here, come here. Oh, yeah. I know. It's terrible. You gotta pay the piper on this one. Oh, alright. God damn it. Don't rip up my Metroid shirt. Here. Come here. He just wants the treat so badly. It's my best friend. Kept me from noping out. And I know it's sad, but doesn't make it any less true. Alright, you can have all of the treats you want. Alright, let's go.
Pay the cost of running his business. He says he doesn't talk about it because he doesn't want to bother people with his problems, but this is evidently not really the case since he has no problem in asking for money and constantly talking about his problems every day. More like
See, I don't want that to be me. I have problems every day. I make light of it, and I do talk about it every day to be completely 100% true, but I'm not. I hope I don't like burden people. I think it's pretty funny. It's like comedy, tragedy comedy funny. Because I really don't give a fuck if if anyone donates to me or not. I'm doing this for like the social interaction and all of that. I think it's pretty funny anyway. I don't want to put anyone like on pressure.
likely he doesn't want to speak on where exactly that money is going because it will invite every dormant troll to scrutinize how financially irresponsible he actually is. Notwithstanding, he revealed that ever since his move to Washington, he'd been paying for a ridiculously expensive leased BMW. He talks about
Jesus fucking Christ. He's buying a fucking BMW now. Really? Really? Moving to Washington State, which by the way I've looked into, believe me, and buying a BMW, begging for money as he does. I probably shouldn't have watched this. I'm getting incredibly agitated. If not simply for the fact that he does not understand how well he has it to even have a community around him that will support him. While there are many millions, hundreds of thousands of streamers that are as good, if not better, than the big ones. That shit fucking pisses me off. I'm sorry. And I'm not saying I'm one of them. I would hope to be one of them. But I'm not like inflating my ego. I'm just saying, whenever I get off stream, I try and go to another like incredibly small streamer and maybe strike up a convo with them, whatever, friendship, collab, whatever. Clearly it hasn't worked yet, but I tried to. It's definitely a hustle, and Darkside Phil has bought a BMW while living in Washington State, which is, I know, incredibly expensive compared to
about
Texas,
having been roped
anyway.
into it by the dealership so as not to pay penalty fees for the car he was previously leasing. But he explains this very poorly, so it's difficult to even pick it apart. The most egregious part of the story is that when asked about why he didn't just get a used car, he tries to make it seem like it would somehow be more expensive and inconvenient than just getting the BMW.
I'm pretty sure he basically said exactly that. I hope he clips it, but this is the most unsurprising thing I've ever heard about
Which
DSP.
is obviously impossible to be true. Just get a Civic, okay? But Phil's financial situation became exponentially
I ain't gonna lie, I like Civics.
worse when apparently someone, presumably one of his detractors, tipped off the state of Washington that Phil was an unregistered business operating in the area. Phil hadn't paid taxes for his business operations for the previous 3 years, and all of that was about to come down on his head at full speed. To pay off all of the back taxes Phil had accumulated, he did back-to-back livestream fundraisers on Christmas 2017 and February 2018. But despite having a minimum goal of $2,000, Phil only raised a little over $300. Undeterred, he tried doing even more special events, such as starting the annual tradition of having the entire week of his birthday having celebratory streams. Coincidentally,
why did I not think of that? Is Phil smarter than me? Probably.
his birthday is in April, right around the same time taxes are due in the US. During this time, he held an impromptu fundraiser, again to the tune of $2,000, and this time getting a little over $400. By this time, Phil promised to not bring up his taxes anymore due to the amount of ridicule he was.
Hey, hot bet. Do you think Phil brings up his taxes anymore until the current day and age? Hot topic
Getting from
here.
both his fans and haters. Later, Phil confirmed he managed to pay off his taxes for the state of Washington, with only his federal taxes remaining. Only problem is his federal taxes amounted to $17,000. So during winter 2018, Phil ran 4 different fundraisers to scratch together some money to keep it afloat. Though his YouTube was simply doomed, as we previously discussed, his Twitch account wasn't. During this period, he went from 517 subs to over 1,800, most of which is thanks to one user who gifted over 1,000 subs during his streams.
Oh, look at that. I think somebody noped out.
The total amount donated.
Or not, yeah. Yeah, somebody noped out on YouTube. But I appreciate the lurk. More than anyone can ever fucking know. That's all I got.
Through gifted subscriptions amounted to a little over $5,000, which Phil got half of as his standard operating procedure on Twitch. This, plus Twitch bits, his Patreon money, what was left of the YouTube ad revenue, and the odd tip, actually made things look slightly hopeful. The only stain on this relatively positive moment was that Phil, despite his previous claims that he used to be an alcoholic, decided to spend the Christmas fundraiser of 2018 indulging in hefty amounts of alcohol, which
Yeah, that's what an alcoholic does. People, interesting. People seem to think like whenever you admit you're an alcoholic, like you're gonna stop, and that's not what happens? Question mark? Like, are you people stupid? If he admits that he's an alcoholic and he's having alcohol, like, why the fuck is anyone ever surprised in the history of fucking mankind? I mean, if you are, you're a fucking moron. Just because somebody's an alcoholic doesn't mean that they want to get better, or they're admitting what they are and they're just indulging on what they have. And I'm not gonna say anything there, but I'm just saying it's a thing that happens, and I think people that deride that are incredibly stupidly foolish, and you need to educate yourselves on
Things look slightly hopeful. The only stain on this relatively positive moment was that Phil, despite his previous claims that he used to be an alcoholic, decided to spend the Christmas fundraiser of 2018 indulging in hefty amounts of alcohol, which prompted him to become noticeably more neurotic the drunker he got. Luckily, he managed to drift.
Am I more neurotic? I think I'm more self-deprecating. I'm pretty sure that's the situation.
By without causing any major havoc online. Later, he announced that the grand total he needed to raise was actually 17 grand, as to cover the expenses for his tax attorney. April 2018 rolled around, and during the main event of birthday week, Phil managed to receive a total of $1,300 in tips. For the rest of the amount he owed, he made a deal with his parents. They would pay for his debts, but he would have to set out a 10-year plan to get his finances in order and keep them there. That was just one of many demands made by Phil's parents to teach him some fiscal responsibility. Another fundraiser was done in August of 2019, with the caveat that were Phil to get $1,000, a special positive announcement was going to be made. Once the goal was hit, it turned
PAH-SITIVE positive. Sorry. I'm texting. Try to get away from that shit. My mom calls the washing machine the washing machine, and the chest of drawers, the Chester drawers, which I didn't even know that was a thing until about like 5 years ago. I think dipping into someone's like speech and physical mannerisms, or I don't know, low-hanging fruit. I have a fucking vast orchard for anyone to draw on, but
turned out he'd just gotten a cat. He alluded to a second goal reward, which was immediately hit when a user donated a whopping entire $1,000 in one tip, only for Phil to then explain that there was actually no second goal and that there'd been some miscommunication.
I didn't noped out right then. $1,000 is a fuckload of money. It could buy you a Roland Aerophone AE20, which may or may not like become incredibly musical in January, late December, if you get my drift.
It doesn't seem this was entirely malicious in nature, more so a manifestation of Phil's lack of communication skills. Soon after, Phil did an interview with fellow YouTuber The Quartering, though many felt that it fell short of expectations.
Yeah, The Quartering's a grifter. He's actually declining on retention thumbs. What is it called? Social blade. Let's check out The Quartering. I hate him. I absolutely fucking hate him. And all of the grifters, all of them. But Nerdrotic, Freaks and Geeks, Quartering, Yellow Flash 2, and I hate to even say this, like I actually do. I've probably donated about $500 to Camelot over the years. Camelot, he kind of fell off the bandwagon. I was very disappointed. As a Texan, he's, I believe, in Alabama. And he was a very, very cool dude. And I don't wish any harm on him, but he kind of fell into that. And we're talking people that just like make 50 fucking videos on Brie Larson's ass. Or like how terrible the Marvel did in opening, which has no like relevance on like how good and or bad it was, because if you ever point out a good movie that like made billions of dollars like Avatar, people be like, oh well, that doesn't mean that's a good movie, it just did that much. But for some reason, like hitting a lower bar means that it's a bad movie. This is very sorry. Anyway, we were talking about quartering. I'm sorry. The quartering. There he is. Look at that. Let's see what he's done. Yeah, maybe not great. Maybe the. Oh my god. Dude. Dude. I am struggling to get to 350 subs. Even 500 to get monetized. Hold on. This doesn't make sense. That's just view. Okay, that's views. That's views. I'm sorry. Like, this doesn't make sense. That's his subs. That's his view. Okay, that's a completely different thing. I'm sorry. It's like my brain nearly imploded. I just want to. It's a good song. Through the Glass. By the way, if you're ever learning guitar, that's the one to learn. What? Here, future projections. Maybe, I guess. I don't know. Fuck me. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's just growth. 1 point, let's call it 1.3 mil. In 4 years, he'll have 2 million people. If growth continues, hold on. I know I'm on here. Right? C plus my fucking ass. 555 uploads. Let's heart it. Shut up. I just. Guys. I mean, we're on the upswing. I've probably not looked at this. Dude is making $500+ million on people that don't know fucking shit about anything. Conservatives. Man, that makes me like super fucking depressed. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Trying to be happy and everything, science, music, technology, all that. I gained 7 subscribers in the past month. The quartering has gained nearly, let's say in a year he'll be at 2 million. And the man is consistently drunk all the time, has no idea. Posted a cuck video about Gina Carano. Alright, that's enough of that. That made me incredibly sad. And just
Since
True
Quartering
story.
wasn't pursuing the more pressing questions and more so taking it easy on Phil over the course of it. The more success in getting people to donate Phil was having, the more he was seeing little bits of trouble start to surface again. In another situation, a longtime viewer and supporter of DSP,
Excuse me.
DJ Runo, donated the $20 that would be necessary for Phil to buy Untitled Goose Game, which Runo wanted to see him play.
Dude, I bet he doesn't play it. I bet $100 he does not play it, or he plays it for an incredibly short amount of time. Says, "Oh, this is stupid. I'm a duck quacking," and then moves on. I don't know. Never seen this video.
Phil thanks him
but
very much for his
that's
generosity,
my,
and eventually said he would buy
clairvoyant.
it and play it the following week. However, the very next day, Phil took to his stream to say he didn't have the money to buy the game and was too poor to buy anything, asking for
I have 300 fucking subscribers, people. I will like dance with my fucking pants down and like fucking slapping my meat everywhere just for you, but he gets donated the money to buy a game and then he doesn't because he said he's too poor. I'm assuming this is right. I'm just saying. Maybe it's not, but still. Come on, man. I am the one to please the audience, but well.
For his viewers to donate him shop credits either for Nintendo or PSN. Unsurprisingly, this caused some commotion, and Runo tried to get his money back upon discovering that Phil wasn't going to play what he had gotten paid for. The more generous members of the chat deduced that since his PayPal was connected directly to his extremely overdrafted bank account,
he's not going to get PayPal. He will not get that refund. He wouldn't have brought it in. This is kind of like a meta thing that you figure out whenever you're in school. You wouldn't have brought up the question if you knew the answer, and then in this case, they know that the answer is going to be bad. So they're presenting you with the question that automatically makes a person look bad. And I mean, who can blame
the money got swallowed up by Phil's debt before he could do anything with it.
Yeah.
Confusion was only made even worse when Phil added Untitled Goose Game to his stream schedule for the month of October, following the end of his late stream at about 10 p.m. on the 7th of October. Later that same night, a post was made on Phil's forums titled, "DSP pocketed my $20 for a game." It read,
this.
"I need my money
I
back, but he's
fucking hate
banning
it, man.
everybody that's bringing it
I
up. I'm
hate
just
it.
going to go through PayPal and save the headache of lies I will be told by him. I've long knew about Phil's dishonesty, especially when it comes to money, but I donated anyway."
I'm gonna change my chat right now. Sorry if you're watching. It'll take me like 30 minutes. Hate this. ESP. Come on. Dark. It's Syde is SYDE. How he spells it, I believe. Content type, not that. Podcast, talk show, fuck me. Okay, let's keep going. I'm sorry, I just gotta make the title enticing or whatever the fuck.
Because I wanted to see him play the game. I won't be an idiot again. Phil did not take kindly to this thread, changing the subject of it to "Entitled Moron Tries to Fraudulently Report DSP for Something That Didn't Happen." The thread.
The only time I've ever, the only time I've ever gotten like angry at a post is people like, "Oh yeah, you're a graduate, aren't you? Fuck you. Fuck you and every fucking person that ever breeded with you." Sorry. It's a bit much. But still, that's the only thing. I'm not like, God, imagine if people posted shitty shit about me. I'd love it. People are talking about me, right? I think that's like every person's goal. Yeah. And people are like, oh, just do YouTube for the fun of it. And I get that. I actually say that myself. But let's be real. Let's fucking be real. You're making YouTube videos and you want people to see those videos. Come on, man. Like, come on. Come on.
Edited title.
It's
He
my
also
2
posted in it
cents.
himself saying, so you've made an ass of yourself. You never contacted me directly about this, but instead apparently decided to post stuff up here, talk to detractors, complain to Twitch, and act like a general drama-filled dick. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. But you're really blue at this time.
So this is a guy that made the post, and DSP came in here and unmade it and put in his own.
I was checking my emails an hour ago during my break between streams and saw that you'd sent me a message on PayPal. In the message, you complained that you'd given me $20 to buy a game and that I'd now said I wasn't going to buy it, but that if people still wanted me to play it, you'd have to send Nintendo credits, and you didn't want to pay twice, so you were requesting your money back.
Oh, this is Phil now. Okay, I completely misread the situation. It could have gone either or, but he's bitching about somebody buying him a Nintendo credit or something. What is
My
he
emails
saying?
an hour ago during my break between streams and saw that you'd sent me a message on PayPal. In the message, you complained that you'd given me $20 to buy a game and that I'd now said I wasn't going to buy it, but that if people still wanted me to play it, you'd have to send Nintendo credits, and you didn't want to pay twice, so you were requesting your money back. I immediately returned your funds that I raised in tips.
Then why would he bring it up? I don't know, maybe he did. Wasn't this like a fucking hour-long game? Like, after the fact, you didn't pick up. It's weird. It's weird. Super fucking shady. Maybe multiple people are fucking ignorant. I don't know.
On today's Borderlands 3 stream, because that's all I have, and apologize that this was the situation I'm in. All money I raise has to go to bills for important stuff, like keeping the electricity and internet on, to say the least.
Yeah. That definitely is DSP. So I actually I'm sorry, I know it's fucking stupid, but I kind of want to go through the top of this in the DSP mindset, because I kind of originally thought it was from the alien mindset, and I can't even not remember their name. I want to call them Gromflamites, but that's a Rick and Morty thing. Anyway, Vorda something.
Of yourself.
Anyway,
you never contacted me directly about this, but instead apparently decided to post stuff.
Hold on. I gotta get
changing the subject of it to entitled moron tries to fraudulently report DSP for something.
So at this point, DSP went on the forum, shit on this guy, and
that didn't happen. The thread. Edited title. He also posted in it himself saying, so you've made an ass of yourself. You never contacted me directly about this, but instead apparently decided to post stuff up here.
By the way, if you're a public figure, you don't need to contact anyone about anything. It's like a critique or review, whatever. I mean, it might be okay, but by and large, I completely disagree with this.
Talk to detractors, complain to Twitch, and act like a general drama-filled dick. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. But you're really blue at this time. I was checking my emails an hour ago during my break between streams and saw that you'd sent me a message on PayPal. In the message, you complained that you'd given me $20 to buy a game and that I'd now said I wasn't going to buy it, but that if people still wanted me to play it, you'd have to send Nintendo.
By the way, if you ever give money to people and they don't do what what they said with it, the fuck you. Imagine it as a gift to do as they will, which is, what I imagine. Not that I'm right. I'm just saying, cut you down on a lot of heartbreak around the seasons.
credits, and you didn't want to pay twice, so you were requesting your money back. I immediately returned your funds that I raised in tips on today's Borderlands 3 stream because that's all I have, and apologized that this was the situation I'm in. All money I raise has to go to bills for important stuff, like keeping the electricity and internet on, to say the least.
Sure,
so then I check my Twitter and the forums and I see this. Instead of actually talking to me like, man, you apparently are trying to report to Twitch using video evidence that was ripped from my streams by detractors. Guess what? That's not what a man or a fan does. You had a knee-jerk reaction instead of acting rationally, and now everything you've done was in vain because 1, you have your money back, 2, I haven't violated
the fucking narcissism. That may be the most like irritating thing about all of it.
any rules or anything. 3, you just exposed yourself as a complete asshole. The best part is, I didn't go off when anyone asked about Untitled Goose Game. I didn't see anyone ask at all. I was angry that idiots kept asking for Code Vein / Astral Chain after I'd repeatedly explained I cannot afford any games right now. The sub
So they paid him money to play something. I guess he was like gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna play this, but then they got into Goose Game. That's what I'm gonna project happened. Even though it probably did happen in the game and I witnessed it, I do not remember it. So I could be completely
subject literally never came, but you're a gullible idiot who apparently believes what detractors say about me. Congrats, you're today's biggest idiot. So you only contribute to me to get what you want rather than actually caring about me as a person or a content creator. Well, you can keep your money then, and you can say goodbye because I certainly don't need entitled, toxic people trying to ruin my life and my business over 20 bucks because you can't talk to me like a respectful human. During a chill stream where he played Minecraft, Phil would spend over 30 minutes ranting about the situation, including insulting DJ Runo throughout.
All right, I rant a little bit. I'm not gonna lie about that. I actually do. I hope we don't do it on DSP gaming, and most of my rants are like water based in nature. I think they need to spruce that up a little, but beyond that, like, is Minecraft a perfect game? I don't know. I'm still going with tears.
Out for his insubordination. About 8 hours after the creation of the original thread, the actual DJ Runo, as opposed to the imposter who made the first post about the situation, made a thread titled WTF is even going on, wherein he said, just to clarify what actually happened, I was pissed about Phil because I sure felt cheated. Phil did refund me the money immediately. I did not report Phil to either PayPal or Twitch. I was hoping Phil would realize himself that the account on the forum at least was complete BS, since it was just freshly made, and if that doesn't shout fake, I don't know what does. I hope clearing this up with this forum account that exists for over 4.5 years means something at least. If I thought Phil was as shit as the post I apparently made, why would I have watched him for over 10 years? Why would I cheer or donate frequently? Why would I be subscribed for over 2
Cloud, what Looney Tunes has far more reach than you do. That's exactly why. Don't even fucking hide it.
years. I can understand Phil's reaction since basically 90% of his life was surrounded by detractor garbage, but come on, Phil. You must admit that you could have figured out yourself that the things I said / did over the years doesn't add up to the stuff I apparently did / said in the past 6 hours over $20. The real DJ Runo attached a print from his PayPal to prove it was actually him.
You know, I took 2 years, basically 4 semesters of German. I know a few. Boston can see that actually might be the only one. I took French 2 years. It was Jean Mappel, Evan Blair. That's all I know. Actually all I know.
Upon discovering he'd fallen for a strategically executed piece of bait from a troll, Phil apologized and assured Runo he wouldn't be banned anywhere. While this narrative was closed in a relatively satisfactory way, a bag of worms bigger than anything Phil had ever dealt with up until this point was about to open in a fantastic way. In November of 2019, the bank foreclosed Phil's Connecticut condo because he stopped paying for the mortgage, despite it still having $100,000 or so left to pay. Phil did not address this publicly, most likely did not give trolls any ammo. However, when the info made it to his audience, as it always does, trolls began saying that Phil should cash out some of his WWE Champions account to pay his debt off.
Oh shit. It's a big fucking arc for DSP. I mean, it felt like it maybe like a minute, but god damn, it's a big one. It's a big anime saga arc.
Well, what could they possibly mean by this? As early as late 2014, Phil made posts on his forum about his addiction to mobile games, such as, I usually don't play any or at all unless I was during a break in my Twitch stream, but I would pick it up again on breaks and in between streams, etc. Quite honestly,
that's how they get you. I actually do want to play Diablo Immortal one day just to see, like, morbid curiosity. But yeah, he fell into the trap.
I have no idea how much money I've spent as I was alternating between 5 and 10 points frequently. I can tell you it had to be in the hundreds though, and I won't ever be doing that again. Over the course of time, he occasionally dropped on stream that he still played them, but if he had already spent hundreds of dollars on it back in 2014, how much money did he spend on it if you take into account the following years? Well, that's exactly what some of his detractors set out to discover. Upon finding an account in the game called They Call Me DSP, the same as Phil's Twitter handle, they began examining when that account was active and when Phil was tweeting.
I really don't know about this. Because what he set up is that the YouTubers are like fucking infinite trolls. So they would have knocked the barrel down from Timely, but that like actually wasn't the real thing. Very odd kind of thing. Love the ending, as did everyone else. Still, very, god damn it. I'm happy for Loki. Kind of not. I don't know.
Anyway, behold, the times matched up. Given that's no damning piece of evidence, but it was something. Next up was ascertaining just how much money that account had spent in the game over the years. And the figure they came up with was a gruesome $38,976. He spent.
Calm down. The weird part about it is like Overwatch. I bought the game for $40. They put in loot boxes, and it kind of sucked, but can't we use them to like incapacitate the aliens? I don't know.
Spent just shy of $40,000, which, to put things in perspective, maybe for some younger viewers who don't know how much like things cost, 40 grand can be a down payment on a house. 40 grand.
40 grand can be a step below a professor job. I know. I looked. I got the prof job. Fair enough. And then COVID happened, but still.
And is like a new BMW 3 Series, okay? This is serious money. And that's what he spent on a WWE mobile game. He tried to throw a little pity party over trolls annoying him about his absolute lack of concern with his money, but this time, pity was something very difficult to have. Phil was having some serious financial and professional trouble since the very beginning of the decade. There was no justification at any period in time for him to have spent that much on a mobile game. That is, unless some of his detractors, like Tevin, were right all along, and Phil's claims of being poor were to some degree an act. And he wasn't as worried about his money as he appeared on streams. In perhaps one of the best and funniest.
I kind of agree with that, but kind of not, with the dune buggy being remotely operated.
Trolling campaigns done on him for the entirety of his career. Trolls began paying for cameos from pro wrestlers to call out Phil on his mobile gaming addiction.
Hey, Phil Burnell, it's your Olympic hero, Kurt Angle.
Oh,
Detractors
shit.
have your number, buddy. I've seen the back.
Oh, my God.
Jasper, show me your phone. We all know the WWE Champion's addiction is getting worse.
I did not expect that. Like, at all.
Oh, it's true. It's damn true. And Cat deserves more than...
By the way, like, who is this? I have no idea. I know, like, The Rock, John Cena, and somebody else made it out. The WWE thing.
Burger King. And by the way, I'm watching you. I've seen the bank leaks. Jasper, show me your phone. We all know the WWE Champion's addiction is getting worse. Oh, it's true. It's damn true. And Cat deserves more than Burger King.
Why? Like, I got on the internet. Why does everyone fucking hate Burger King? I like it. I don't understand. Like, fucking.
And by the way,
all.
I'm watching you.
On top of a few other wrestling related people.
Hey, Ricky Berwick. There he
Ricky
is.
Berwick. We even get to see a familiar face chime in and give his very valuable 2 cents.
You're filing for bankruptcy.
Kill me now. Kill me now. It is nearly 4. 30 minutes left. I don't like it.
But the only reason you're filing for bankruptcy is because you dumped.
You're bankrupt.
$40,000 into a game called WWE Champions. You stupid, dumb, ignorant motherfucker.
As you heard Mr. 445 himself say, as of January 2020, it was official. Phil declared bankruptcy due to being a whopping $500,000 in debt. Later on in the month, he made a video addressing it, explaining that $130K of it came from 15 different credit cards he'd maxed out, along with a multitude of loans, some of which dated back to when he was still a professional Street Fighter player. The rest was mostly made up of the mortgages he was failing to pay. As stupid as someone needs to be to put themselves in a situation like this, Phil put his business degree to good use when he decided that he'd rather owe money to credit card companies than owe it to the IRS. However, he wasn't savvy enough to stop.
You're a fucking moron. You're a fucking moron, Phil.
Himself from lying on his bankruptcy filing. As detractors scoured through it, they were quickly met with the claim that Phil had no pets, personal electronics, or collectibles, all of which were verifiably false. Additionally, his business...
Okay, I mean, sure, maybe he did have a pet, but maybe he had it before the draft was written up. I don't know.
Business expenses listed him as spending up to $9,000 a month on his streaming, something that seems unlikely to say the least. The general public immediately deduced that Phil was writing off the money he gambled away on WWE Champions as a business expense.
Hell yeah.
This is why, when someone files for bankruptcy, that's followed by a hearing, which trolls made sure to get access to. While we don't have video of it happening, the audio track is available online for anyone to peruse. During the hearing,
oh shit, it's gonna show
his
it.
Purchase of a subscription to the WWE Network channel as if it were related to his purchases in WWE Champions. Soon, a detractor somehow managed to sneak their way in and pose as a creditor, only to press Phil on his business expenses. The unnamed detractor asked for Phil to itemize his business expenses, meaning to lay them out one by one, which was something that Phil couldn't do without revealing his Champions addiction. However, the detractor was caught, as his claim to be a representative of Citibank was scrutinized. Later on, another troll joined the call and began playing clips of DSP playing Dark Souls, which amused everyone present.
Why am I poisoned? Why am I toxic?
I have a great shame in the fact that I have never beaten Dark Souls or Bloodborne for that matter. I love Bloodborne. Anyway, so maybe think of that.
Phil, do you have the identification information with you?
Despite attempts to derail Phil's defense, in May of 2020, Phil's bankruptcy went through, and $130,000 of his debt was defaulted as his credit plummeted into non-existence. While talking about his mangled credit score, he mentions that he's waiting until his credit gets better so that he can take out more loans. Again, what he means here is that he wants to transfer his debt from owing taxes to the federal government to owing...
Wait, whatever happened to the plane? Did they like address that?
Money to creditors. While this is a smart thing to do in this situation, it's obvious that as soon as he gets his hands on surplus money, it's going to go to one of his addictions or needlessly expensive hobbies.
Yep.
And that's not even mentioning the fact that Phil is approaching his 40s right now, and eventually he'll simply be too old to work.
Hold on. It was in 84? This was done 2 days ago. Is he balding? I don't know. Fuck it.
Work and will effectively be thrown into the wood chipper that is the infinite debt cycle he locked himself into. At this point, Phil is entirely financially dependent on the donations of a group of people affectionately dubbed whales by his detractors. Just a few of DSP's watchers were responsible for most.
I mean, maybe we'll watch that presentation tomorrow. It's so fucking like terrible.
So the money donated to him. One man in particular, who went by King Tut, donated thousands by himself. Appearing suddenly in August 2017, Tut wasn't an old-time fan of DSPs, meaning he wasn't one of these stragglers from pre-lolcow DSP era who felt some parasocial affection for the man. So it's really hard to deduce why he decided out of nowhere to dump as much money as he did into Phil's black hole of debt. Being as much of a pay pig as Tut was had his benefits, so he could get away with pretty much anything, from being toxic in chat and insulting other viewers, all the way to trying to control Phil streams.
Oh fuck! All right. Fun. Oh shit! I fucked up.
PCs in the mail. Yes, all that happened. One tip, only for Phil to then explain that there was actually no second goal and that there'd been some miscommunication. Secret keeping Fred brought with him. Many people discussed whether Fred should be doxxed, which led others to suspect that a vicious cycle was at hand. By hating DSP obsessively, Fred became like him. In fact, he became worse than him. And so if people were to hate Fred obsessively, they'd also become like Fred, and so forth. Regardless, the leaks continued relentlessly, and after years of ridiculing lolcows, Fred became one himself and received his very own thread on key.
So it's weird to me because I've been trying to like connect with other people and nobody fucking cares. And that's like the brilliant or the brilliance or whatever. These people are all like, oh no, man. Kind of disjointed, kind of not. Captain Marvel, like space shit. I don't know. Interesting. Here we
With
go.
his detractors leaping headfirst into a shredder, Phil felt a burden lift from his back. Because of the void left by the Sons of Kojima's collapse, it meant that DSP had less judicious eyes trained on him at all times, and consequently,
I believe that's kind of like what happened to Blizzard whenever Bodycount went out and people were like, oh shit, we have so much to show you.
he knew he could get away with more stuff than usual. Besides things like his old condo still bleeding his wallet every month due to the real estate market in Connecticut apparently being on a continuous downturn, Phil admits not only to have taken on more credit card debt, but also loans and borrowing money from his parents to pay the costs.
Dude, how much money this guy fucking take out? Like 4-5 million? Don't know.
Running his business. He says he doesn't talk about it because he doesn't want to bother people with his problems, but this is evidently not really the case since he has no problem in asking for money and constantly talking about his problems every day. More likely he doesn't want to speak on where exactly that money is going because it will invite every dormant troll to scrutinize how financially irresponsible he actually is. Notwithstanding, he revealed that ever since his move to Washington, he'd been paying for a ridiculously expensive leased BMW. He talks about having been roped into it by the dealership so as not to pay penalty fees for the car he was previously leased at. He alluded to a second goal reward, which was immediate.
Wait, did we like miss something?
Twitch bits, his Patreon money, what was left of the YouTube ad revenue, and the odd tip actually made things look slightly hopeful. The only stain on this relatively positive moment was that Phil, despite his previous claims that he used to be an alcoholic, decided to spend the Christmas fundraiser of 2018 indulging in hefty amounts of alcohol.
Dude, he's chugging that bottle of wine. I could never do it. Not happening. I mean, actually, it did happen. Whatever.
Which prompted him to become noticeably more neurotic the drunker he got. Luckily, he managed to drift by without causing any major havoc online. Later, he announced that the grand total he needed to raise was actually 17 grand, as to cover the expenses for his tax attorney. April 20.
God damn, man. What did they say? It's like it rains, it pours. Dude, fuck